Hello, namaste. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our broadcast of the Women Grand Prix. Third leg of the Grand Prix is being held here in New Delhi, India, and we are so excited to cover this event. I am your host, International Master Soumya Swaminathan from India, and with me, my esteemed co-host will be none other than Grandmaster Praveen Thipsay, an Indian legend.
Namaste, welcome all to a wonderful tournament, and would be glad to bring you the intricacies of the game. Soumya has been the world junior champion once for the girls and must have played with quite a few of them. A great field of these players is here. The best women players of the world have come to India, to New Delhi, to play in this event. This is the third leg of the Grand Prix Women's Chess 2022-2023
Event, yes, definitely. And you may want to know what is the Women Grand Prix. So let us just take you briefly as to what this tournament is all about. A couple of years ago, the FIDE, International Chess Federation, FIDE, changed the World Championship cycle, and now we have a candidates tournament qualifying for the Women's World Championship match, and for that a Women's Grand Prix serves as a qualification tournament along with a wonderful prize fund. It is a series of 4 events being conducted from 2022 September to 2023 May or June, and the first 2 events were held in Astana and Munich. The third one is being held here in New Delhi until the 6th of April, and the last one will be held in Poland either in May or in June. And what do the players stand to gain from this event, you ask? They stand to gain excellent prize fund as well as 2 qualification spots for the candidates tournament. The qualification spots will be decided on the cumulative points. The players with the maximum cumulative points in the series will be selected for the candidates tournament. And let me tell you one more fun fact, sir, that 16 players have been invited to participate in this Women Grand Prix based on various qualification criteria, out of which any 12 or 11 participate in each Grand Prix, and they can participate only in a maximum of 3 Grand Prix to stand a chance for the qualifiers.
Yes, and I see the point system is very fair. If you win any of the Grand Prix events, you get 160 points for that. If you're second, you get 130 points. If you're third, you get 110 points. If you're fourth, you get 100 points. If you're fifth, you get 90. If you're sixth, you get 80, seventh, 70, and so on to. If you're last, then we get 20.
Wow, that's wonderful. And now let's just have a look at what the players stand to gain in terms of prize fund. The prize fund of each Grand Prix is a whopping euro 80,000, and in addition to that there is an additional prize fund of euros 80,000 for the overall prize winners as well. The first prize winner of this tournament, sir, will actually win euros 50,000, and the winner of the overall Grand Prix will win a prize of euros 20,000.
Yes, wonderful. I think it's a great money, as well as a qualification to World Championship candidates and World Championship, which means opportunities, career opportunities, and further prize money awaiting you there.
Absolutely. And huge motivation to play for each of the spots.
Yes, I think it's quite a matter of curiosity for a young player. How does one qualify to the World Championship? Everybody aspires to be world champion someday. How do you go about it? So after you win your nationals and different international tournaments, for the World Championship candidate, before this, you get an opportunity of playing Grand Prix. And Grand Prix, there are 16 players who qualify. The 4 semi-finalists of the World Cup. World Cup is a different tournament. FIDE also conducts Grand Swiss tournaments. 4 top Grand Swiss tournaments. So 4 from this tournament qualify, 4 from the World Cup qualify, and 3 highest rated players from the March list qualify to the Grand Prix. For this year's Grand Prix, it was March 22 that was chosen. And there are 4 organizers nominees, because sometimes a player is not able to play in tournaments because of COVID times. So 4 organizers nominees are there. So all this plus the World Championship, these 16 are eligible to play in this Grand Prix, and the best 2 of these will qualify to the candidates tournament.
Wow, that's wonderful. The games are shortly about to begin, so let's also have a look at the pairings for today. Since it's a FIDE regulation that players of the same federation will be paired against each other in the very first round, India's Koneru Humpy will play against Dronavalli Harika. So we have the 2 Indian superstars playing against each other in round 1, with Koneru Humpy with the white pieces against Dronavalli Harika. In the Russian challenge, where the Russian players will be playing under the FIDE flag, and Kateryna Lagno plays against Polina Shuvalova. Polina is white in this case and Kateryna Lagno plays black. Third encounter is between Jiner of China and Aleksandra Goryachkina of Russia. Aleksandra again plays under the FIDE flag over here. Then there is Dzagnidze of Georgia versus Nino Batsiashvili, also of Georgia. So again an all Georgian clash over there. And the fifth board is between Elisabeth Paehtz of Germany versus our Vaishali, our own young superstar from India. So yeah, great games to look forward to. All of these players that we mentioned just now are amazing players. We are yet, the rounds is yet to begin, so let's just the rounds have begun. So let's quickly go to Humpy versus Harika, the all-Indian clash. And Humpy has opened with d4, sir.
Yes, and in fact, Harika generally plays the Indian systems, mainly the King's Indian defense or the Grunfeld defense. At occasions, she had played the Queen's Gambit decline, but generally I was expecting either a King's Indian or a Grunfeld. Today being the first round, I expect Grunfeld Indian defense. You know how the story of Indian defense has come. I mean, while the world was playing d5 for d4 and e5 for e4, the Indians 300 years back, 400, they played knight f6 first move.
Oh, wow.
So wherever you play d4, knight f6, that's called Indian defense. Now, various Indian defenses are there.
And also another fun fact I have learned through streaming is that the Indian defenses are named so because in the olden times the pawn could move only one square in olden Indian chess. So that's why all the openings where the pawn moves only one square are named as Indian defenses.
There's a great strategy behind it. Actually, the king could move 2.5 squares once before it was checked. So the way to castle was to play knight f6, g6, king to g7, and then king to g8, and bishop g7, and the rook was allowed to go to e8 then directly in Indian chess.
Oh,
So they found the correct fort. Only thing, the international rules were not framed then, and Indians probably castling itself is a idea of Indians, but it was not one move then.
wow, wonderful trivia over there by Praveen ji. And Harika replies with her pet Grunfeld defend.
Yes.
I know for sure that this is an opening she has employed several times. Let's see what Humpy has in store for her. She takes on d5. She takes the pawn in
Yes,
the
exchange
center.
variation is the most popular variation, and I think the most principled variation as well. White stands the chance to get advantage in this variation if black makes a mistake. I did expect
Sorry.
Drunfield because
Sorry,
Kensington.
just one moment. Can we please ask our producer to switch to another screen and I will be back shortly. For the we need to fix the cameras of the players. Yes, thank you so much.
Exchange variation from Humpy. I did exchange, and now whether she goes for bishop d2, one of the most popular lines, very deep strategic idea. The for years, almost 100 years, e4 was a popular move instead of bishop d2. Bishop d2, the idea of bishop d2 is to support the knight with the bishop, so that when white plays e4 next, when white moves the king pawn and attacks the black knight on the next move, when black captures the knight, white is going to capture with the bishop. This white bishop on c3, where the white knight is actually occupying this place, eventually the bishop on c3 would create a lot of pressure against black's king side, particularly the g7 and h8 squares. So standard move played by Harika, bishop g7, and we can look forward to e4 and knight into c3 and bishop into c3 as the theory goes. Players are a bit cautious. They are playing the popular moves, but they want to find out what is there in mind of others. What's important thing about this Grand Prix is that since it's a World Championship qualification, everybody has to be very well prepared. And as you have to be well prepared, the pairing is done 3 weeks before, which means that you know whom you are playing, when, and with what color. So you have ample time to choose your opening and prepare what your opponent plays. That's the result why the obvious moves have been a bit delayed. The players are trying to find out what could the other player have prepared. And both being in same countries, they know about each other better. They have played several times, and they've always played thrilling matches. And it's always has been till the last minute excitement has been the specialty of their games. So let's see. Koneru Humpy is elder by almost 4 years. Koneru Humpy was born in 1987. Harika was born in 1991. And they both have had a wonderful record. Bishop d2 probably, and black plays bishop g7. I think Humpy is likely to play with e4. So let's look at what Humpy's achievements have been. She was the second player to exceed the rating of 2600, and she was the youngest woman to achieve a men's grandmaster title. She has been world champion in under 10, under 12, under 14 and under 20 tournaments, and she was a world championship semi-finalist thrice in 2004, 2008 and 2010. She was world number 2 in 2011, and she was world rapid champion in 2019. In the latest tournament, World Bliss Championship held in December, she finished second in the quick game. So Humpy has been good in rapid, blitz, as well as in the classical chess. She has won several Grand Prix before. And let's look at Harika, who is as talented as she has been silver medalist in world under 10, under 12, under 14, under 18, and under 18 and under 20 she won the gold.
देख कर लिया है देखो.
And let's now see the game has progressed, and white has played e4. Here knight into c3 and knight b6. Normally knight b6 is the common move, and black tries to attack the d4 pawn. By playing knight into c3, bishop into c3, black strengthens white's center and white's bishop gets well placed. So popular move here is to play knight b6. So the bishop on d2 feels very awkward. It's not apparently very well placed, and white has to redeploy it to e3 at proper moment. So let's see, knight b6 is likely to be played. Players are playing very cautiously. It's like they have to play with calculator-like ability. They have to play like engines in order to qualify to such tournaments. The accuracy level of world championship candidates and Grand Prix is so much that, I mean, just one mistake is good enough for opponent to give the chance. That's why they are thinking from the very beginning.
Okay, so now let's have a look at other boards, sir, because
Indeed,
we have been looking at this board for some time, and we'll come back here. Let's have a look at how Shuvalova Polina is doing against Kateryna Lagno. Polina has played d4 and is waiting for Lagno to turn up. So, okay, let's see how this game progresses.
Yes,
Then we have Jiner on the third board, sir, against Goryachkina, and you will be happy to know we have Jiner versus Goryachkina on the third board, and you will be happy to know that actually lots of moves have been played, and yesterday me and Praveen ji were discussing about the Berlin defense, and here it is on the board, the Berlin endgame. So let's just have a look at how we reach this position on the board. Jiner from China playing white.
yes.
She opens with e4.
It's always with e4, and
Goryachkina replies with e5. Again, one of her most solid setups. Goryachkina, extremely solid player. She's great at endgames. That is one of her huge pluses. And of course, she was a world championship challenger to Zhu Wenjun. So lots of accolades already achieved at a very young age by Aleksandra. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and knight f6. And
yes.
this is the
yeah, you know, they are that's the only pair who have not played with each other. I think Jiner and Goryachkina have never played before.
Oh, wow.
And Goryachkina has generally played French and sometimes Berlin. But considering that the young Chinese would have prepared well for the French, I think she has gone for a Berlin defense. Berlin defense is a very solid opening. One of the favorite weapons of former world champion Dr. Emanuel Lasker. And this is a position where youngster would find little difficult to attack with white rather than black finding a correct way to hold the position. A good choice against a youngster. If I was playing against a youngster, player younger than me, I would really go for Berlin defense. French is something which might suit the youngster. So very interesting decision by Goryachkina.
Awesome. So now Jiner goes for the end game, which is not at all trivial to understand. Knight into e4. Black took the knight pawn on e4. So he has captured a central pawn. But in exchange, what does white get? White gets a lead in development. So
and white is going to get back the pawn. Because if you, yes, she retrieves the knight and gives back the pawn. That's the only way, I think. Yes.
So here there is a way to stay in the middle game with a4 as well, but Jiner goes for the end game with bishop takes the knight, pawn takes the bishop. She takes with the central pawn, and then pawn takes to e5. So we have our own pawn in the center now.
Yeah, so we look at this interesting position. Black has to generally knight moves to f5 and queens are exchanged. Black loses the right to castle, and black has a doubled pawn. What does black have in exchange? White could get some tempos. Black king could be stuck in the center. In return for that, black has a very solid pawn structure and white has a lot of weaknesses on the white squares. White doesn't have a white bishop. So in no time, black will start attacking the c2 pawn. Eventually, black will quickly get bishop to f5 by move 25 or so. As the game goes on, black keeps on improving the position, and it's up to white to find ways to get some initiative quickly. By move 25, if white has no initiative, then generally black is already better in Berlin variation, this particular variation of Berlin. In fact, there are great players who avoid this position with white and great players who don't play this position with black either. So it's a very tough position to play, and every move could be a mistake, but yet even the World Championship 2013, this opening was played. 2014 against Anand. This was played by Anand was black and Carlsen was white.
Awesome. So knight c3, she develops a piece. King goes back to e8. Now, please remember, in the future, the king cannot castle anymore because he has already moved to d8 and has come back to e8, even though he's back to his pavilion. h3 and h3 with the intention to play g4 and drive this knight away, and black replies with h5, again stopping e4 because now g4 takes the pawn, g4 takes the pawn, and we will have some problems protecting the g4 pawn after knight h4. So that's why white first plays h3, h5, and white does not go for g4 but develops her bishop to f4. She can also develop the bishop to g5 because now h6 is no more possible, but instead she goes to f4, and let's see what are her plans.
Yeah, I think she wants to keep g5 free for the knight. In case black plays bishop e6, she wants to play knight g5 at some time. A very balanced position. Black has some problems because of the king is stuck at the center, but yes, as the thing, black finds good way of developing. Black would play bishop e6 and rook d8 and exchange a rook and so on.
Great. So now let's move to Nana's game against Nino. Nana is playing Nana Dzagnidze, Georgian #1 grandmaster and many times member of the Georgian Olympic team. They have won so many medals at the Olympiad, at the World Team Championships, that we have lost count. The Georgian women's team is a very, very formidable team at the international level. Nino Batsiashvili is in fact her team member, also several times medalists, and both of them are full grandmasters. Let's see what is the opening.
I think the personal score has been in favor of Dzagnidze. She has won 9 games and 6 of them are from white. And Batsiashvili has generally played Nimzo-Indian defense. So today she has gone for Queen's Gambit declined. Her result was not probably very satisfactory in the past. 6 losses from 14 games with black. So she goes for a different setup, d4, d5, and the Catalan is being played. Okay.
Wow. So this setup with the bishop developing to g2 after white pushes the pawn to d4 and c4 central pawns, and black replies with d5 and knight to f6. When white develops his bishop to g2 in such a setup, it's called as the Catalan variation and is extremely solid and leaves white with a minute advantage in many variations.
This variation, the Catalan opening, really became popular only because of Dr. Aleksandra Alekhine, former world champion, who played this opening brilliantly for the first time. And the next, soon Mikhail Botvinnik played this very effectively. Now it has become one of the most popular openings. And it's a way of avoiding Nimzo-Indian defense because you don't develop knight c3. It's a way of avoiding other openings as well. And you keep an option of developing the c1 bishop at the right moment, at right place.
Wow, interesting. We see Nino on the board waiting for waiting to make a move. She's thinking about her move, even though it looks as if she isn't, but you know, chess players have a habit of looking here and there while thinking about their move. So castle, c6, queen to c2, pawn goes to b6 and rook to d1. This is the position on the board with Nino thinking. Nana has come down to 1 hour 24 minutes on the clock, while Nino still has 1 hour 26. Seems like both the players are in their preparation, because this is a very popular position, middle game theoretical position that you reach. However, Nino taking her time. Maybe she's thinking or deciding which plans to go for. Knight bd7, a very common move in this position. Let's see what they choose. On the other hand, oh my god, it seems like we already have a result on Vaishali's board, because her opponent did not turn up on time. There is a zero tolerance rule, Praveen sir,
that's quite
in
stunning, because
this tournament. I will be back soon after checking with the tournament hall if this result is right, but on our board we get the information that Vaishali has won due to forfeit by her opponent Elisabeth Paehtz, who did not turn up on the board on time. The players get up to 15 minutes to come on the board after the start of the round, after which they lose by forfeit. So
I'm bit,
I
bit
will be back.
surprised. I'm a bit surprised because I think Elizabeth is the most senior player, the most experienced player in this, and her results have been outstanding. She has been in the top field for almost 25 years. Her father, Thomas Pace, is
Yes.
a grandmaster of chess. I played with him in 1984 when he was an international master.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Actually, we see the image on the screen of the players. So the kings have been placed on the black squares. That means black has won and neither of the players are on the board. So the result is confirmed. Vaishali has won her first game due to forfeit by Elisabeth Paehtz. We are not sure why she did not turn up, but I'm sure we will get some communication regarding that in the coming moments. Let's go back to Shuvalova's game. Shuvalova's opponent Lagno is here. Let's switch to their camera, please. Now we have the board and the camera on the screen. d4, knight to f6, c4, g6, and the King's Indian. She does not go for the Grunfeld like Harika did on the third move, but develops the bishop to g7, going for the King's Indian defense. An opening action.
But
Kateryna,
usually she plays the Benoni setup rather than the King's Indian. So she plays with c5 rather than playing for e5. Let's see how she played here.
maybe it is a special opening that she has prepared against Shuvalova. Let me remind or inform actually our viewers that the players get the pairings beforehand, because this is a round robin tournament and a very, very serious and important tournament for the players. The players get the pairings 1 month before the tournament in order to prepare for each opponent. So maybe it is a special preparation against Shuvalova by Kateryna Lagno, former world rapid and blitz champion, by the way, and huge inspiration. She has had a wonderful career and also a great example of balancing a professional as well as personal life. Really a great inspiration.
Yes,
for
I think, well, Shuvalova and Lagno had played 6 games before, and the games where Lagno was white, she had won, but other games had ended in draws. So I think that the need to play sharp, because both of them are not in a mood to play slower games, and I am going to see a very sharp tactical battle here, aggressive play by both of them.
Wow, and can you believe it that Shuvalova goes for h4 here? This is a very, one of the most popular moves post the AI age of chess, because h4 is AlphaZero's pet move, and now we have lots of players playing h4 in many, many openings where it was never even discovered earlier, never even attempted earlier, and nowadays it's such a common move to see on the board. Let's see what Shuvalova does. Of course, when your opponent attacks you on the flank, the rule is to open the center. So what black does here is very logical. She goes for c5, threatening to burst the center open with c into d4, or allowing d takes, and a queen exchange. on the d file. So c5 met by d5. Now it's converted to Kateryna's pet
Yes.
Benoni, but with slight difference that white already has h4 on the board.
And lines now she goes for immediate activity by offering a pawn, a Benko gambit. White may find difficult to justify the move h4 if the queen side got opened up faster than king side. Black wants to open up queen side at the cost of a pawn, and if black is able to open up the queen side first, and black starts attacking from the queen side, queen a5, and white is not able to open up the king side, then the king side weakness will be difficult to justify. So very sharp battle. I think this game is going to end in a result. It's not going to be a draw. The way players are playing, I think they're going for each other's throat. But by the way, Soumya, it's not the first time that it's being played now. There were times where not the strong players, but this h4 move was popular in India. And one of Indian former national champions in the 60s and 70s, he had tremendous success with this particular move h4. It's an interesting move. And of course, computers have now taught a lot. White has to see now what's the plan, because if white takes on a6, then black takes bishop into a6. Black completes the development. The queen side is open, and the activity starts on the queen side, which means that white cannot play on the king side. White's plan is quite slow to open up the king rook file, h file, then exchange the dark colored bishops, put a queen on h6, and then try to checkmate on h7. Not a very easy task. It's going to take a while, and if black is taking dynamic steps, it's perhaps possible that black could be on aggressive, but white will have an extra pawn. So white's intention of attack has basically been busted. Surely white can maintain an extra pawn, and if white is able to keep that pawn, white could eventually win. If black is able to create counterplay which is probably stronger than white's defenses, then black could have good chance. But very interesting version of Benko gambit, I must say, because white has been more committal, and the weakening of g4 square can be extremely dangerous in future. There are a lot of technical points, like when white plays h4, then black can easily put a knight on a central square e5. That's because white doesn't have the option of playing f4. Black knight then goes to g4, and that's the reason why this h4 could prove inadequate in this particular setup. Perhaps c into b5 itself was a committal move. It was possible to probably play something like f3. It would have been a different structure then. But a very interesting position now we have. And yes, white is thinking. I think, well, it's a strong, interesting position. Normally, it's very difficult for white to defend. The psychology of a white player is to checkmate the opponent, and black player normally tries to equalize because he or she is a move behind. And here black has taken steps. White has taken a pawn. Making use of material is the agenda. At the same time, the bishop on e2, a move has been wasted. So white may not get h5 effectively. And it seems that this position is very comfortable. Personally, I would prefer to play this position with black. But again, the position is roughly equal. And now it's the defensive skills of, I think, Shuvalova, which will be more important than Lagno's attacking skills. Lagno, I had a pleasure of seeing her play in Aeroflot Open in 2004. She was, I think, only 12 or 13 years, and yet she played amazing chess at that age itself. And she has been in the top consistently for almost 15 to 20 years, and a great performer. Shuvalova, of course, has been also consistent. To qualify to this level, to get into the top 16 in the world itself, one has to work so hard, and one has to do so well at different levels, because championships start at village level and district level and state level and country level and the continent level. And to come to the world level, you have to pass all those barricades. You have to be the best in not only in your country but also in your continent, and then qualify to these events. So all of them are fantastic players, and the biodatas, as we'll see, we have been very wonderful. Shuvalova has been world in a world under 16. She has got a bronze medal and once a silver medal, and in under 18 she got a gold medal. So very important that she has been a champion at the age of 16 and 18, international champion, world champion in different categories, and that's why a lot of interesting moves can be played. Youngsters have more vigor in their game, so I think all the players here are young, and that's one of the reasons why we are going to see very interesting and complicated matters. Pawn into a6. Well, there are two moves here: queen a5 and bishop into a6. Bishop into a6 is more of a natural move. What's the advantage in queen a5? When you play queen a5, you're attacking the e4 pawn because the knight on c3 gets pinned. And should white be forced to play a move like f3, pawn to f3, supporting the e4 pawn, then knight on g1 has its own problems. Where will it develop itself? Then it has to be developed at a corner, and knights are not good at corner. So that's one of the reasons why I think black is contemplating over queen a5 and bishop into a6. Generally, exchange of light colored bishop in this pawn structure is favorable to black because white's c4 square becomes very weak and black is able to establish a pawn on c4, which means that black will eventually establish a knight at c5 and attack the central squares d3 and e4. So very sharp opening. This is the idea of American Grandmaster Benko. He was the one who felt that this is the right time to do it. Although the original idea comes to a famous Nimzovich Capablanca game where Capablanca gave up a pawn on the queen side to get two open files on the queen side in a different opening, in a e4 opening. And the concept of Benko Gambit was well analyzed before the Second World War due to the game Nimzovich Capablanca. But Benko was the one who in the 60s devised this specific method, specific move order.
Awesome. That's such great history, Praveen ji. We are so grateful to have you here because we are getting to learn so many new things about chess. So, BA6 ke baad, Lagno is still thinking whether to take with the knight or the bishop, right?
I thought queen f5 because in in BA6 you just play knight f3 and then queen f5 doesn't make sense because you castle. So probably the idea is to provoke. Queen f5 comes into consideration and perhaps bishop d2 awkward move. And the idea could be to take on a6 with a queen recapture after queen a5 bishop d2 bishop into a6 and then perhaps take with the queen on a6 knight coming to d7. Yeah, there could be various options. I mean, this is now too early to predict because now the engines tell you lot of strong moves.
I also know that the d3 square is of vital importance for black in Benko because after this bishop gets exchanged, sorry, let's remove the arrows. After this bishop gets exchanged with its partner, the knight on f6 becomes happy to come to d3 square via e5 with the pawn coming to c4.
Exactly, and that's the reason why the other knight could support c4 if required, but queen on a6 would really support push c4. Black has to be a little careful about knight f3 and knight d4, but the g7 bishop is strong. This position I think is very complex, one of the most complicated games in this entire 5 games, 4 games of course we must say. I don't know why Elisabeth has not turned up, but it has happened in the previous tournaments. Sometimes players have overslept and lost. Okay, here we have some interesting position in Zoo's game.
No, I think with Elisabeth there might be another issue, but we will get to that. I'm sure we will get to know it post the games and the organizers will release a statement. But let's go to Goryachkina's game because it has progressed so much since we left it.
Yes, indeed.
So king e8 pe, white had played h3, h5 and white responded with bishop f4 and we had left the game at this position.
Yes.
Now they proceeded with bishop e7. Aleksandra finds maneuver with bishop to e7 and with the idea that you want to exchange the knights and create some space for yourself. Black's main problem is he doesn't have enough squares for his pieces.
Yeah, she has a choice of bishop e6, but bishop e6 is subject to attack by a knight. So she wants to put her bishop on f5, where the c2 will be under attack, and the f3 knight will be eliminated. So c2 really could be weak. And if white has to play rook c1, that's the worst thing white could do, because rooks are very bad in defense. Rooks are meant to attack. Black is a bit cramped, and exchanging a few pieces will give some chances. And it's clear that black is actually trying to win this game, although this is a very solid opening. But it's a sharp opening, and games do not end in draw unless somebody really wants to make a draw. And at this stage, the players are playing for qualification. So that's, I like the world championship cycles, because you really have to give your best. Because if you miss out the selection, if you finish third in Grand Prix, okay, no consolation. You have to wait for one more year to qualify to the world championship. So nobody wants to wait for 2 to 3 years. So let's see.
So let's come to the current position. White played rook to d1. Rooks are great in the open file, and it also can double up on the d file with the other rook coming to d1. So black goes on with her plan, knight h4, and white does not agree to exchange. She plays knight to d4, leaving the knight in the corner. Knight on the rim is always dim, as they say. So the knight comes back to exchange. Black is insistent that she wants to exchange at least one pair of knights. So white instead does not go to e2 with the d knight, but she goes to e2 with her c knight, so that once the knight gets exchanged, even though black got what she wanted, at the exchange of one pair of knights, the bishop doesn't come to f5 anymore.
Yes, and the knight on d4 actually cannot be driven off easily, because in case black plays c5, white will get knight b5. Now you see the disadvantage of king in center. Had the queens been there on the board, black would be really in a bad position. But because the queens are not there, black can play. Now black has some problems with developing the bishop, and black has to find a way to do something. And I think still a balanced position, but a little preferable for white, because white got two knight moves extra, knight f3 to d4 and knight c3 to. If you go back two moves, Soumya, if you go back two moves, one more move, plays, yeah, both by both. So it would be good for white to play knight e2 and knight d4. It's like getting two extra moves and exchange that knight. And let's see what happened in the game. Knight h4.
So instead she goes knight h4, knight d4, knight f5, and knight to e2.
So in effect, I got two extra moves. How useful they are, I don't know, but my knights are better placed than before now.
Definitely, very well pointed out, Praveen. So, and now black does not exchange on d4, because then she will not be able to develop her bishop. So she instead takes advantage of the fact that the knight on f3 does not cover the g5 square anymore, and goes g5, attacking the bishop, gaining some space on the king side.
Okay, so she wants to play for attack, probably. King side attack. Yeah, I think.
She now proceeds with a great rook maneuver.
Oh.
Rook to h6.
Okay. So rook g6. But rook g6 and g4, I don't know it's very effective. Perhaps rook h6 is a defensive move as well. I mean, it's plans to cover some squares on e6. Yeah, it's a move that must have been analyzed. White has different ways of playing. White could play with f4, or white could play without f4. There are two options. Sometimes f4 is possible, because after g4, it's not really bad if you can get f pawn to f5. So one possibility, rook e1 is a normal move.
Yeah, rook f e1 and bishop d8. Let's go to the current position, which is this one.
Okay.
And now white is thinking whether to push e6 maybe? Do you think that's an idea?
Now you see rook h6. Yeah, the idea of rook h6 is clear, that e6 is probably been prevented. White does have a chance of knight into d4, knight into f5 and knight d4, followed by f4, and if you get a chance to play f5. But yeah, it's possibility.
But I am really attracted to the idea of e6. Then you take on e6 with the bishop or the pawn, and I take on f5.
Yes.
You take on f5 with your pawn, and now I have a chance to give a discovered check.
Yes.
So let's say I play e6 here. You take with the bishop. I take with the knight. You take back with the bishop, and now do I have a good discovered check with the knight coming to d4 and the rook The rook, which was here on f1 doing nothing, is suddenly super active, gives a check to the king on e8, and also attacks the knight on f5.
The bishop on f5
The
then.
white also attacks the bishop on f5 with the help of his knight to d4.
Yeah. But yet black goes bishop e6, and now you see the point of rook h6, where black has guarded that. So black could perhaps survive that. So now e6 now is a very complicated move to analyze. Apparently there should be a threat of e6 because the king is in center, and if that is not working, then probably knight into f5 and knight d4 is a plan. e6 could be a threat. Let's see how the position is. e6 does come into picture. It's a very risky capture for black to play bishop into e6, knight f5, bishop f5, knight d4 check, bishop e6, knight f5 or something. But it's still not unplayable probably. It needs a lot of calculation. Suddenly the game has become very tactical, very complex. In one of my games, my reluctance to play e6 made me lose a game. I was in a good position if I had played e6 in the same opening, and I didn't play that, and I lost the game because of delay in decision.
I see a question in our chat. Someone asks, where is Bibi Sara? Bibi Sara has a bye today, so she will not play. It is an 11-player round robin tournament, so every day only 10 players play and one player gets a bye. And today it is Bibi Sara Asubayeva of Kazakhstan who gets a bye. So she's resting and preparing for tomorrow, I guess.
Bibi Sara is the youngest participant. She's, I think, the only teenager. No? She's born 2004.
No, I think even sorry.
Yeah, I think she's the only teenager probably.
No, I think even Jiner is
Jiner-
19 years old.
Okay, but I saw
she's
2002. I saw
21.
2002.
She's
Yeah,
21.
yeah. So Bibi Sara has fantastic results. She's a great expert in blitz and rapid tournaments. I saw her play in Warsaw in the World Championship where she won the rapid, I believe, and she has been World Rapid Champion and
Also current
Blitz
world
champion.
blitz
Yes,
champion.
Blitz champion.
She was the world rapid champion last year,
Yeah.
and she's the world blitz champion in women this year. What a wonderful achievement at all of 19 years.
Yes, and from a country which is famous for chess, but it's not a developed country like we would say the best players would come from Western countries, which doesn't happen. Chess can come from anywhere, and there's great players coming from all over the world in chess.
Yeah, nowadays Kazakhstan has a very, very strong team, which was not the case 20 years ago. And that's thanks to the information age that we are in. Everyone gets access to the same amount of information anywhere in the world. And so we have players coming up from everywhere. And that's such a wonderful, wonderful thing for chess and for the development of the country as well, of course.
You know, the game of chess originated in India. And, well, it has gone to West, and we have a lot of Indian tradition, but even Iranians have a very long history, and there's been a great game. Okay, let's come to this standard position. Obvious.
Let's first go and go back a few moves and see how we reached here, sir, because
indeed.
we left it at d5, and then this was the Grunfeld.
Bishop d2,
as we were
up to bishop
discussing.
d2, c d5, knight d5, bishop d2. One of the safest lines for white here.
And then black responds with bishop to g7, pawn to e4, knight takes on c3, bishop takes on c3, and short castle. Here there is also idea with direct c5 so that white doesn't get time to develop all his pieces, but black first here in this game played castle, queen comes to d2, and then played c5. So now d5, and the difference is that had black played c5 here, then after d5 you take on c3 and white is forced to take with the pawn, whereas here also maybe she can do the same, but she can also take with the queen. So she has an additional option.
Yes, but I don't know if it's a good option to take with queen. It has to be seen also. But probably queen c3 has a different point. Pawn into c3 wants to strengthen the center with c4. So both have ideas. Black must quickly break e6. This, I think, a standard opening, with sometimes I think black has to sacrifice a pawn in this in order to get counterplay. Carlsen has played this system in a very nice game. Yeah, this is the problem where if after e d5, bishop into d5, white just gets a very strong position. And there are positions, I think there's a common gambit here, b5 or something, and then take on d5 and take on c3, something of this sort. And black gets good, yeah, good, because if white gets a pawn on d5, white has some problems. But if white captures on d5 with a piece, as it happened in the Carlsen game, he was able to win very quickly with white. It just becomes very strong, knight on e2 or f3, and then black faces tremendous pressure in the d file, and the way of avoiding that is to give up a pawn and then play a b5. So first play b5, give up a pawn, and then capture on d5. White is obliged to take with a pawn, which means the d file is closed. Black opens the e file against the white king, and there is some counterplay in this. You remember in the Olympiad, Tanya Sajdev won this position with white. It was a nice game, and Tanya had equal position. Opponent had equalized, but Tanya played very well and defeated her opponent. I forgot the opponent, but I watched that game too. A nice, it's a very popular opening because Carlsen played it.
All right. So white here played bishop c4 and black took the bishop on c3. And white, of course, as we discussed, need not take with the queen, even though she has the choice. But why not bring the pawn to the center with the pawn into bishop move, and then black replies with the b5 sacrifice, as you mentioned. And b5, now it is a pawn sacrifice for opening up the position. We have a weak pawn on d5 which will be supported by c4. On the other hand, the e file is now completely open. White's king cannot go to the queen's side with long castle because it will be so unsafe over here. So she still needs to develop the knight and then castle. So let's see if black can take any advantage of this.
Yes, actually, in fact, to save the d5 pawn, white will eventually have to play c4, which means a lot of weakness on black squares. Black queen rests on, say, f6, and the e5 squares and f4, d4, all. It becomes difficult for white to control these squares. Black gets a lot of initiative for the pawn, and that's why. But yes, if nothing happens, then again, in a sacrifice, it's always this, that the player who sacrifices has to justify the sacrifice. Failing to do that eventually leads to loss because of the shortfall in material.
So definitely. Once you sacrifice, you have to be very, very energetic. And at the same time, if you take a sacrifice, you lose time. So you pay for the lost material with your time. And if your opponent can take advantage of that, well and good. Otherwise, your material up.
Indeed. So yeah, normally they play knight d7, rook b8 or bishop b7, and they provoke white to play c4.
Okay.
And c4 becomes a target with knight on e5 then, so eventually, so bishops get exchanged, then knight comes to e5, probably queen to f6 generally. Yeah. So the c4 becomes a target.
But doesn't the bishop feel very completely blocked because of the pawn on d5?
Probably they could exchange after that. So it's probably like after you provoke, I don't know, but bishop on, see, it's necessary to provoke c4. If white can maintain the pawn on d5, white will be much better. So black has to provoke c3 to c4 for white. I think if white can maintain this pawn on c3, the black squares aren't so weak. So something has to be done. I don't know the exact theory, but pawn remains on c3, I'm comfortable. If I have to play c4 with white, I'm worried about b4, this diagonal, a5 to even diagonal sometimes, queen. Bishop b7 may not be accurate move, perhaps knight d7 looks good also here. But bishop b7, c4, bishop a6, but then your knight gets off place. No, I don't.
No, what I really like here is the knight coming to d7 first.
And rook e8 quickly.
Yes. And then we can decide depending on how white responds. Because knight to d7 is something we absolutely must play.
Yes.
The bishop, we can then decide whether to develop it on b7 or to f5 later once the knight moves to f6 or b6 or e5. We have ample choice.
Yes, indeed.
So maybe it's good to make a useful move, a necessary move first, and let your opponent take the decision where she wants to go.
Yes, very well said, Soumya. In fact, there's a Soviet school's rule that if you don't know which piece, some piece, if you don't know where to put it, try to avoid developing that till you know where to develop it.
Wow, that's a wonderful piece of advice. Yes, so we will come back to what Humpy decides to do against Harika in this position, and
I think
then
Harika would probably play knight. No move has been played, no?
she
So
hasn't made a move, but I
yeah,
am expecting knight
knight
d7 on the
d7,
board.
yeah.
So yeah, there we have the players on the screen. Wow. Fully concentrated. I expected Humpy to maybe take a break, have some water, but no, she's completely focused, waiting for her opponent to move. She's also calculating different lines. It's so wonderful to have this camera view, sir.
Yes, I think Humpy, even at the age of 8 and 10, has been so focused. She was able to play very well and play her best moves. And you know that Humpy has once defeated Anatoly Karpov in a match, and way back in 2006 when
Wow.
Karpov 2-0, and Karpov said that she had fantastic understanding, positional understanding. And Harika has been wonderful at all levels, and in fact, she has a good score. She has a better score against Humpy. She has a better score against Humpy. She has been very successful against Humpy, and she has played Grunfeld and King's Indian against Humpy mainly. Once a Perk defense also.
Wow. And sir, you have played against Humpy when she was only 13 years old.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
tell our viewers that story.
Yes, in fact, it was a wonderful experience because she was a young player, very enthusiastic, and equally uh, quiet and calm as she is. You can see very composed and within her control, with the nerves on the control. The temperament was simply fantastic even then. And well, she was young, so I was able to get a better position. But the way she turned over the tables to me, I was just left dumbfounded. I didn't know what went wrong, and then I analyzed and found that she tactically outplayed me. So that was, I think, a wonderful game and a wonderful memory as well, because like I was better because I have experience and I had some information of strategy, and she didn't have any information at that young age, but she knew how to beat the opponent. That's more important.
That's
Okay.
awesome. And let's just have, yeah, we have the players on the screen.
Yes, indeed. I think, well, Humpy is probably concentrating on the move but looking somewhere else. I think that's a common thing for chess players. Or most of the top players are so good at blindfold that you don't have to look at the board to think of a move. They just look anywhere and they have the photograph of the position which is there, and they keep on thinking just to make sure. It's not that they are off focus. And okay, now we have a different board here.
Wow. Yes. We have Lagno there playing against her countrymate Shuvalova Polina, and we also have Jiner versus Goryachkina now on the screen. Uh, yes, and we have their board on the screen as well. Um,
Yes, I think no moves played since then. E6 is being considered probably quite some time. Both players have taken good amount of time for last 2-3 moves. But the opening was played quite fast, if I remember, and the last move probably almost 10 minutes. Yeah.
yes. So right now they are still thinking. Let's go to what Nana is doing against Batsiashvili, Nino, her countrymate.
Okay, the Catalan, the proper way to play against this Catalan. Quickly, bishop b7 and c5. So black has played courageously. White rook is on d1, and since white rook is on d1 and black queen on d8, potential opening of the queen file could endanger black's queen, and yet black had played this decision. Certainly a well calculated decision and probably a good decision. c5 is a strategically, principally correct move and needs to be seen if it's tactically justified. White has rook on d1, black has queen on d8, opening the file. As I said, it's not so good, but white knight on d2 is a bit awkward, and probably black is banking on that. And this is the first time they have played this opening, so we don't know what will happen. They have played, although they are from the same country, this position had never arisen in their games. So both of them are a bit cautious. But yeah, but I think Batsiashvili has taken lesser time. You see, she has probably prepared this. And Dzagnidze has taken considerable amount of time.
Yes, it's
Yes, yes.
actually very well pointed out, sir. Nana has down to 50 minutes on the clock versus one hour 17 minutes for Nino. That's a huge time advantage. Let us remind the viewers about the time control. It is 1.5 hours for each player for the first 40 moves with a 30-second increment on each move, and after the 40 moves there will be an additional 30 minutes on the clock for each player, with which will be the final time control. Of course, it will also be with an increment of 30 seconds per move. So um, total amount of time each player gets is a little more than 2 hours for the entire game. In fact, maybe even 3 because of the 30-second increment.
Yes, and games do go to a fifth hour and sixth hour in such play. Well, I think Dzagnidze's decision to play Catalan, of course, she has prepared very well, but I've not seen many of her games in Catalan. So probably she's trying to judge, and her opponent had been playing Nimzo-Indian defense. This idea d4, d5 might have come as a comparative surprise. We don't know because they have been preparing long. And if Black has played c5 so quickly, and if it's good, I think then Black is going to equalize easily. White has now a sort of burden pressure to defeat this move, to sort of prove that this move is wrong, because the queen in front of rook is not generally good, and White is going to lose a lot of time in this, because in order to refute Black's move, she has to calculate a lot, and probably Black seems to be so comfortable. One has to see that the queen on c2 is very awkward, and if Black gets knight to c6, there's going to be a counter attack with knight b4 or knight into d4. So c5 has been a bit awkward move. It was c6 had been played only 3 moves before, yes, because c6 was a necessity to guard d5, and after putting on bishop on b7,
So
now Black is ready to develop the queen's knight on c6 instead of b7.
yeah, let's just show the viewers what Praveen ji is talking about. On the 6th move, Black responded with c6. White played queen to c2, b6, rook to d1, bishop to b7, knight bd2, and here Black responded not with knight d7, which is quite not natural looking, because Black's development is yet to be completed and the rook comes to c8, but she instead goes for a direct c5. So she has spent 2 moves playing this move instead of
Yes.
1. But it seems like she knows what she's doing, because
Yes.
she has so much more time on the clock.
I think knight bd7 is a normal way, but there are some drawbacks of that, and Botvinnik particularly has played very strong games with eventual b3 and e4 break with White, both Alekin and Botvinnik. And the famous game, I think Botvinnik floor is a famous game in which I know, like, some people felt that this opening was unplayable. So in those days, of course, 70, 80 years back. So now things are different, and now the c5 is a sharp way of playing. I have not seen many players playing so sharply here. I've seen one Kramnik playing knight bd7, rook c8, queen c7, then slowly going for c5 break. And this has been quite quick. Before White plays e4, she has played c5. So a very complex move. And if it's going to be a tactical variation, White could be at a disadvantage, because I think it's time for Black to take over the initiative, and White may have to. It may be difficult to find correct moves for White than for Black. Playing Black is somewhat easy, because Black would be giving naturally threats. Knight c6 would attack d4. It could threaten knight b4, disturbing the queen. And yes, I think it's. If I was White, I would also take a lot of time here. I think it's she's justified, because now she can't go for slow plan with b3, and she can no longer go for e4. Now b3 or e3 or such cd. I think exchanging in center is the most principled consideration, but Black gets a very strong center. So first direct cd5, ed5, and dc5. That's, I don't know. It doesn't look very, yeah. Also, Black could take with knight. Well, I don't believe, but cd5, ed5 looks better. So the c5 and d5 pawns don't seem to be weak. To attack the hanging pawns, you should have a knight on c3, and you've played knight d2, so it's not going to attack the be easy to attack the d5 pawn.
No, but if White takes on d5, Black takes on ed, pawn takes c5, and Black
Yeah.
takes back with the pawn, then we do have these hanging pawns.
Yeah, but there's
And we
no
do
easy
get a
knight
knight to
b3,
b3.
knight b3, queen b6. So Yeah,
But
it's
it seems like white will have some targets, and black will be the one to sort of have to defend them for a while at least before he can get his her pawns rolling in the center.
actually it's very awkward for black to play this if white knight stands on c3. This pawn structure with the hanging pawn structure with white knight on c3 is sometimes becomes very difficult for black to handle. Knight on b3 perhaps is not so effective, but yes, it also has a point. I think white should take the principled cd and dc. Though knight and d2 is going to be a big sort of problem in getting any advantage. I don't think black is better, of course. White must be a bit better here. Black has wasted some time, and black may get space advantage if you give hanging pawns. The disadvantage of hanging pawns is that the pawns are weak. The advantage of hanging pawns is that they control center, and they could give some initiative.
By hanging pawns, for the viewers who are not aware of this term yet, by hanging pawns, Praveen ji means that once we take on d5, black takes on d5 with the pawn, and then we take on c5 with our pawn, and black takes on c5 with his pawn. There will be two black pawns in the center. They look great, but they don't have any other pawns on their side to support them. So they both are amazing, but on their own. So they have a price to pay to be as independent as they are. And that's what we mean by hanging pawns, because they can be easily targeted because they
Yes.
cannot be supported
Yeah.
by a pawn. By the way, Praveen ji, as we were discussing, I realized that we can actually take on d5. Black takes on d5 with the pawn, and we need not take on c5 immediately. We
b3 or
can
something.
continue our development because our bishop
Yeah.
needs to go to b2 in order to look at this wonderful diagonal, and in the future we can take d into c5 whenever we are ready.
Yeah. There will be different times when black could have an option of capturing with bishop later. For example, DC, CD, ED, B3, knight C6, and bishop B2, rook C8.
All right.
Yeah, so it could be, which queen is more uncomfortable? The queen on C2 in front of rook C8 or the queen on
Oh, white has taken
DC5?
d into c5, not c into d5, the move we were discussing, but d into c5.
Oh, that means second
pawn into
capture. She
c5.
must make second capture. If black gets D4, I think black will be better. So second capture has to be made now.
But maybe she is thinking of a tricky move here, sir. Not
If
c takes d5, but to play.
E4 or something.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. E4, pawn into pawn. No, E4 was probably unplayable. No, pawn into pawn, knight
And
into pawn,
knight
bishop into E4.
Takes and all right. So we move.
Yeah.
No, but we need not take with the pawn knight immediately. We can
Knight
go to
G5,
g5,
yeah.
and the pawn. If she comes to e3, we take the bishop. We are also sneaky here, and we simply pick up the rook after pawn takes knight and rook takes.
I think E4 would have a serious problem with D4. Black is comfortable with that. But
And
it's
then
yeah.
b4.
Yeah, or knight E1 first.
mean,
Knight E1 first.
It's
and
all
then
a lot
yeah,
of fun to analyze.
Yeah, E4 is, I think, is a possibility. Yes, E4 is a possibility. But she goes for a simpler play. Knight
Knight to
B3.
b3.
I think queen B6 looks logical here. And then probably she wants to play bishop D2, knight C6. I don't know. I think black is very comfortable now after knight B3. I don't really like the knight placed on b3. Knight on knight 3 is always badly placed. That was said by Dr. Sigbert Tarash, world number 2 once, not once, 2-3 times. And it happens to be true that knight on b3 or g3 for white and b6 or g6 for black is generally bad, except in some specific positions.
That's interesting. I know for a fact that knight on b3 can usually be kicked away with the pawn coming to a4, and the same treatment goes for the knight on g3 with h5 to h4, and that's why it is not that well placed, because the rook pawn can advance and kick it away. But yes, here it doesn't even get to go to d4.
Yes, I didn't see much point in knight b3. If I think white took dc, then probably, as you suggested, e4 was one course. Other course was to give hanging pawns, cd, ed. That was, I think, the most principled way of doing it. No.
All right, so let's go to another game now. We can go to have a look at what Polina is doing against Lagno, because that was such an interesting
Yes, yes.
game.
Oh,
We left it after b5, cb5, a6. Black had sacrificed a pawn,
yeah.
and we were discussing what would black
Hmm.
do for pawn into a6. We were discussing a lot of ideas with the
Yeah.
knight coming to e5 and then to d3 in the future.
Hmm.
But black played e6 immediately. She
I,
wants to break the
I don't
center
think it's a
open.
good move. I mean, I played Benko Gambit sometimes, and black's strength is the safe d6 and the e7 bishop. You don't need to break this because you open up the queen side. I mean, it's if you are not played b5, then you need some space. But now you have space. I don't think that's a good move. No, I've never seen anybody playing this way. Of course, it could be. Doesn't look like preparation. As was a could be. Prepared very soon, but I don't think because white has already played h4, which means that after h5 your g6 point could be very weak. I'm not sure if that's a good move. Of course, the players are very strong. They're world level players, and surely they know better. But it seems that this is a sort of move I've not seen um, being played in this particular variation. Benko Gambit with e6, I think the first time in my life I'm seeing this, but
Hmm.
maybe some idea is there behind that.
But it makes sense because white has already moved the pawn to h4. It is not a usual Benko gambit with the pawn still on
Yeah, but
h2.
black knight, if I'm sure that she wants to take fe and the f line will be open, but if black knight comes to g4 or e4, only then it makes sense. Perhaps she wants to make it like a Blumenfeld gambit that d fe and then d5, and then she's aiming to attack f2. Does she have that time? I don't know. White could play maybe knight h3. Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, white could play knight h3 perhaps, or take first. Take first, I think, is necessary. Yeah, and, yeah. She played. She's taken. No.
She has taken on
Okay.
e6,
Hmm.
pawn takes e6, and pawn to h5.
I don't know. Really, she's going for attack, but I think it was time to play knight h3 and castle on the king side quickly. I think so because I don't know. Black may try something like d5 or something here, and I don't know d5. She wants to play e5 perhaps. Now it's going to be very complex
It is
because
going to be. I think the game is wide open. It can go
yes,
either way. Like
mm,
both the players are playing for three results, and why wouldn't a player in black's end enjoy a position where you can play for three results?
actually g into h5 is a good possibility here. Rather than being saddled with a weak pawn on g6, it's better to have a pawn on h7, which is safer, and g into h5 probably is a possibility, and your bishop on h5 is not very well placed. I could take bishop a6 and stop your castling and something of that sort and prepare for. Yeah, it's the black is trying to open up the game. Somehow,
G into h5 is a move that never would have occurred to me, sir,
uh,
because I mean I want to keep my king
okay,
protected, but I see your point that if we take the pawn, then we are first of all creating a square for our knight on
yeah,
g4, and secondly, anyway, white is going to take on g6 and
yeah,
open up the
yeah.
h file.
And the
So
g6 becomes a target. In fact, it's a common modus operandi in Perk defense and modern defense. They play g into h5 when you can't take with the pawn, rather than allowing h into g6, and g6 becomes very soft. White could just play bd3 and throw e5. So it's better to have pawn h7, and the bishop on h5 is a bit awkward. I think gh5 should be considered here. I think d5 is another option which is not working in my opinion. d5 e5 should be bad. So
GH5 is a fantastic resource. Maybe I am sure Kateryna is thinking about it at least. And the second move which you mentioned, d5, also looks great. Um,
I prefer GH. I mean, it's very standard in Perk defense. And I mean, you have played King's Indian. In King's Indian, it doesn't come anytime. Yes, but in Perk defense, it's very common. And the point is that you keep the pawn on h7 rather than g6. As you are going to have only one pawn around the center, better have it on h7. Put the king on h8.
so instead of allowing this pawn
Yes,
structure,
indeed. Yeah.
you want to go for this pawn structure
Yes. Yes.
and put the king on h8,
Hmm.
where the h pawn defends your king, but it's also vulnerable to
Yes.
attack.
Yes. Of course, it's available.
Yes.
But it's not easy. Black is going to play bishop a6 and queen a5. So I don't know if white had time to play h5. Personally, I would have got scared if my opponent played e6. And yeah, but it's they are so strong that people consider all these possibilities. I think there's a psychological element also. I
Is it?
think probably they are. I'm sure that they have not reached this position before. You look at Lano's time. I think she's taking a lot of time. So she's playing something over the board. I think.
But
And
yeah, that's true. But it seems like she has made her move, but we have not yet gotten it on our
oh,
feed
okay, okay.
because I see that on the camera, Shuvalova's clock is running and she has taken
Oh, yeah,
GH5.
yeah.
Yes, we see it on the board.
Mm.
So G into H5 has been taken as you suggested, and she wants to play with the pawn on H7 instead of G6. Wow, brave attempt. Uh, let's consider the main moves here. Bishop into
Yes, I think bishop
H5.
h5 because black would otherwise play knight g4 or something if possible. But yeah, bishop
But is it
h5.
prudent to give away this light squared bishop?
No, I think knight into h5 is not possible because queen h5 and it's not easy to guard the h7 point then.
Great. So knight H5 we can rule out, and H6.
No, I think you can just leave it there. No, pawn bishop h5, then just play bishop into a6.
So we are ruling out knight H5, queen H5.
Exactly.
Let's just show the
Ha,
viewers.
yeah.
Because the queen and rook make a battery on H7 and it's impossible to guard it with either of black's pieces. And once you play H6, the C1 bishop comes alive
Yes.
and we simply grab the
Yes.
pawn on H6. Queen F6 can be met with various moves, if not bishop to E3,
Yes.
guarding the pawn on F2 and saving our bishop at the same time.
Yes.
So this variation would not be possible. Let's have a look at bishop a6 as you suggested. What are white's options?
Actually, what happens is now you can't develop knight f3 because you know the queen is not going to h5. So no, after bishop a6 you can't develop knight f3 because in knight h5 is possible.
It's the queen's route is blocked because of the knight, right?
And if you don't play knight f3, then queen f5 could be irritating because you are not in a position to castle. So where to put the white king it could be a challenge, and that's why perhaps h5 was a time-consuming move. Although at this stage it looks that black is preferable.
Okay, so you would prefer to take black in this position.
Now, yeah, but
and two moves earlier, no.
Yes, without h5 certainly. I mean, no, d6 is correct. I think knight f3 or knight h3 some move was good probably here.
So perhaps h5 was a little hasty. We will find out, but it seems as if it was hasty and black simply took on h5 and Shuvalova has been thinking how to respond to it.
Yeah.
All right, and let's have a look at how Humpy is doing against Harika. I saw Harika strolling over to Shuvalova's game and having a look at their game. So we left the position over here, I would say, and actually over here, E into d5, and we were discussing which move to go for, and Harika went for knight d7.
Yes, I think there is specific theory in this, and black should try to provoke white to play c4 and white avoid c4. So let's see how the things go.
So white goes knight to e2, knight b6, bishop c6, attacking the rook, rook b8. Once you decide not to play c4 here, I think your next moves are now decided by force because knight b6 and you are attacking d5 pawn. So can white still play c4 here, by the way?
Probably, but
a6,
a6 and you lose the c4 pawn. You don't lose bishop c6. Yeah, so a6, bishop c6.
Queen f6, I think.
Yeah, I think a6 may not be the best move because you sometimes want to put bishop on c6. But yeah, c4 is possible. I think a6. No, a6 could seriously weaken the b6 point. So no, rook b1 can suddenly become strong with bishop on c6 once you guard the c4 point with queen c3.
Oh, but you know what may be the problem with c4 is that we need not play a6 but we can play bishop b7, stop bishop c6, and now the bishop cannot go anywhere after a6 because a4 is not available. Knight into a4.
Yeah,
so this might be the issue with c4.
Yeah, c4 looks artificial if the bishops are there. But a move played bishop c6. Now, can black give up some material? Bishop a6 and bishop into rook e8? No.
Wow, that's very daring.
Of
Bishop
course,
a6, bishop a8, and rook to e8, attacking the knight on e2. We have given up a whole rook, but we don't care. We are looking at the king. And what if I castle?
yeah, bishop a6 just castle also. No, if at this stage you can't castle because you lose both e2 and a2. So for bishop a6 you must castle.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
once black plays bishop a6, we cannot take on of 8 because rook e8, and after castle rook into e2 we attack the queen and then we pick up the 8 bishop. So
yeah,
we
but bishop a6 you castle. I play rook c8 attacking c6. It's going to be bit awkward with knight c4 coming. I think bishop a6 is possible here because I don't know, but it's risky. I mean, I can't be
but he can
like that.
also
Yeah.
but can't white also pick up two rooks for a queen? Let's say bishop a6, bishop a8, rook e8, and I come back bishop c6.
Yeah, but
But then maybe you
yes, rook
take
take everything and the queen on e7 check, and the white king is
too
badly.
vulnerable.
Yeah, knight is coming to c4. Probably not, but maybe perhaps black has to decide where the bishop is best. And as things stand, bishop seems best on f5, stopping rook b1. So perhaps bishop e6 is a sort of tricky move, and bishop a8 may not be possible, but maybe it's not an effective move because you sometimes you regret the bishop of putting a bishop on a6. If your opponent castled, then played rook e1. Yeah, so maybe that's
So there was some deep analysis there, but the game is progressing very fast. So let's
okay.
go and have a look.
Yeah.
Rook b8 was played.
Okay, standard taking the open
So
file.
black still keeps the option of bishop b7 or bishop f5
Mostly
open.
bishop f5, queen f6 looks logical now, no? Queen f6, bishop f5.
Yes. And
Knight.
then castle, bishop b7,
Okay.
bishop takes the bishop,
Okay.
rook takes the bishop. So now the d5 pawn is extremely vulnerable.
Yeah. Rook d1 probably. Yeah.
Rook d7. We are attacking the d5 pawn now.
Knight f4
And
forced, I think.
c4 is not possible
Yes,
anymore.
now, yeah.
So I'm just wondering.
Knight f4 only move. Yeah.
Knight f4 only move, but is the knight stable on f4? That is a question.
Yeah.
Queen g5, rook fe1, sir. Rook f d8. So black has doubled all of his forces
Okay, and the next move
are
knight d5.
attacking
Acha,
on the d5.
it's heading towards
Right.
a draw now. Probably knight d5 will be taken.
Queen e3. But even here, knight d5 is not possible yet.
Now it's knight d5. Yeah,
It's a great move because knight takes, and now the queen is attacking the queen. After rook takes, we take on g5 with the queen. After rook takes, we pick up the d8 rook.
Exactly.
And in case knight takes the pawn, we take the queen first, then knight comes back to e3.
Supporting d1.
Yes.
So queen f5 looks like the only move here, and planning, and you can't take c5, so I take d5. That looks like the logical way, queen f5. And now you can't save the pawn, so I take knight d5 next. And you can't take queen into c5 because the f4 knight is hanging. So queen f5 looks like the only move equalizing. It seems that this game will lead to a draw soon. I think in half an hour probably we should see, because I think a good opening for Harika then, because with black she got a very comfortable position, I must say.
Actually, there is a nice line over here that we can look at. After queen f5, I support the knight with g3. Black takes the pawn on d5. I take the pawn on c5.
Okay.
And black takes the knight
on f4.
on
yeah.
f4. We take the queen.
And
Black takes.
No, black could take rook d1 there. No, queen f5, rook d1.
But then I can support the rook, no? I need not take the knight.
Yeah, but again you have to calculate how the f5 queen, how does the f5 queen support? Only with queen e5, yeah?
Queen e4?
Queen e4, yeah. And again we have knight h3 check, king. Okay, that seems to be fine. You just support it. Okay, everything is guarded. So knight d5, yeah.
Queen e4 and we support the rook,
Yeah,
and after rook e1 we take with the queen. So that will be a little
winning for white,
Yeah.
that should be. So g3, queen f5, knight into d5, queen into c5, knight into f4, queen into f5, g into f5,
And
rook
this
into
is-
d7, rook into d7, g into f4, and rook d2. I think although white is a pawn up, it looks like a Draw this ending.
Yeah, white is a pawn up, but can white keep the pawn is the question. I
Yeah,
think she
yeah,
can,
because
because we can play a4.
also rook e5 attacks quite a few pawns, c5 as well f5. But I think
Yes,
all this, with all isolated pawns, one or two pawns up doesn't really matter in rook ending. Rook ending, there's a Russian proverb, all rook endings are drawn. Because that's the only ending where a pawn up, two pawns up doesn't matter if you don't have proper initiative or passed pawn. It's rook endings are the toughest endings and the most commonly occurring endings.
definitely. So we will be curious as to what Harika decides to do against Queen e3. Queen f5 is the move that we expect her to play,
Yes, I think
but
so.
maybe she finds another resource in this position. Let's go to Jiner's game against Goryachkina. We haven't looked at it for a while, so we left the position over here after rook h6 was played, rook f e1, and we were discussing bishop d8, and now we were discussing the pawn to e6. But um, Zujiner did not go for that. She plays rook to d2, knight into d4, knight takes the knight, and pawn to c5. So bishop d8 was the idea was that after knight b5 the c7 pawn remains guarded and we can go back bishop f5. I quite like it.
But I don't know, knight b5. I do intend to play e6 and take on c7. I mean, I have some chance because your black squares are weak and c5 could be weak. And if you
Oh,
play a6, then I'm going to play knight c3 and then e4 and d5. So knight
so
b, I don't.
that's the point. So
Yeah,
that's why after knight b5 she does not go bishop f5 but she switches and plays bishop e6, not allowing white to play
not allowing
e6.
e6, and not wasting time in a6 because the knight on b5 is not well placed anyway.
Yes, it
Bishop,
has to go back to c3 in
yes,
order to come back to d5
d5 or e4
or
somewhere. Yeah.
e4. Yes. Oh, and this square looks extremely
Yes,
juicy.
also c5 because you have to play b6. Then if you already played a6, white plays with a4 and yeah.
Oh, actually, now that it's clearer, the position has cleared out, we see that this maneuver looks extremely strong.
Actually, bishop on h2. Had the bishop been on e3, I think this position would have been good for white.
Oh,
Yeah.
look
So,
at this poor
but
bishop blocked
yes,
behind his own pawn.
yes.
But can we remaneuver it to f2 at some point?
F3 and king h1. But then black starts opening up the king with g4. King
That's
side,
true.
f3, d4.
We cannot waste too much time.
Yeah, it's actually the weakness. The pawn moves have to be made very carefully in this structure because black king is stuck in center and white also king is, I mean, in a position where it could be exposed. White is not able to, black is not playing g4 because it would regenerate the bishop with bishop f4. So h2 bishop is a bit awkward. Yeah, it's difficult to play any moves in such position. It's like you don't really find great plans. It could be one of the most time consuming positions here
Mm-hmm.
because the position could be balanced and not a single clear cut plan. There are probably various points that you could want to put pawns in this structure or that. f4 generally is unplayable now because of g4.
Yes, f4
Yeah,
looks
unless you are
awkward.
getting f5 on the immediate move.
Hmm.
Unless you are getting f5 on the immediate move, f4 is always unplayable. But yes, if you get
And
f4 and f5, then you could almost be winning. Yeah.
I have a question. For f4, black cannot take on f4?
Then I'm very comfortably bishop into f4. No?
And then I come to g6 with
And
my
say
rook?
king on h2 and then bring knight on d5
Okay,
or
so
knight on e4. Yeah.
you mean to say that white's plans are easier than black in that
Yes, after
position?
after you take it, become okay. She voluntarily came back. Okay.
Yes. So knight to comes to c3 and now we are playing knight to e4
Yeah,
or
or d5 and
or
post
d5
that.
depending.
Yeah, the black queen rook will have some problems in getting into the game. The king rook has come to h6. Black setup is very good for defense, but black has no active plan as such. That's common in this opening.
Interesting.
Let's see perhaps some other games because this is, I think, it's going to be a game where things will probably be decided by things which are not so relevant at this stage now, because here when the game opens up and where the pawns are placed, I think that is going to matter a lot.
Okay, so let's go and have a look at uh, Dzagnidze versus Nino.
Okay.
Uh, so
Yeah, the hanging pawns.
the hanging pawns game.
Yeah.
And we left it at knight b3,
Yes.
and we were wondering whether this knight is good on b3 or not.
Hmm.
And then black replied with knight to d7.
Hmm.
Bishop comes to f4,
Okay.
preventing e5 and just developing our
Yeah, I think
bishop.
I'm preparing for rook c1 as well.
Exactly. And then black replied with a5. This is something we were also discussing.
Yes, the knight on b3. Yeah, you suggested that knight is unstable, and yes, she is making it very quickly. She's following your plan very quickly. White has to decide on what to do with the knight. Probably, yes, it's. I don't. I'm not very satisfied with White's position. I think Black is very comfortable. Space, more space, always makes it easy to play.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, White may have advantage in the sense that Black has weaknesses, but Black has space, and it's much easier to post the pieces. For example, Black queen on b6 will be very stable, whereas White's queen has to be in first or second rank. And Black has the option of putting rooks at different places. I think rook c8 and rook d8 looks logical for Black to put a8 rook to c8, and the f8 rook to d8 looks normal. Unless White plays cd5 and opens the e file, bishop on f4 with fianchetto is a temporary measure. Don't you think, Soumya, that eventually when Black plays h6 or something, the bishop on f4 is going to be unstable because of the fianchetto? I mean, normally in fianchetto we rarely play bishop to f4 unless it's going to be exchanged soon. It can't be established longer. Normally the good combination of bishop f4 is to h3 and g2 pawns in other openings. But yeah, this, I think Black has a easier way to play. h6 probably not at this stage. Queen b6, rook a c8. I think they look more logical way to play here. White, I think, eventually has to play cd sometime.
Maybe now is the time, because Black is threatening a4, and then where do we go back with our knight?
Actually, it will have to come to d2 back. No?
She has taken cd5,
cd5,
and then ed5. This is on the board, and this is the live position that we have.
Yeah, now I don't know why it has.
White has a lot of ideas. I think White can play rook c1, but then the problem is a4,
A4,
and what do we do with this knight?
d2 back, and then say queen b6 or something. Or
so another idea would be to maybe exchange one knight.
I'm sure that she played bishop f4 to play knight e5. The advantage in knight e5 is that you weaken c5 point. You open up the g2 bishop, so you open d5 point. So your real battle against hanging pawn starts with knight e5.
Wow, very nice move that's been pointed out by Praveenji's knight e5. And
you suggested that move. I'm only justifying your move, but I like the move, yeah.
But I like your reasoning that after knight e5, knight takes, we are getting rid of Black's defender of the c5 pawn, and now we have an extra attacker on b3. So knight e5, nice idea here, and yes, it seems like the most logical move to play. But Nana is extremely down on the clock. She's down to 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think actually I have not seen her play Catalan a lot. What I feel is she finds the position new, because I have seen sometimes I played surprise openings in order to surprise my opponent in the opening, and after that surprise element is over, and after I get the desired position, very often I have felt, oh, but what next? I have never studied that. So sometimes it happens that perhaps she has not played Catalan as often as she has done the Queen's Gambit regular ones. So I think she's making a sort of plan, putting out the pieces. Bishop f4 probably is correct. Actually for knight e5 also, Black can go a4 directly. Knight into d7 is not working. Knight into d7. No, it's could be very complex. Knight
e5, and you're suggesting
a4, knight into d7.
You cannot take on b3 because we take check, and then we take the pawn. So we take with the queen, of course, and
And
then
then
we
the
are a pawn up.
b7 bishop and d5 is also under attack. Yeah, so that's bad. So knight e5,
Sorry,
a4, knight into d7.
sorry, let me just complete the
Yeah, yeah,
variation.
I think so.
So after queen b3, what you were pointing out is b7 bishop is attack, and we are also
Uh,
a pawn up.
yeah, and yeah, okay, the f6 knight guards the. No, the f6 knight is exchange. There's a bishop on f6, so even d5 is under attack. That was my point.
Yes, because of the bishop on g2.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful. So that's why after knight e5,
a4, knight d7 is compulsory, and then black must take knight d7. Then probably.
yes, he must take knight
She
d7, but
must take knight d7, and then d5 is bit weak. But where do you put your knight?
that's true. Now we cannot take bishop d5 because black will simply take. She can also take ab
Yes,
actually
yeah.
because our queen is attacked, and
Yeah.
then we simply pick up the piece for free. So we can't do that. And after knight e5, a4, knight d7, we must take knight d7, and now we need to go back with a knight, maybe c1.
c1, yeah. d2 is, I think, contrary to what we are playing at. So knight d2, but then yeah, knight c1, we are keeping an attack on d5.
And she comes back, no, on to f6.
Yeah, or maybe to b6 as well, no?
Oh, to b6 as well. So
So knight on f6, there's a danger of bishop g5 and hitting that knight to weaken the d5. Knight on b6 perhaps safer. It guards a4 point also. And you're ready to play rook c8 to guard c5. So both points are getting. My observation in hanging pawns, I don't know, it's my idea and I'm not sure if it's correct, but if the more minor pieces is generally good for hanging pawns. So as the minor pieces get exchanged, this hanging pawns could be under attack. So 3 minor pieces is the optimal position for black. If white succeeds in exchanging a few minor pieces, then probably the d5 and c5 could become targets. But an interesting game, and black seems to be very comfortable with this. The move c5 has been played very quickly, isn't it, in the opening? Yeah, so a very interesting opening. Again, one of the greatest masters of hanging pawns, Dr. Emanuel Lasker, Dr. Alexander Alekin sometime, but Botvinnik. I think if you want to learn about how to play with these hanging center pawns, follow the games of Mikhail Botvinnik, one of the greatest teachers and 5 times world champion, and his most favorite pupil, Garry Kasparov, Botvinnik's student, also was great in handling these pawns. A very interesting pawn structure. It's a position which it's sort of a joy to play this position with both sides. With white, you have a clear-cut plan of trying to attack the black pawns. With black, you have a clear-cut plan of uh, activating the pieces to better squares because opponent is down to the first and second rank. You see one bishop on f4 for white, which is not very stable. Knight d2 shares come back. Okay, and now probably that's what I think. Knight d2 was forced, and probably knight d5, but she moved knight d2 instead of c1, which means that attack against d5 is delayed. So black is very comfortable here, I think. Yes, it's knight on d2. Well, I think she makes a different plan. White is trying to, Dzagnidze is trying to follow a blockade policy. I think she's going to hit e4. And actually, she has a hidden threat of knight c4. Did you see that? White is threatening to play knight c4. Yeah, white is threatening to play knight c4, and then suddenly the black's d6 square becomes very sensitive. So knight c4 is a very dangerous possibility. The black needs to stop knight c4. So perhaps queen b6 or some other way, queen b6 maybe. Black looks very comfortable. So don't you think knight c4 is a very interesting threat? Knight on c4, if white gets, then white could be threatening knight d6 and such moves. So
oh yeah,
black should support the bishop. Queen b6 looks logical here. I don't know. Queen
Knight
b6, yeah, queen b6
Knight
probably.
c4 is a really cool move to play also, because you cannot take because the bishop is a hanging, and also you get to do something useful with your knight finally.
Yes. Now, as a child, I was thrilled to see a game by Alekhine where knight suddenly jumped to from d2 to c4 and black was not able to defend d5 pawn. So now
Wow.
I never fianchettoed before that, and I didn't know the hidden strength of a fianchetto bishop. And when I saw the game, I saw it again and again. Now, Alekhine, some of the classics, I think they are all-time greats. Yeah, but surely black is going to make a move which will defend the bishop. So queen b6 probably. In one of the Karpov games, he maneuvered his queen to e6, and that
Oh.
was a very powerful position. Here, queen b6 may have some problems with bishop h3. I don't know. Yeah, but queen b6, rook f d8, and rook a c8. It's going to be some problem in developing the queen rook because the e4 pawn could be weak, and we really don't know. Yeah, where to put the pieces now? The advantage black has is black has lot of options because of the space, and the disadvantage is that to make the right choice.
Yes, definitely. Actually, chess is all about decision making, after a level. I mean, only initially you're learning tactics and pins and all sorts
Yeah.
of ideas. Classics, of course, as you have been mentioning repeatedly. You remember so many games, Praveenji. It's admirable, actually. But after a level, I think it's all about decision making, because
Yes,
everyone
yes.
sees the same moves, the same combinations, ideas, but to be able to choose between two equally good looking moves, equally
Correct.
decent ideas. That is the difficulty that players face, and in limited time.
Yes, and sometimes the words of wisdom by the past masters are so great. Like Ruben Fine has said that even at the top level, though the games are played for slight advantage and position advantage, the final uh, end of the game takes place with a tactical mistake, which of a very basic nature. A fork or a pin is missed because of the ability to calculate more than the other. And as Teichmann has said, German grandmaster, that chess is 99% tactics and 1% technique. So you play a long technical game, but if you're not alert, then it's important. That's why you must see in my great predecessors, what Kasparov says is that the games of Morphy. Morphy is the only player according to Kasparov who never made a blunder.
Wow.
And in Fischer's word, Morphy was the most accurate player. Some of the things, and one of the Karpov's games, Miniatures by World Champions, he had analyzed one Morphy game for 12 pages. So, Morphy, even today, I think is considered to be the greatest genius. And in fact, one of Fischer's comment after he became world champion, if Morphy was there today, he would learn the new technique in 6 months and he would become a world champion. So you're talking of somebody who passed away over 140 years ago, and yes, we actually play like Morphy these days. The Indians play like Morphy these days. So
Wow.
very aggressive. Morphy would probably place his pieces correctly. The activity of pieces, I think that's something very important, and not being exposed to a opponent's piece. What is exposed to a piece? Can you tell them? Tell the viewers, because big piece supported with a smaller piece, and when attacked with a smaller piece has to run away. So queen coming to a strong square has to see that there's no attack against the piece. Whereas pawns can be safe as long as they can be supported with pawn, but nobody dares capture them.
Yeah, pawns are of least value but very useful, because they are
Yeah.
so useful in controlling squares. And also, as Praveenji mentioned, that a piece of higher value, when it is supported by a lower value, uh,
It doesn't make much sense because
yes,
it can be attacked by a lower
yes.
value piece.
So it makes more sense. Yes, so it's important. That's what he means by not placing your pieces in exposed
Yes,
positions.
where a smaller piece can attack you.
Exactly. Also, I was looking at some ideas here while you were talking about Morphy's genius. So some sacrifices came to my mind as well. If for Queen B6, we still continue with Knight to
Okay, okay,
C4,
okay. I missed that. Yeah, okay.
because the rook comes to
Yes, yes,
D7,
yes, yeah. We can't.
and
No,
why not?
no. Rook d7, bishop g2, and rook e7.
Yeah, and this position, isn't it like, I mean, black has these doubled pawns on
Yeah, and,
c5.
but if the fianchetto bishop is missing, even that could be. Yeah, but I think queen b6, knight c4, or queen b6, e4. Both these possibilities need to be seen. But queen knight c4 must be the most dangerous possibility. Yes, queen b6, knight c4, dc4, rook d7, bishop g2 force, rook e7.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah,
Let's show this line.
yeah,
Knight c4,
yeah, pawn and
dc4,
yeah,
rook d7,
b,
bishop to takes the g2
and rook into e7.
bishop, and we take the dark bishop.
Yeah, and we black probably goes bishop d5 or something to save the pawn, but no need to save the pawn. Bishop to h3 would be awkward,
Or
but yeah,
maybe
not to b7 because yeah, I
we
don't know. I want the b file open even if it's but even that position is not particularly bad for black, no. Because you have lost a fianchetto to bishop,
it doesn't
so
look worse.
yeah, you are bound to play f3 sometime, and black is going to play rook e8 then. But yeah, f3, bishop
And
h3, f3 seems good for white maybe. But
yeah,
black should be avoiding queen b6, but no, why weaken the pawns?
and also there are some another idea that after queen b6, knight to c4 take, rook takes the knight,
Hmm.
bishop takes the bishop, and we can take with the king. So now we have the same colored bishops on the board, but unfortunately it doesn't
Indeed,
work
yeah, that's
because of queen coming to
yes,
c6
yeah,
check,
yes.
and a double attack on the king and the rook.
Yeah, that would be a tactical blunder, as you correctly pointed out. Yeah.
So that's why this in this line we have to go for the opposite color middle game that we
Hmm.
discussed after the rook taking on e7 bishop.
Yeah, and
But it seems like black is okay, right?
probably. But if nothing happens for some time, then black is going to lose these pawns, c4 and c5.
Yeah, they look extremely vulnerable in
Yeah.
that position. And another move actually here that comes to mind is rook to a7,
Rook
just
to a7.
protecting
Oh,
the bishop
okay, okay.
and not allowing knight c4 prophylaxis.
Okay, okay. Rook a7, yeah, looks like a interesting move. Although it's a bit awkward. Should white start with e4 then? Because e4 you are ready to play d4 then, yeah? And yeah, knight on c4. I don't know. Rook a7, e4, d4, knight c4.
Knight to c4. We are coming to d6 with our knight, so let's be
Yeah,
careful. Can we go knight to
b6 probably, exchanging a few pieces.
yes?
Yeah, and
Would this be okay?
yeah, I think an e5 doesn't make much sense anyway. Both pieces get exchanged. It's too difficult to attack the c5 pawn once you have played e4. And so actually the idea of playing against hanging pawn is to provoke black, rather compel black to play advance one of the pawns. You know, the pawn duo on c5 and d5. What's a pawn duo when the pawns are in next to each other and the fourth rank? They actually protect each other and they protect a lot of squares. None of the white pieces can come to b4, e4, d4, and c4. When one of the pawn moves, immediately the other becomes vulnerable. These pawns are each other's friends. If somebody is in danger, that pawn moves and the other pawn protects it. Once you have already advanced the pawn, then they can be fixed targets, and then they could be attacked more easily. But rook a7, yes, I think interesting move, rook a7, and where to put the queen thereafter? Probably thereafter move the knight.
A8
Yeah,
also.
queen 8, yeah, perhaps. Yeah,
Maybe.
Queen 8, but queen 8.
But not immediately. We can
Yeah,
move our knight
knight,
and
yeah, knight to rook a7 and knight b6, I thought, but then c5 needs to be taken care of.
however
Okay.
no pieces are attacking
True,
it right
no
now.
minor piece can attack.
Yes.
No, when we play knight b6, knight e4 becomes a possibility because of the pin. So it's
Right.
again, white survives, or white generally the hanging against hanging pawns. If white has to win, white has to tactically outplay the opponent. Somewhere suddenly the pawns become weak because of a tactical inaccuracy.
Wow. And yes, and we have a chat in our stream saying that we have a wonderful commentary. Thank you. Oh, that's very kind of you. We are happy you're enjoying it.
Yeah,
And
really thank you for this feedback, because we want to reach you with all the ideas which we have learnt. I played my first tournament 52 years back, so you know, a lot of things I have a lot of time to learn.
Wow, 52 years back? That's amazing. And you're still playing. Oh, we have a result
Yes,
on the Humpy versus Harika game. It
yeah,
has ended in a draw.
yeah.
Let's just see how the game finished.
I think we had predicted the line. It must have happened. It looked like four forced moves. Yeah, knight d5.
Let's
Yeah,
just go
yeah,
through it.
yeah.
G3, knight takes d5, queen takes,
See,
knight
yeah.
f4,
Uh,
queen f5, takes on f5, rook takes, gf4. We reached
yes,
all of
here is
this.
this. Yeah.
Yes, we even reached till
Yeah,
d2
rook
with our
d2, yeah.
rook.
Although rook c7 and rook c5 rook c4 was equally good, but rook d2 we said rook d2 has the best move. Yeah,
Yes.
even I think this position is a draw. Yeah.
So rook e5 also
Yes,
you
yeah,
pointed out,
winning the pawn. Yeah,
winning the pawn, and then rook takes on e2, rook takes on f5. So
yeah.
white
So
is a pawn up,
yeah,
but is it of much use because it's
yes,
on f4 doubled up with the f2 pawn, and it cannot be created into a passed pawn
yeah.
because of the pawns on f7 and e2.
Objectively, pawn on g3 also it's a draw. Black will just advance the a pawn, exchange the a pawn with c pawn, and then you have a standard 3 versus 2 draw. Even with the pawn on g3 instead of f4. But yeah, now it's a very. I think we felt that the game would end in less than half an hour. I think in a draw, it's
So
become very obvious.
rook f5, rook a4, king
Okay.
f1,
Rook c4.
rook to c4,
Ah, okay. Rook
attacking the
yeah,
c3 pawn and exchanging
yeah,
the queen side pawns. So now only the king side pawns remain.
yeah.
Rook c4, and a draw was agreed.
Yes, even the pawn is lost.
Yes, and
Oh, the pawn is not lost. f5 and rook c5, f6. The pawn is not lost for a moment. But yeah, I think after f5,
no, f5 we
king
play
g7,
king
king
g7,
g7. Yeah,
and we anyway will pick up the
yeah,
pawn.
very quickly. Yeah.
Yes.
But even without that, I think one doesn't have to bother. Just put the king on g7 here, and it's obvious draw anyway. So okay, the first game to result has been Indian, and the second also. So okay, Indians have finished the games quicker than others. Yeah,
And it's a good result for both Humpy and
yes, I think
Harika. Very good start for both of them. With a plus score. A draw is a plus score, as they say in chess. And I once heard a comment by Daniel Dubois, I guess, that if you don't like to draw, then you must not play chess. You can choose another sport. It is an integral part of chess, and definitely a positive result.
Also, no, at this beginning of the tournament, you don't know really how your body is reacting to the food and the time control and also the playing hours. And it's important to judge your play, and a draw on the first day is a very cautious result, and it's a good result. And we look forward to a interesting play by them in the future rounds. This was also interesting. It was a draw, but it was interesting. And yes, the other games, okay, the um, two games are over, and here,
2 games are over, but 3 games still go on.
yes, so yeah,
So let's have a look at Jiner versus Goryachkina.
yeah, that was
And this is we left it over here when the knight came back to
yeah,
c3.
c3. And,
Bishop e7 was played.
hmm.
So I wonder why she did not go knight e4 here. Maybe she does not like rook to d8. And
Yeah, and black is the
exchanging.
black is able to make up for the disadvantage of not castling. If the rook gets exchanged, knight d5 is a possibility, but I don't know. Bishop into d5 is not really risky at all. The h2 bishop is not something to be proud of, and I think it's just black has equalized. Bishop e7 is a good move, and rook d8, and one rook gets exchanged, and
So
knight e4. Perhaps a knight f6 check is an attempt, but knight e4, rook d8, and nothing much is happening.
so instead she played knight b5. She went back
Okay,
actually.
she's playing. I mean, she's suggesting a draw. I'm not saying she's offering a draw, but she's probably happy with bishop d8. Then,
Yeah, bishop
oh,
d8 has to be
oh,
played
yeah,
because rook c8
yes,
will. Okay,
yes.
actually rook c8 can also be played here. Knight a7, rook a8
Then
back.
knight b5.
But then knight b5,
Fine. And rook a2 is too risky. Knight c7 and king f8. No, I
it's
don't like. You lost
unnecessary
a pawn for no reason. No,
for
so,
no reason.
yeah.
Yes.
So bishop d8, and now does she repeat or she wants something else?
Sorry, I will take first and then play b3.
Yes, yes.
Uh, and then knight b5, bishop d8. She did not repeat.
Okay,
So
good, good. Yeah, so we are going to see a interesting game.
she
One,
goes for the idea you suggested.
okay.
f4.
Yeah, but I'm not sure after g4. See, if you don't get f5 with white,
Hmm.
then it's not good. I mean, are you in a position to sacrifice a pawn with f5 and e6? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. So f5 and e6, it could be an idea, but we don't know.
For
We
g4,
don't think it works right
yeah,
now.
because h3 is also hanging. So, what? How does she plan to activate the knight or the pieces after g4? Because g4 probably she has to capture or move rook e3. I don't know. F4 was good with knight on d4. With knight, when the knight was on d4, it was good because black couldn't play g5 because of f5. If you go back a few moves, I think you could see where the knight was on white on d4. At that time, f4 was a possibility because for g4 there could be f5 and real threats. I think bishop d8 was a sort of a preventive move because f4, g4, f5, c5. That was a
Yes.
plan, and then the knight b5 doesn't attack c7. So
Yes.
maybe a prophylactic move, bishop d8. But yeah, I think the move at the stage where f4 was played in the actual game, I don't know if that's a good move because
This is how the game continued, and they've played f4 here. So here black took on f4, but
yeah,
what you're suggesting is black
yeah.
could
I
have
think
instead
well,
gone
why didn't
g4.
black play g4? I didn't understand. There has to be some tactical point for that, which I'm trying to find out.
So g4, let's have a look at maybe f5 first, because that's the most
Yeah, but
natural
f5,
looking.
I just take bishop f5.
Bishop f5, e6,
I take with the rook so that your rook is hanging.
rook e6, and rook f1 now.
Perhaps,
We
yeah,
attack the bishop.
which is,
So bishop g6,
yeah, something of that sort.
and then we go bishop into
c7.
c7.
So you gave 2 pawns and you took 1 pawn.
Yes, but isn't the king a little vulnerable?
Yeah, but not many pieces. I think, yeah, it's a could be idea, but well, g4 was not played and it was rejected quite quickly.
Mhm. So
So
let's see if maybe we will take the liberty to make the move.
yes, perhaps
Let's
we can see.
try what would
Mm,
white play.
yeah, HG, and then bishop g3 probably.
Hg. You want to take with the h pawn or the bishop?
Pawn. I think pawn was the idea, and bishop
And bishop
g3.
g3.
Yeah, this could be. And the bishop has no scope, perhaps. And gf4 is a old standard way of playing. When white knight doesn't come to e4, gf4 is fine. But yeah, I thought g4 was the idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was a possibility, but it
Hmm.
was not taken. She
Hmm.
immediately took
Yeah, she's taken
gf4.
quickly, so she knows this position very well, I must say. Rook g6, king h2. Now, will white get the knight to e4 and put it on f6? King h2 logical.
a6 was played,
Okay,
driving the knight away.
but quite
Knight
a
c3,
committal moves.
bishop e7.
Okay, so
Because she has to maybe
yeah.
make a square for the bishop.
But now I was wondering if knight e4 and giving up a pawn with knight f6 could work and then take on c7, something of this sort.
So basically knight e4. Oh, she
Knight
plays knight
Knight
d5.
d5, okay.
Playing quite
Knight
fast.
knight e4 I had some tactical point. At rook c8 I was planning to play knight d6 check.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean I thought if knight e4, if something like rook c8, then knight d5, okay. So black has the option of bishop d8 back, for which she wants to play knight f6 check, I think.
Knight d5.
Yeah, bishop d8 she wants to play knight f6 check and take the c7 pawn probably. And rook c8 I think is not good because knight into e7 and bishop g3 can be.
So this is one option, that we give up our e pawn for the c pawn. But then doesn't it play in black's hands, because black's problem in the Benoni endgame is the doubled pawn.
Yeah, in the Berlin. But the problem with
Berlin
the
endgame.
bishop coming to d6 is rook and bishop endings are very tricky. The decisions are normally I mean, the outcome is normally on the quality of bishop. If bishop is all has no square, a bishop on e6 which has no square, doesn't contribute much to the activity. I don't know. It's a position where, but what else white can do? White has to play knight f6 check. No, I don't see any other plan. Plans are there. How they work is in this position. If white exchanges the black bishop, white will be better. One plan for white is to play c4 normally in this setup because black cannot afford to play c6 in general. So bishop d8, even c4 b3 structure. I remember the Kasparov-Kramnik matches where Kasparov invariably put c4, a4 and b3 structure. He invariably played that structure. And although the king was on bishop used to be on c6, but that was common. So bishop d8. Actually, here bishop into d5 is also not a bad ending. Rook into d5, rook d8. I don't see much.
Rook d8.
Hmm?
But then you allow some e6 or rook d8, king d8, sorry.
Yeah.
And you support the c7 pawn.
Yeah, the h5 pawn is not going to be exploited unless the pawn ending. She has taken bishop into d8.
Yes,
Yeah,
she has
okay.
taken.
Yeah,
So we have this position on the board, and
I
rook
think,
d8 is
yeah, I
quite
think rook
logical.
d8, yeah. See, now with knight is not there, I'm not afraid of playing c6. And for c4, I can play c6 now.
Sorry, for c4 you want
Yeah.
to play c6
Yeah,
because
or
there is no knight.
yeah,
And
or I could play rook b6 first and try to create counterplay. Rook g6 to b6. As the pieces reduce, the white has to be careful with the queenside pawn structure. The queenside pawns can be attacked very easily because there's a majority when you play b3. If white allows the c5 pawn to be exchanged, then black is going to have some queenside majority and the passed pawn on the queen side. So okay, rook d8. I think looks like a obvious draw. Probably we take with the rook into rook check, king into rook. Then black is going to advance the pawn, no? c4. Yeah, I mean it's still very interesting. It's equal, we can say, but not yet a sort of a draw with a fortress. Black king could be activated to c6 and the queenside pawns can be pushed. White bishop is a liability. It has no targets and is guarding that pawn. Somehow I think, though it is drawish, I started liking black here. Black at least has clear-cut plan to play say c4, b5, put the king on c6. White, yeah, white could play rook d1 perhaps, but rook d8 check, king d8, and rook d1 as well.
all right, so yeah, black. Praveen ji prefers black here,
I
and
mean,
yes,
okay, if nothing happens for some time, white doesn't exchange pieces, I will have my own plan with c4 coming.
and also the e5 pawn,
Yes.
huge target when king coming to f5
Yeah.
later.
No, pure bishop ending also, no, white will have a lot of problems. The rooks are there. Okay, c4.
So c4 has been played, and
Yeah, this.
it
Yeah, so rook b6, you will just play b3. There's no time for a5, a4, I think. Probably,
right.
probably not.
This looks
And,
like a very interesting endgame, but let's come back to it after
Mm.
having a look at other
Yeah,
games.
yeah.
They might have progressed a lot.
Yes, in fact.
Let's go to
Yeah, the
Lagno's
Lagno game because it was kingside. The king side was exposed, no? So it was an open game, and could be in a.
So we
Oh,
left it here
and they
after
haven't played many
h5,
moves, I think.
gh,
Mm.
and here this is we were wondering what is
Yeah.
white doing here.
Okay.
She goes for e5.
Okay, okay.
e5 was played, and
Okay, I
then
missed this move just to fracture the pawn structure. So black has bad pawn structure, although there is no material deficit.
d takes e5 is almost forced.
Mm.
Then we take, she even exchanged the queen, which we did
Yes.
not expect.
And then knight f3. She wants to play pawn structure, knight f3. And yeah,
It's an interesting decision. She has
yeah.
given up 2 pawns.
Yeah, she'll be a pawn down actually after bishop into a6. But all these pawns are
Very, very loose.
yes.
Can't call them
Acha,
hanging.
bishop e3. She has not chosen knight f3. Okay. So c5 is immediately attacked. Before black can put knight c6 and knight d4, a very precise move. If black could play knight c6 and knight d4, then that knight could be a menace, and white could never take that. Bishop e3 is a move, really a great move, I must say. Probably um, uh, not something flashy or great about it, but a great move because the timing is very accurate. Black plays knight c6, then it would be good. Okay, so now knight and a6. Yeah, still knight b4 and knight d5 becomes a plan, or knight bb7, knight d5. I think black has no problem that way, but
Yeah,
yeah,
black is too much ahead in development, I think.
also and also a pawn up. I mean, why should black worry? Knight b4 will is also a tempo that comes. Uh, I don't know what white played sharply, but now that this pawn structural advantage has been created, now it should have been a position in the middle game. See, white knight was on e4 and a pawn on h3, then it would be a strategic game. Now the things have passed, the queens are also not there, there's too much weakness, d3, c2 are weak. Black may find a new way to come to c2 via b4, c2 and then to d4. In that case, white would have problems. Where to develop the knight? Of course, f3, but then you allow knight g4.
So he plays knight f3, but
Yeah.
she did.
Okay,
She
knight
plays
g4,
knight f3.
knight g4, there's rook into h5. Okay, knight d5 is a possibility also here.
So here knight
Uh,
g4, as pointed out, was not possible because of rook
yeah,
h5. Even though first
not
maybe
possible
bishop
in the sense, yeah,
g5.
was bishop g5. Also, knight b4, I don't know, you have to play, you can't play rook c1. So, what do you play for knight b4?
So that's what happened. She
Acha,
has
knight
played
b4.
knight
Okay.
b4 and now knight d3 and knight c2. Dual threat. Even if we castle, black will still play knight c2 and take on e3
Yeah.
and ruin white's
Well,
construct.
rook c1, knight a2, rook a1 is possible. So, rook c1, probably she's going to play knight d3 or she's going to play. But then you
So
win the c5 pawn, yeah. So, rook c1, knight a2 is tactically refuted, no? Knight a2, rook a1.
and the knight is pinned because
Yeah,
the
see,
rook is.
exchange is lost. So, yeah,
So
so that doesn't work.
so rook c1 knight d3 was something which was
Yeah, but then
obvious.
c5 pawn is going, bishop into d3 and bishop into c5. You're connected pass pawn, white has connected pass pawns then. So,
So
rook,
can I play a move like bishop a6 with the idea that you take, I take, and now I threaten
yes,
knight
bishop
d3.
a6 is a good move.
But
Bishop a6.
maybe it's met by bishop c5. Sorry, let's just show it. Rook c1, bishop a6, bishop c5.
Yeah, and bishop into I think somewhere black can even consider e4 if the bishop is going to create some problems. But yeah, bishop a rook c1, bishop a6, and
And knight d3 here, like we give up the pawn. Sorry.
yeah, even and bishop into d3, bishop into
But then knight e5 is also hanging. We have given up a lot of
yeah,
pawns.
c5 and e5. And
Not sure if it's worth it because h5 will
yeah,
also probably
sometime.
fall.
Yeah, if you want to attack the e5 knight, then h5 also fall. No, I think rook c1,
You need a better move.
knight e4 is too risky, I think.
How about a simple move like bishop f8, or is it too slow?
Bishop f8, I didn't like it. e5 is also under attack now, so
Right, she will simply pick up the pawn on e5.
actually rook c1, there has to be some tactical solution which we need to find out.
So rook c1, and let's just make the move and think on the board.
Black has to create some counter attack because
So
otherwise
can we first play e4 here?
e4 is I had suggested e4, but I wasn't sure what happens when the knight moves, and then you want to play knight d3, knight g5 looks like a
But
yeah, and then you want to play knight d3 check.
where will you go with the
G5,
knight
I
is a
think,
real
no?
question.
G5, I think G5 looks like the only move, or D2, but knight D3 check, and you take with the pawn, and I can't really
Play
take on
D2.
C5 because of D2 check. And now what is white playing for? Black is a pawn up, black is a passed pawn. The isolated pawns have been converted into a good pawn structure. So after E4, this G7 bishop gets opened up. Knight D2 also meets the same fate, I think.
Right, so instead of knight g5, actually this is the live game currently. If we can bring the players board on the screen so that our audience has an idea of what is the live game going on right now, and knight b4 is the live position. We have
Okay,
rook
rook C.
c1 is our analysis move, and we are thinking that black will meet it with
E4
e4.
with
Knight comes
advantage.
to D2 is
Still,
another move we
yeah,
are
still knight
considering.
d3 check. I think I'm still comfortable with knight d3
But
check.
now we take up the c5 pawn, no?
Yeah, you take the c5 pawn, but I have good pawn structure as it is in the
Hmm. At
b.
least we didn't give up two pawns. We have
Mm.
given up only one, and we look at, like, we have wonderful piece
Yes,
coordination.
now, yeah, it's.
Oh, this is brilliant actually. Lano must be enjoying this.
But
So,
I still doubt the decision e6, but yes, it's probably. Okay,
uh,
so.
if we can get the camera view of the players, it would be really great because then
Hmm.
we get to know what is the live position.
And
Yeah.
also, I mean, how they are, their body language, I think makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, actually,
If a player
Lano
is
it seems.
uncomfortable, if a player is uncomfortable, we can know.
Yeah, but it seems both of them are quite relaxed, even though Shuvalova has been thinking, but her body language is pretty calm, no?
Yeah, she seems to be comfortable. That's true. And Lana is, okay, she's gone. She's not there. So, hmm
Interesting. So Lano is not here, and Shuvalova thinking what to do for knight b4. Lano has got back.
actually, one thing is there that white shouldn't allow e4 and knight d3. One shouldn't be required to capture bishop into d3. So perhaps castles could be an idea. And now I'm not worried about knight d3. Although b2 becomes weak sometime, but I don't have to capture eventually. Castles e4, then knight g5 is okay. See, castle, then for e4 I don't have to worry about knight d3, e4, knight g5.
So you don't mind knight coming to c2,
c2, then I take bishop into c. I have to play rook c1, sorry, and then knight d4, yeah, knight d4 also.
or even uh,
Mm.
tr-
Okay, knight d4, I have knight d5, knight into e3, fe3, knight g4, I don't know, suddenly the bishop h6, no, it's risky to play castle, knight c2, uh, rook d1 I have to play, I can't play rook c1 then, but rook
s-
d1, still, no, it looks very risky, no, knight into e3 and bishop h6.
this looks very difficult for white as we are trying to find a move. There
Yeah,
is no
yeah.
decent move inside.
Actually, at least the play with white is very difficult here.
So maybe this whole idea with queen exchange, sacrificing two pawns, was not
E5.
as promising as it looked.
Yeah, probably. Actually, from h5 itself, she went on a wrong track, I think. Because she played h5 for kingside attack when she should not have. And then she went on to a line where she exchanged queen. Sometimes wrong decisions need to be corrected. So she has been changing plans and maybe a requirement of time. But yeah, it's black. So taking on e3 is also, yeah, very comfortable.
So, okay. So, right. S- and Zujiner's board. So, so right now, um, we left it at rook d5, rook d8, and c4 was played, c6. And white is still thinking. We are expecting white to take on d8 with the rook. King takes, rook comes to d1, king goes either to c8 or e8. E8 looks better, and just to be with all the rest of the king's forces in the same side. And it seems very equalish, but yes, white has to worry about the e5 pawn becoming a huge target later in the endgame. On the other hand, white will also have a target on b7. So yes, it's a real question if we should go back e8 or c8 and keep the b7 pawn defended, or we simply don't care and we anyway play b5. So yeah, that these are decisions that will be uh, deciding the course of the game and the eventual result. It looks so trivial, this position, but it's actually not easy to mm, it's not yet over. It cannot say that it's a completely equal game. I think either side can create some chances, and yes, I also favor black a little bit more here, but we will see. Next game is Nana versus Nino. Wow, this game has reached exactly the position which we were discussing with bishop coming to h3. We left it here. We had reached up to here and we were discussing if black could play queen b6, and eventually we landed up on the move rook a7, protecting the b7 bishop and preventing knight c4. It was a prophylaxis. We were discussing if we can go for that, but black instead went for queen b6, knight to c4, pawn takes, rook d7, bishop takes, and here king g2. Let's be careful. King g2 would have been an epic blunder because it would have run into queen c6 check, attacking the king as well as the rook at the same time, and rook d5 is not possible. That's why we lose the rook. So we must take the bishop on e7, and we have reached an opposite color bishop endgame. Bishop went back to h3, and Nana Dzagnidze is thinking about her next plan. So opposite color bishop middle game is usually favorable to the side which has great attacking chances, or you can say it's favorable to the side which is playing against a weak king. So either way, it would be that is a way to assess an opposite color middle game position. Over here, I would say that both the kings are quite safe, to be honest, at the moment, but white's king is a little more vulnerable than black because of this pawn structure. We don't have a light square bishop protecting the light squares around the king, and whereas on the other hand, black does have her light squared bishop alive and kicking. So queen c6, queen g2, for example, is an idea. However, nothing to worry about. We can always cover this diagonal with our queen on coming to e4. We can also play a move like f3 if required. It is still not such a big deal. We can also play e4 later and make this formation with our pawns. So these are possibilities. On the other hand, black c4 and c5 pawns are quite vulnerable, ready to be attacked. But black also has her own targets on the b file. An important point here to notice, while we are discussing all this, the bishop on f4 quietly controls the square on b8, not allowing black to double on the b file. So b2, even though it looks vulnerable, it's not under attack. It's not going to come under attack immediately anytime soon. A bishop on f4 doing wonderful defensive duties, you might say. We also have our own ideas with rook d1 and rook coming to d6. Black will challenge on the king side, on the d file with her rook. So both sides have ideas, but again, here also we need to be careful because rook takes, and bishop c7 ideas exist. So not very easy for black, but yes, we will see chances for both sides. I slightly prefer white here, even though the king is weaker. I feel it can be easily defended with this plan, and that's why I feel white has more targets in this position than black does. So yes, so we just had a look at Nana's position, and it has been quite a while that Nana has been thinking, sir.
So this is actually what we had predicted, no? I mean, we were analyzing this version. We hadn't seen this happen in the game, isn't it?
Yes, we were analyzing, we reached this exact position,
Yeah.
and we have reached this exact position in the game as well. I explained a little bit to our chat about how white can always cover her king with f3 and
Yes.
e4, so it's
Yeah.
not a big worry. So I would actually prefer white here. How about you?
Yeah, I think it's not easy for black to win really this game, but black will also equalize easily, I think, with rook e8 and queen c6. So f3 and e4 then target those pawns, and I don't think a serious danger of losing this game for black. Nothing much actually can happen against white king, that I agree. I think f3 and king f2 could be a good plan instead of if the queens are exchanged, then white will have to set up bishop c3 and pawn on a3, because black always has the a3 possibility, which will eliminate the pawn. So that becomes very slow then. And meanwhile, you have to play f3. So with
But
the
queens getting exchange is a long
yeah,
possibility,
it's
no?
unlikely. White, but what does white do about the b2 weakness? That's a problem also. I'm keeping the queen on c2 all the time
Hmm.
is not very desirable.
That is definitely true. So white will also. I was wondering if white can play f3, e4, and rook to d1 and rook to d2, and then move our queen.
Yeah, no, I was thinking from black's point of view, black quickly starts with a3 next, for
Hmm.
example, and then try to target a2. So that's also in that case, I wouldn't have kept the bishop on h3 actually. If I wanted to play a3, then bishop might have been better on. Yeah, but it's okay. Bishop can come back to e6. I think bishop e6, h6 is a very safe structure for black. I don't think there is much. I mean, a3 is a threat sort of. The a2 pawn will be weak. C pawn will be passed pawn. And for white to gain from the king side majority will take longer than black to really start attacking a2 or to push the c pawn. Bishop e5 is again an awkward piece with rook on e7.
All right. Yeah, a3 seems a great move, sir, that you have pointed out. And I'm wondering, like, what can white do here to, like, fight against it? Um,
I think you have to permit it. You shouldn't be playing a3 yourself with queens on the board. With queen b3 and some c3 coming anyway. So I think black also has the weaknesses that guarded very well. Black want even after you play f3 and e4, black will just put bishop on e6.
so let's say I play f3 here. You want to play
Actually, I want to
a3.
play a3. I want to attack the a2 very quickly.
So I'll take,
Rook into pawn.
you take the pawn.
Mm.
And now I have a permanent weakness on a2, which you can also attack because I can never
Yeah,
control the
yeah.
a8
As
square.
long as I defend my back rank mate, the a2 becomes a serious target.
And then is it possible for me to play queen c4, or does queen f6 absolutely ruin my tournament?
No, rook e5 exists, but yeah,
Rook e5
yeah. Then in that
luckily
version, yeah.
exists.
Mm.
So
But you know,
this is a,
a3 pawn takes pawn, bishop e6, and such moves are also there. And the pawns are going to go eventually.
so let's just put it on the board.
f3,
f3,
a3,
a3,
pawn
we
takes pawn,
take,
if bishop e6. I was
and
just
bishop
checking. Yeah,
e6, not taking the
yeah.
a3
I mean,
pawn.
if you want to defend with bishop c1, you do. I don't mind.
So, no, I don't
Obviously.
like. I don't like bishop c1. Is queen c3 possible?
Queen c3, then probably I attack it for the second time. Say queen e6. If I want to keep the queen, you have to try bishop e5. No? No, okay. Actually, queen a5 also should be okay.
Yes.
Or
Queen a5 looks nice,
yeah.
no?
But even without queen a5, I think this. I mean, I'm not really worried about that a pawn advancing anytime, and you don't have a plan as such for white. Even after you get, I mean, e4 could be very weakening. Even if I play queen a5 looks okay, but even if I played queen a6, what were you planning?
Queen a6.
Just to, but I think you play bishop e5 or something, or you.
Queen a6 and
I get one pawn. Okay, but I. Yeah, now a4 queen into a4 bishop e5 is dangerous for black. It's
or
bad
maybe
form.
first bishop e5,
Then I'll play
f6.
f6 and then I'll play bishop f7 first. So you play a4 a5, yeah. And then now I
So
could
that's
play
my
bishop
first.
yeah, perhaps. No, so I think queen a6 may be a little riskier option.
Maybe queen d8. Queen d8 attacking the e7
Yeah, I have
rook and
and
coming
rook
back.
b7. Queen d4 check. I don't know who is better now.
Yeah, no. Now the
No, I think you play queen e3. Queen e3, a1 rook is hanging. No, so this is, I don't know, this is
this is too dangerous.
a competitor can defend with white, I think, but human beings, yeah, black is preferable. E3 creates some, queen d8 is a great move. So yeah, I think it's a fantastic move. But bishop e6 makes that rook e7 very uncomfortable. So
Hmm.
it was a nice way to attack that. I was trying to trap it actually. I was hoping for bishop c1 and win that rook.
So bishop e6, a really nice idea pointed out by you, and queen c3 can be ruled out because of queen d8. So can we play something else like rook d1
Yeah,
preventing
rook
queen
d1.
d8?
Yeah, rook d1, and maybe for rook into a3 you start attacking king side. I don't know how, but yeah, rook
Is an exchange sack on the cards, or we absolutely rule it out with rook d6 and rook e6 and then
yeah.
attack g7?
No, because of the checkmate, no, this is subsequently. But I don't know. Queen, yeah, queen
b4,
b4,
a5 or
a5,
b4.
a5, a5, yeah. A5 perhaps a double threat, no, a2 and even both.
So we
But rook into
take
e6, I think should
and
ruin the
c4,
position. I think just attacking bishop e5 itself is over, or
queen
queen
c4,
c4, yeah, queen c4. Queen e4 perhaps then.
queen e4.
Just to, no, queen e4, queen a6 now.
This looks so dangerous.
Yeah,
I mean,
bishop.
it looks lost actually because queen a6 we always have queen
Bishop
e5.
h. No, I was thinking of some bishop. Queen e5 itself. Rook f7.
Rook f7, rook e8. No,
And
rook f7, queen.
I was looking at some bishop h6 coming sometime.
Rook f7, rook e6 maybe. Just.
Okay. No, this is
Rook f7, rook e6.
with rook e8
This
check to
looks.
come. Yeah, I think I think there must have been some mate with rook e8 check and bishop h6. I don't know. No, huh? No.
It's
There's no.
possible. Yeah. What are you saying, sir? Here.
Now, here some combination must be there. I don't think this position is tenable. No,
Oh, bishop
somewhere queen or
h6.
maybe no, but bishop h6 doesn't work. Gh. No.
Yeah, and there is no
Perhaps
check.
queen b8. Queen b8 ends the game. No, queen b8 ends the game.
b8 ends the game. Yes.
h6 you have
And
to play.
all right, and black doesn't
Yeah,
have
rook into
any way
e8,
to
then queen into e8.
support the rook.
The rook cannot be supported, and rook into e8, queen into e8 is
Oh,
checkmate.
wow.
Yeah, so this is the.
These are some amazing lines that we saw which have not happened over the board.
Yeah.
Can we just quickly bring the live board with the cameras? Yes. So we have bishop h3 position on the board,
Oh, still.
and white is still thinking.
Okay.
And f3 was the idea that we were discussing if it's possible.
Actually, if queens are exchanged, then a3 makes a lot of sense because then there's no danger to the king. My c pawn could cause some anxiety. With queens on the board, of course, things are decided by the king position, but still thinking. Okay, so.
So bishop h3,
Still.
and we also have, yeah, a3 seems like the best idea, I think.
but
But
we-
how
but
do
yeah,
we
but,
continue is a real question. After f3, a3, take, rook
Rook
d1.
d1, and we are actually not in a position to. Maybe we have to play with counterplay of the pawn c3 and rook d6, queen b. But queen b2.
Oh, no,
c3
sorry.
and queen b2. c3 and queen b2.
Oh, no.
c3.
I'm
rook-
sorry. I think we were discussing bishop e6 here and not rook
Okay,
a3.
yeah, not rook a3. Correct.
Because I think rook a3 will run into queen
Yeah,
c4.
queen c4. But that's,
Or-
I think, not very dangerous also. No? Queen. Even queen exchange with queen b4 or queen. No, here queen f6, rook e5 was analyzing. But let's see bishop e6 also here. Are we getting no queen b2 also one of the moves?
Oh, there is a fantastic resource here. Rook f3, take, and queen
Wow.
b2.
Fantastic.
And
Black
we-
wins? No, probably a draw, I think. Queen e2, queen e2, queen a1 check, king f2 is forced, no? Or king f2 is risk, king f2.
Queen e1
no,
maybe.
Queen e1, king f2, queen h1 is
No, but
coming.
queen a2. Queen e1, queen a2.
Yeah, but I think that should be a draw. Bishop, but white is a pawn down, and white will make a draw still.
Wow. So white has to be careful as well.
Yeah, now rooks have to be activated. No, black has to play a3. So,
A3 is a very, very useful and wonderful resource in this position. Activating the rook on a8. And
but I had not analyzed rook into f3 possibility at all. But it was just a general instinct to activate the rook. I think black is out of danger for sure. So I think perhaps white has realized that it's no longer any advantage. At this stage, white is struggling for a plan.
a move has been made, by the way.
Oh,
She has
fantastic.
played a3.
Yeah, so
She has prevented a3.
Yeah.
Wow. Actually, Nana is an extremely awesome positional player. Like, of course,
Okay, okay.
nowadays everyone plays universal chess. They are forced
True,
to.
true.
I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
very few players in the world actually have a specific style, I
Yeah,
would say.
nowadays, yes, that's true. Because you can't, I mean, most of the time a style can't be, you can't afford that because the arithmetical ability of engines is so high that a positionally justified move can easily be tactically refuted. But you are allowing queen b3, which probably should lead to a drawish ending.
Queen b3.
Yeah, I think that looks like a logical way, and it should be a draw, this ending.
Queen b3, and can we
Yeah, I think you, if you keep the queens,
avoid the queen exchange?
no, use the b2 then, no?
No, with queen to d2, then rook
Rook
d1.
d8, rook d8, rook a d8. I don't need rook in a file now.
Right. So there is no way to avoid this. And is it possible to? Oh, it's not possible to even play queen e3 because of rook d1 mate. Oh no, this is not what
No,
white wants at
yeah.
all.
Here a piece is gone, no? bd6
So
queen.
she has
Yeah.
opted to go for the end game now after queen b3 in case
It's
it is
actually,
played.
yeah, I think that's the logical way, no? I told you that the only danger, what I felt about this position, I told you that black's only danger is attack against g7. So if you could exchange queens, black is not really worth. You know, in order to win with such pawn structure, it's better to have a knight for white. If white had a knight, then there could be some chances to win. The bishop is not very useful in this structure. And again, opposite card bishops, even if you lose a pawn, often such positions lead to draw. No obvious targets in black's position. So, well, we can see that this game is leading towards a draw. And I think in some time we haven't seen Jiner's game, no? Goryachkina,
We haven't. So
we
let's
haven't.
go
Yeah,
to
the
Jiner's game against Goryachkina. They have exchanged the rooks. Actually, they are
yeah.
almost in the same position only where he
Yeah, we
left it.
discussed. Yeah, and but we had also I think looks like a ending where since black has lost the option of king c6, black will not probably have much chance. But black has activity because black king is going to come to e6. Will black eventually win the e5 pawn?
Yes, that is the crux of the
I mean,
position.
not don't come to d7, but I think e7 itself is fine.
Sorry,
King
King
e7, yeah. No,
D7.
e6 is not coming, but uh, yeah, and then rook g8, rook d8, while white is just waiting for black to do anything. Something which white wouldn't really like, no, do nothing and wait for your opponent to try to beat you. Not a position. I mean, probably a draw with correct play. The players are so strong that they will be able to make it. About this queen side pawn structure, Dr. Emmanuel Askar says that black will never be able to get a passed pawn, although black has an extra pawn on the queen side. So that's an important aspect. So white just keeps in a simple ending. If white puts a4 and b3, black will never be able to get a passed pawn. After b5, I do nothing. So your
Oh.
queen side majority is is useless. If it's a pawn ending, white will win because white will create a passed pawn on the king side, and black will not be able to create a passed pawn on the king side in spite of having an extra pawn. So pawn endings is what good for white, but here the bad bishop on g3 and the active king of I don't know bishop f4 and g3 such moves will have to be played before bishop f4 g3 h4 and then bring the king. No, even
No.
white playing h4 bishop f4 g3
Yeah.
and making a tall pawn of the bishop and then yeah. So rook f1 was played.
Rook f1 was played, yes.
Yes, okay. So also play rook f5 and attack the pawn immediately. Rook f6. Okay.
So can I play h4 now? Because you take, I'll take.
Yeah, but then bishop white's problems are solved, no? But the e5 weak pawn is
b2.
gone and you got a b2 is going. Bishop e h4. Yeah, h4 bishop f4. Then rook e6. Huh? h4 bishop f4. Yeah, bb2 rook b1. h4 bishop h4 bishop e5 check. King g.
King h1, I think.
King
Because king
h1.
g1
Yeah,
will run into
yeah.
bishop
So
b2.
king h1.
Hmm.
But it's very awkward to play king h1. Bishop b2.
Uh,
Rook b7.
let's just show bishop
Yeah,
b2, rook b1, and now if a king was on g1, we could have given a check.
yeah,
So that's why on d4. So that's why king goes to h1.
yeah, and then
But now we lose the b7
yeah.
pawn.
So we can't take. We shouldn't be taking on b2 unless you're winning a a2 by force. So rook e6 then, and bishop d4. Rook into b7, rook e6. Whether yeah, but rook f1 does make sense. Rook f1 is correct. And whether yeah, black should play h4. I think bishop into h4, bishop e5 check, king h1. Mm, Actually, for king h1, black can play b5 there, no? H4, bishop h4, bishop e5 check, king h1, b5 or rook e6 first, and then b3. Yeah, but nothing much is happening. White gets a h passer, so if rooks get exchanged, black will not be in a position to make a easy draw. So with rook and bishop, it's fine, and the d4 outpost makes sense only if black rook is activated. So h4, bishop h4, bishop e5 check, king e1,
King h1.
king h1. I mean bishop b2 is not so good. So rook e6 or something perhaps. Planning to not even plan.
Can we play b5
Yeah,
there?
b5, b3. I thought I said b5, b4, but b5, b3. I don't know if I will be able to attack the a2 pawn. If I can attack the a2 after that, rook e6.
And rook d6. No, why rook
Rook
e6?
d6, rook e1
And
is
rook
what?
d2.
No, rook d6. The rook king is still on e8, so I was worried about rook e1.
And we have to go back.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
I understand. Oh, so it's actually not easy for black to play h4. Can black simply ignore rook f1? No, right?
rook f5 will force that anyway, no?
No, then our pawn is lost.
Yeah,
No, it's not lost. We can play rook h6, but
yeah, then
it's
bishop
too
f4
weird.
and king g3 and king h4.
No, this is a great
Yeah,
plan.
I think h4 has to be played immediately, probably here.
So h4 is all only move perhaps. Goryachkina in deep thought over there. Um, h4. Let's analyze
Yeah,
a
let's
few moves.
yeah, bishop h4, bishop e5 check, king h1. Now black has to find a correct move in this position.
So
We are presuming that bishop e2 is not correct.
can we take and play bishop f6?
Bishop f6, the rook ending. No? Are you winning the a2 pawn? Bishop
You
into
must
bishop.
take.
Yeah, rook into bishop, rook into pawn. And am I winning the yeah? Even a2 or c4. Yeah, I mean black can't lose this. No, rook f4 or
Rook
rook f2. Either moves. Black can't lose this. You win a few pawns. I win a few pawns. Yeah, I think the same could have been done by attacking the c4 first. No?
Okay. So even this might be equal, but better is
Yeah,
rook
rook
f4.
f4. I think.
And then you play this.
No, you probably attack the a pawn first.
A pawn, yes.
Ah, okay.
Rook
Rook,
b6.
yeah, rook c4. You take rook a6. No.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but then I defend king d7. Here my idea was to defend king d7.
d7,
Rook a6, rook c4.
And we have the c pawns as.
Yeah, no, the c pawn is bit dangerous because white king is far away from that. Although it should be a draw, but I think despite this double pawns, c4 pawn is much stronger than the a2 and h3 passed pawns.
Also, it's the rook is sort of stuck, no?
No, rook
A6.
can check
long,
immediately. Yeah,
long
rook
way
is,
to
yeah.
come back.
And rook a7 check only helps the king to come up.
Huh.
King e6, rook c7. I don't know. It should be a draw also.
Mhm.
I mean, white is not really in danger, but white has no hope to win the game.
Yes, I mean, even if we reach this position with all the queenside pawns eliminated and f versus g and h, I think white will have some chances, but it is equal, right?
Yeah, if black king is on g7, then it's a draw anyway. It's quite an easy draw then. And that's not difficult to achieve. I mean, you just exchange the c pawn for a pawn and you put a king on g7. Not a very difficult draw. So very often the rook endings are drawn even if you have an extra pawn or if you have a pawn down. And that's a major consideration in rook endings. That you could draw by taking some SOS measures, giving up a pawn.
Wow. So there we have a wonderful view of the players and the board, so concentrated. I can't imagine, like, it is so quiet inside a chess
Yes, and
hall.
focusing so long in a position, and again, the position may not be to your liking. You have to play it. In a professional sport, it's very important that if you like inside attack and your opponent doesn't allow you, you still have to play your best. And that level, when so much is at stake, I can understand the pressure under which they are playing. They're rarely getting up from the board also. I mean, there's a full attention they have, and they're trying to give the best. Also, first round is about learning a lot about the tournament, about the food if it suits us.
About your own form.
Yes, own form, which probably will be revealed only after you analyze your level of calculations in 1 or 2 games. Your own form is extremely important. You never come to know till 1 or 2 games are played. Suddenly, sometimes you find you're playing better than before. Even during a form, during a tournament, you can improve. Suddenly, during a tournament, you recover somewhere if you're not doing well.
Yeah, that happens. Somehow your
Yes.
mindset change and
Yes.
you are able to calm yourself down, I think, after a couple of games.
Yeah. And of course, these all very professional players. They have been playing for so many years. Okay, Rukji. Now, was a move played here?
No, she's still thinking after
Okay.
rook f1. Black is still thinking, as we can see in the camera. So we will wait for her
Yes,
to
I
make
think
her
so.
move
Yeah, I
and we
think
can
so.
go to.
Actually, black was one tempo up. If black king was an e7, no, black would play king e6, and then black would be more comfortable.
Hmm.
So rook f1 is the only opportunity to play rook f1. I think white would have been in bit of a trouble if black king was on e6. So rook f1 was probably a great move. I mean, I think probably the only move which avoids passive piece position. Otherwise, with rook on e1 and black king coming to e6, it would have been a very passive position. Now the things are different. Now it's going to be still black bishop is much more active because black bishop will be on e5 or d4, and
We have some progress in the other games also, so let's go and see.
yes, because here it's
Uh,
okay. Knight has come to d4
so what happened in
after
Lagno's game is that after knight b4,
she actually castled. Okay,
she played short castle.
yeah.
Knight c2 was played. Rook a d1, and instead of knight
No,
e3,
knight e3 is not coming because of rook into d8. So first you
yes,
exchange and then knight e3. I think rook d8 check will probably cause a lot of embarrassment.
oh,
Rook d8, knight e3. By the time you attack e3, your middle game strength is all gone.
oof, knight e5
Yes.
also,
No,
and
you have to
king
play
e7,
bf8. You
knight
have to play
c6.
bf8. So black gets into time
That
to
would be
block the
nice.
d file.
Yes,
Had
and
the rook been on f8, knight into e3 would have been a killer probably. Knight into e3 and knight g4 or something.
sorry, let's just show rook a d1, knight
Yeah.
d4.
Had the black rook been on f8, then knight into e3 would have been a very strong move because bishop h6 is coming and
Yes, but here it's not possible. First of all, immediate knight e3 because d8 is hanging, so you must take, and after knight e3 we have rook d8 check, which is so annoying, and after bishop f8,
which is bad actually. Bishop f8 is bad now.
bishop f8 we simply take on e3,
Threatening
and now
bishop c4. Now we are threatening
all,
bishop c4. Yeah, it's lost. Knight e5, bishop c4, knight g5.
yeah, this is just bad for black
Yeah,
because of
one pawn gone at least.
uh, actually this is also maybe not that bad because they have pair of bishops.
Yeah, that's true.
And also equal position, equal material,
Yeah,
but
equal,
it's very bad.
equal material, but technically like a pawn down.
Yes, because
Yeah,
of the h5 and h7.
yeah. Yeah, but
Yes.
even this is not so bad. But I think that was knight e4 was a proper move. And if black is playing for win, then this is ruled out surely.
Definitely.
And knight on d4 can do wonders because like if one cannot capture that here, that knight into e5 is
Wow.
possible or
Yes, I think this is such a strong knight and it's going to be such a cause so much havoc in white's
in
position.
fact white should give up the a2 pawn and play knight into e5 and
Oh,
So if you play knight e2 check
But
and
can I play knight d5?
knight d5, knight g4, quite a few moves. Knight d5, I take knight into d5, you take
But
knight
I
into
take
e2 check, winning a piece. So knight d5, how do I save a
king
piece?
h2. No, I don't win a piece because bishop e5, you have knight e7,
Yeah, but I
king
take on
f7.
d5 then? I take on d5 no, instead.
Yes, you can take on d5, yes.
So here,
So we are just showing this line to clarify. If knight e5, knight
knight
d5,
d5 seems very,
knight takes, knight into e2 check,
and then
king
take
h1 and
on
simply take on d5.
d5.
Black
So
is a piece up.
probably knight d5 you have to play bishop into d4. No, it exists, but so knight e5, bishop into d4, pawn into d4, knight into d5, rook into d5.
Bishop d4, wow.
Only move to save the piece. What
Yes.
else? Yeah.
But this doesn't look good.
Yeah, knight on e5.
A2 is also...
No, e2 you can't take because of bishop c4. So I'm hanging on because of that. I come back knight f3. And you can't play rook a2 because
knight
of bishop c4.
f3, okay.
Yeah, and you can't take rook a, or you could play knight d3, and if you take, I have knight b4. But knight f3 looks good. Knight f3, bishop c4 is a setup where I have connected pass pawns.
So we are discussing this move.
Maybe
After knight d5, bishop d4.
forced move, I think. But
C into d4, knight d5, rook d5, knight d3. I actually like it.
knight f3 or knight d3. f3 or c6 also, but yeah. Knight c6 at a knight e7 check. And bishop f3 both. Let's see. Knight c6.
Okay. So knight d3 is also possible because rook a2 and knight b4 is idea. Instead of that, Praveen ji is suggesting knight
I don't know,
c6
artificial move, knight c6, but...
with the idea of threatening d4 and knight e7.
No, d4 is guarded, but knight e7 check and bishop f3 is a threat also.
Yes. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Because king f8 seems to be the only move.
No, rook d7 in advance is also possible.
Okay, prophylaxis against. But I wanted to go somewhere better with my rook, but maybe there is...
Actually, this connected pass pawns are not easy to advance because the pawn is under attack. If white can clear a4, b4, white will just win, but it's not easy to... d4.
This is so complicated. The game has gone in a completely different direction though.
Actually, as long as the knight on d4 is there, it's a middle game nature of the position. It's like a middle game without queens. If the knight on d4 is not there, it would become a proper endgame. And if the middle game continues, black has a better chance of winning.
Yes, but white did not take on e5. She went bishop c4.
Okay, prophylactic move, but I don't know, knight...
Bishop c4, knight to g4 was played.
Achha, not knight d5. Okay.
Knight e4. And now c5 is attacked. C5 is attacked. So black defended it with rook a5.
Okay.
And suddenly the bar has risen.
But it wasn't knight. Achha, knight into e3 was always a problem because of d8 rook. So, well, rook a5.
It seems like the engine likes white now, which is surprising to me because if it feels as if this knight is so well placed.
Yeah,
maybe
but
his point is it doesn't do anything.
No, I think if white saves the pawn, or maybe a3, or a3 it doesn't want. A3 is also a possibility. But now with bishop c4, the a3 is not required really.
Hi, is my mic working? I cannot hear.
So rook f e1, but white is again. Actually, sometime black has to create counterplay to generate the activity which will justify the bad position of the pawns.
Can we bring the player screen on the board, please? On the screen, please. Player cameras of Lagno and Shuvalova.
Rook f5, I think perhaps not a very likable move. Bishop b7 was possible, wasn't it? I don't know. e6 would go eventually. A very complex game. Nothing much is happening immediately. Knight on d4 guards most of the points, but Knight on d4 is ineffective because it doesn't have a clear-cut target. I think something which is very important. So, yeah, white also has a task. Probably white should try to put the f3 knight to g5. Black could play h6 then. Yeah, it's not easy to make a plan. Black has all powerful pieces. If they're driven back, again the pawn structure, the weakness of pawn structure matters only when there is a possibility of advancing the a pawn. The a pawn is not, with rooks on the board, a pawn can't advance. And the bishop on g7 is not active at all.
Yes, actually, very well pointed out. So suddenly the bishop is blocked behind her own pawns, but we can, I don't know, how do we activate it ever?
Only by moving the e4 knight, forcing the e4 knight to be moved. It's not easy fact because you can never attack with bb7 due to e6 weakness.
So actually, black's pieces are tied up. Can we say that?
Yeah, pieces except the knight on d4 is guarding black. Actually, if the knight was not on d4, white would just infiltrate with knight g5 and all those moves, knight c5. So knight on d4 is at the moment doing a defensive job, and bishop c4 was a good move, I must say. It's a really a fantastic move. Because, like, because the e6 is guarded twice, we don't think of such a move. What's the point in defending, attacking something which is already guarded twice? Yes, but it. How does white improve next? I think putting the bishop on g5 perhaps, or
Yes, exactly. So I was really considering a move like h6 with the idea to bring king f8, king e7, defend the e6 pawn, and then play bishop a6.
or
But
bb
even
or b
then,
or bb7. Bishop a6 will probably be bad. Bishop
because of
b7. You have to
c5.
try to. Actually, if black gets e4, black will be comfortable. The other bishop will really become a giant then.
Yeah,
g7
to play
bishop.
in order to play bishop b7, we have to make all these
Yes, yes.
prophylaxis
And
preparation.
they don't seem to be practical. You create new weakness to guard the old weakness.
But h6 is not a weakness.
See, sometime white may just play bishop c1, move the knight and play f3, and black will be in a terrible position. Knight fd2, no, knight h2 or somewhere, or knight h4 and then f3. If you play h6 particularly, knight h4 becomes a possibility, or knight g5 otherwise. So once I play bishop c1 and I don't have a knight on f3, then my f3 can be a very serious threat. Maybe bishop d2 and also bishop d2 and then move the knight. Knight on d4 is not really effective.
Actually, king to f7 is better than king f8
Yeah,
and
king f
e7.
directly king f7 you have to see if it works. I mean knight
No,
g5 check is too time consuming.
no, no, I
So
mean after
after
h6.
h6, okay. So h6 I move say bishop c1 or something, or bishop d2 with a tempo.
Actually, the players are nearing time pressure.
Oh,
As we can see, both of them have 15 and 19 minutes left.
actually let's see why bishop no rook a5 has been played. That's the last move, no?
Yes.
So white's turn to play. So bishop d2. What is she planning for bishop d2 and knight into c5?
She bishop d2 here
What is she planning for?
immediately.
Yeah, what is she planning for bishop d2 and take on c5? Because she played rook a5.
I
So
think rook a4, no?
rook a4. Yeah, but why didn't she play rook a4 immediately then? On knight g5. Knight g5, while the pawn is under attack, you give a tempo
Because
after h6. You give a tempo after h6.
so I'll just quickly show the difference. I think when the bishop is on e3, after rook a4, white can play bishop b3 because the rook
Oh
is
dear, okay.
knight is pinned. Whereas after we play bishop d2 and
True, yeah.
we can take on
Yeah.
d3 because it blocks. So that's why we are provoking white to play bishop
Yes,
d2.
in fact, yeah. And
And
that's why somehow I was feeling that a3 should be played, so you don't have to really. But then b pawn becomes weak. Bishop c1 was a possibility, but white played knight g5. I don't like that move because for h6, white just wants to come back knight f3. Or you want to play bishop d4 and take on e6 will be a draw, but no. So knight g5, what happens to h6 first? Bishop into d4 looks like a plan.
This was played.
Okay, so
So
I'm thinking of immediately challenging it with e6. So are you winning with knight e6?
h6
H6 knight
bishop
knight
d4.
knight e6, then you just have bishop e6, yeah. So I have to play bd4 first. H6 bishop d4. Now, and you want to play opposite cut bishops then. So I play ed4, knight into e6, bishop into e6 check, bishop into e6, king moves. So it's now okay.
I think it's all right for black, no? Because suddenly bishop is not bad anymore because we
Hmm.
got the
And
e5
the knight is
pawn.
coming to e5 to push the d3 d pawn. The d pawn can advance a bit.
Mhm.
So knight g5, yes, but h6 is I think a move that is she must have analyzed when she played knight g5. Now I think the game is going to be decided by more obvious factors. They are running into some sort of time trouble. How many moves are there? How many moves made?
So actually, um, there have been only 20 moves so far,
Okay,
and
and
they have only 12 minutes for Lano and 19 minutes for Polina. I definitely heading into time pressure.
yes, and I think the course of the game could be a bit unexpected. They have played quite well so far, and perhaps
In lesser time control, I mean in modern time control, I would say, not
yeah,
lesser time control. Actually, it's sufficient time control for classical chess, but in the modern time control, time is such a big factor in the games,
yes.
and I think chess has become more practical now.
But also players are good at in time trouble now because there's so many rapid and blitz and bullet tournaments available. So I think they're quite good at calculation. And at this level, of course, they are in the World Championship cycles. The 16 best players in the world have been chosen to play this tournament. So we can't expect simple mistakes unless it's a very bad time trouble. And this is not a bad time trouble for a professional player. And okay,
But it's pressurizing,
it's
definitely.
pressurizing and probably a better side. What happens is very often the side is better and gets in short of time. They find a way to simplify and make a draw. So sometimes the feeling of because of time trouble, I had to simplify to a draw. That happens. So here,
Uh, yeah. By the way, in uh, Nino's game, some progress has been made. So
we'll see.
let's go to Nana's game and come back here.
Yes, and Nana and what's it, Nino? I think.
We left the position uh, over here after
Uh,
bishop
A3,
h3 and a3,
uh,
and she did not go for
Queen B3. Okay, she played Bishop E6. I don't know. Rook D1 was a normal reaction here, but Rook D1 she wants to play Queen B3 probably.
but queen b3 she could have even played in the
Yeah,
previous
but
move.
with Rook on D1 there's a compulsion to exchange queens. You can't run away Queen E4 and that way. Yeah, but I don't know. Bishop E6 looks like a normal move only.
So bishop e5 was played so that we stopped.
Sometimes we threaten Queen. Yeah.
Now we stopped queen b3 totally
Yes,
because
because
bishop protects b2,
hmm.
and she played queen d8
Yes, the Rook must be sent to B7, I think, no?
or
But Rook B7, Queen D5. So
c7 is also possible.
yes, Rook B7,
We
Queen D5. So Rook C7, if you play, it's quite awkward to play that move.
we give an exchange sack.
No, I think it's justified. Take and Black Queen is coming to D5. Then
No, first
you
we
want to play
play
Rook D1.
rook d1,
Knight attack your bishop with say Queen G5.
queen g5, queen c4.
No, E5 is.
Sorry, you attacked my bishop.
Mm,
uh, Rook e6 take, rook d1 preventing queen d5 idea,
mm.
queen g5, and now if I play f4,
I think okay, Queen G4 or something. You want to play Rook D7, no? Rook D7, I have Rook F7. So Queen F5, you want to play Queen C4. Okay, I don't think it's sound, but yeah, it may not be easy to refute that because black will not get. It's not possible to But even if I play a structure with rook f7, say queen, yeah,
Queen, where is...
yeah, I think I have to put queen on f5 or g4. Probably.
Actually, White's problem is she's also very low on time. She has only 15 minutes. Again, same situation here. Both the players have 14 versus 15 minutes and 21 minutes to
Rook
play.
e6 is a positional sacrifice where white is playing for a compensation. So
She
that,
plays rook c7. Rook c7 is on the board.
yeah, because rook b7 was losing a piece, no, to queen d5. So, but now queen d5, black has queen d5 and
Uh,
queen d queen
d5
d5.
and we go back with our bishop. Do we go back to c4 or c3 or f4?
Again a tricky question. But my idea is that if black exchanges rook c8 without losing the a4 pawn, then black is fine, no?
Also, just want to point out a sweet, cute trick here. After f6, we can definitely go back bishop f4, and no worries about g5 because we always have queen h7
Yes,
checkmate.
yes, yes.
Suddenly, the rook opens up,
Yes.
and all of the king's pawns have marched away, leaving the king
Yes, I think, yeah.
vulnerable.
So material is important, but king is more important.
Yes, definitely.
See, in fact, the entire game revolves around the safety of the king, and anytime for smaller factor, if we forget queen d5 has been played, so bishop f4 you had suggested, or queen c3 is a bit artificial. Queen is not well placed there. I think c3, queen c3 forces f6, but it's not really good. I think because queen is good on c2, black can't play rook c8 easily because the a4 pawn will hang. So bishop f4 looks like a, or bishop c3 perhaps, but not queen c3. Bishop c3, bishop f5, queen d2 and queen g5, queen c1 and queen g5. Yeah, bishop c3, queen c1, queen f4, something of that sort can be tried. Bishop c3, queen d6, rook b7. What's happening? Rook is getting trapped.
You
Bishop c3, queen d6.
and rook b7
I mean, for a
and
trap
queen
for, yeah,
c6.
trap for a perpetual check. I mean, queen e7.
Or maybe bishop c8. Bishop c3, queen d6, rook b7, bishop c8, rook b5, queen c6, and it's trapped. Rook a6, rook a5 you still have.
No, rook. Yeah, bishop c3 creates a square if it goes to b5, but bishop c3 is
Looks very
yeah.
awkward.
But what to do? Queen c3 more awkward, no, because black. Yeah, bishop c3, queen d6 you have to analyze. It's not easy to finish analysis of that. Is the rook safe on b7? Because bishop d5 is also no, bishop d.
Bishop f4 you don't like, yeah?
No, bishop
Because
f4.
it gives up the d4 square.
Yeah, and also it doesn't plan anything. And if I play bishop h3, f3, queen d4,
e4,
yeah.
no, e4 I wanted to.
But e4, queen d3. I mean, you want to.
But c5 is hanging, right?
Yeah, but
After take.
how dangerous is the d pawn? Not dangerous. Then it's okay. Bishop d2 is coming. Okay, so no queen d.
Sorry, this is not possible because rook c5 and we can also play rook d5 later. So, and d2
Yeah,
is...
but yeah, d2 is prevented, but it's still also not a serious consideration for a win anyway.
So,
But yeah, so e4 is, yeah, e4 I think black has to. So if I try to come to f3, not queen d3, queen h5, we are going to play queen d1. The e4 is very scary, queen h5.
queen h5 and queen f3 you want to play.
Yeah, so queen d1 there is bishop
the
g4,
only move.
bishop g4, but no.
Bishop g4, queen d6, bishop f3.
Bishop f3, then you have to stop queen h3. So queen d7, and then it's.
Yeah, it's too awkward. So probably this just runs into lots of problems and it's not necessary. Rook f7, sorry. Queen d5 and rook f7 is possible now. So maybe queen d5 is a very precise move that white has here. But let's have a look at the game. I think they must have played a move. Let's go back. Bishop e6. Bishop e5, queen d8, rook c7, queen d5 was played, and bishop f4 on the board.
Okay.
Bishop f4 on the board. Uh, why don't we see the clock?
Bishop f5 doesn't make sense because first bishop f5. Yeah, bishop f5 is also a possibility.
Yeah,
Okay, this position.
Sorry, I just was trying to bring the clock back. Yes, we have it now. And queen d5, and we have 10 minutes for Nana versus 15
Okay.
for Nino. She plays bishop f4.
Okay. So how about the bishop f5 first and just rook d8? I think a rook f d8 or most logical move rook f d8. So whatever I want to do, I want to put bishop on h3 and then there could be some checkmate coming.
Yes, rook f d8 was played.
Yeah, it threatens bishop h3 actually, no? It threatens bishop h3, e4, queen d3 because the d pawn can be very dangerous.
We can also go and have a look at Lagno's position, because now, because of time pressure, lots of moves are being played very fast.
Great, great.
Let's just go and have a look at what Lagno is doing against Polina. We left the position. We left the position here after bishop c4, knight g4, knight e4, rook a5. This was the position.
No, knight g5 was being played, I think, no, that time. And we were thinking that black can play h6. Yeah, she played actually h6. Yes. Okay.
Bishop d4, rook takes.
ED looked more logical, but...
Yes, we were considering
ED,
but
yeah. Okay, rook d4.
Black has taken with the rook.
So preventing...
and given up the e6 pawn. Anyway, that was going. But
yeah, but with the exchange of rooks, the d8 rook will be exchanged with d1 rook.
Yes.
Because white must play a rook into d4 first. Because, the black will actually, I don't know, bishop e6, knight e6, the rook e4 is coming, no? So you have to exchange. White has to exchange rook d4. e4 is hanging. No?
And knight e6.
So same, and direct knight e6. Oh, she has given up that. Okay, she's, I think, playing ambitious. Well, I think we are going to see a tactical position. Rook into e4, f3. Okay. With time trouble, they are playing quite tactical. Rook into e4, f3, rook. I think now rampant captures and recaptures are possible. This is a game which will now be the most exciting game of the day. So surely black has to take the piece. Otherwise, white has sacrificed the piece. Black must take the piece. And okay, that means she has not considered knight into. When she played rook d4, she expected white to play rook into d4 before capturing knight into e6, isn't it? And now that knight into e6 has come. So now it's important. Yeah, that how do we guard the rook into e4 force, and then f3 looks like the plan. And then, rook e2.
So, I don't understand how did she take knight e6?
No, it's a move she has planned. I think white has good chance of winning here because I think Lagno has not considered this move because for the obvious rook e4 and f3 is going to be played for a rook e4. So she is hoping for say knight e3, fe4. She is hoping for a knight versus bishop position where that bishop on g7 is quite bad.
Knight e3, can't we play rook d8?
Yeah,
then king
f7 attacks the knight. So
take and knight takes on f1.
Yeah.
This is important. So that's why
no, even in king into e6 you have two pieces for a rook, no? So, but here you are a piece. So rook e4 f3.
No, not two pieces.
Yeah,
we get the piece back.
Rook e4 f3, knight e3.
I can play the variation.
Knight e3, yeah. Okay, rook d8 check. King f7.
Here here.
Yeah, so here I thought even king e6 was adequate.
Okay, but
Yeah.
okay.
No, knight f1 you are a piece up, and in king e6 you have two pieces for a rook. So white won't be playing rook d8 check, I think.
Yes, I thought this is good enough for
Yeah,
black
but this is,
because we
yeah.
get all these
No, black is
pawns.
better here. In the other line, black would have two pieces for a rook.
Yes. So let's say rook e4, f3,
Yeah, now
knight e3 is forced.
no,
I
you are
don't
a
see
piece
any
up, so
other
I
move.
can you can just allow the piece to be taken, but then knight on e6 is very strong. If you play
I
allow
think
f in, no, if you allow f into g4, then rook d7 is very strong, no?
this is just lost, no?
Yeah, rook
After
d7, rook f7. Yeah, so you have to play knight e3 and reduce number of rooks. With two rooks, now black king will be very weak. Direct rook d7 also probably. A difficult ending for sure. So knight e3 looks safer. And now,
now it's a real question whether we should give a check or not
actually
give a
check
check.
doesn't help because
By the way, this is the live position on the board and Lagno is thinking.
yeah, rook e4 was a forced move. She had not considered bishop into e6 check. I think she's going to have some problems because she did not consider knight into e6 directly. So a good attempt by I think Polina.
Right.
Black is not going to get a chance to. Actually, rook e2 pawn into knight e4 will fall into some mating attack. Rook d8 check. So f line should not be opened so easily.
Yes, I think moving the rook and giving up this
Or no, actually,
g pawn.
first pawn into g4 is even better because it threatens rook d8 check without allowing king f7. So yeah, so knight e3 has to be played. I think it's too risky to play other moves.
Yes.
Knight e3, f into e4, knight into f1, king into f1. But a2 is going. What I mean is knight e3, f e4, knight into f1. You take on f1, I take on a2. Okay, my bad bishop is bad. Are you winning that piece? Never, because rook d8 check, king f7. So perhaps draw is likely anyway.
So knight e3, pawn into rook, knight f1, rook f1, and
King f1, I thought. No, rook
sorry,
f1,
king
yeah,
f1,
and
and uh,
rook a2.
rook a2, but
Hmm.
then rook g7 and bishop f6.
Yeah, but, I mean, you can't win the bishop that way. It's not such a bad piece.
Only looks bad, but it's alive.
No, if you could actually win it, you have to try rook d8 check, and if king h7, then rook f7. But king comes to f7, attacking your knight. So yeah, okay. With 5 minutes, I think she should be able to make a draw.
Yes, only 5 minutes on the clock for Lagno, and she's still thinking. Can we please get her camera on the screen because it helps us to
Yeah,
know
I think
whether
it's
she has made a
important to
move?
yeah.
F3, knight E3 has not been played yet. I wonder why, what she's thinking about. She must be surely thinking about all the lines that
Yeah.
we have considered
True.
to give check, and because it's the critical position.
Yes, yes. Actually, if you lose two pieces for a rook also, I mean, she's winning two pieces for rook there, so opponent won't allow that.
And uh, yes, let's stick to this game because this is the most critical position for Lagno. If she makes knight e3, then we can be sure that she has calculated all the
Yes,
lines.
and after 93, I think she's going to win the a2 pawn, so chance of losing is reduced because I mean it's probably going she's going to be up harmless pawn up the double pawns h5 and h6 pawns against the g2 pawn. It's going to be a drawish position, but a very well fought game. I think Lagno played more ambitiously than what the position demanded, and Polina also the knight into e6 was a remarkable move that had been missed, and
Oh, rook e2 has been played by Lagno. I am not sure of this move.
rook e2 pawn into g4, and the first pawn into g4 threatens rook d7. So
Oh, but the engine likes it. Rook e2 and
pawn,
Lagno down
it'll attack
to
the knight. Then pawn into g4 it'll attack the knight.
Lagno down to 3 minutes. Can we take the knight
Yeah,
first?
we have to take knight first because king has, but you have to guard at least the 6th rank or 7th rank now
Maybe
after
the
pawn into
seventh
g4.
rank.
Yeah, okay. and then you want to push e4 and then you can't be worse. So maybe that's a possibility. Pawn into g4. First rook d8 doesn't make sense because knight will be attacked. First rook d7 doesn't make sense because your opponent may take some other methods, knight e3, then you will not be able to open the file. So pawn into g4 is good, and how do you, and you have to stop rook d7. So either you play rook a6 or you play rook a7. I don't see a third move after pawn into g4. Rook d8 check is a threat.
Rook a7?
Rook a7.
I think is a better move because I am somehow very uncomfortable with rook a6 and allowing any kind of...
Rook d8 check, king f7. But I am attacking a knight.
king
Which
f7
king
is
h7. King h7, I mean, sorry. There's no real counterplay if you have to move the knight. But I don't know. Why should rook... Yeah, knight c5 is a tempo for no reason. Rook a7 looks good.
Yes.
Pawn into g4, rook a7. But I can't take the a2 pawn. So I have to depend on the counterplay. Tactical. Knight into c5, I have e4, no? Threatening bishop d4 check. So not now. In that fg4, rook a7, knight into c5, then e4. Sometime the bishop d4 check could come. Oh no, I just take hg4, I think. Yeah, but that's what white must play. Pawn into g4, rook a7, pawn into h5 probably.
This is very interesting. Let's
Yes.
just have a
Sir,
quick look at
only 2
other
minutes
games.
now. Yeah, okay, only 2 minutes. Okay, I think
Because-
as soon as the move is played, we must come back here.
Yes, definitely.
Now they are going to blitz out.
Let's have a quick look at what the other girls are doing and then we can
Yeah,
come back to this board.
indeed, yeah.
So this is the position, live position in Jiner versus Goryachkina.
Oh, king e7 was a slightly incorrect move here because rook f6 is possible. No, sorry.
We reached this position after rook f1,
Ah,
black
okay,
played
okay.
king e7,
Ah,
rook f5.
yeah.
So now rook h6.
Yeah, rook f6 was not possible because of rook into g3 as it is no earlier.
Yes, over here rook f6.
Rook f6 would allow rook into g3.
King g3 and bishop e5. Beautifully spotted.
Yeah, rook f4, but yeah, bad. Still, I think I don't know. Still a
Wonderful.
complex ending, but.
Rook f5, king h6, and now rook f6 because now rook
Okay,
g3
yeah.
is no more possible. So
Okay, bit passive for
g6 back
okay.
and b3 on the board.
Actually, so rook g3 is not a big threat. Rook g3, king g3, bishop e5 check, rook f4 is still a draw pawn ending probably because you can't attack the rook effectively.
Oh, but is it a draw because we will lose the h5 pawn? And
No, I'll play f5 before capturing your rook. I play f5 first, and then I take the exchange and put king on f6. Now I have more tempos than you on the queen side, no? So no, black can't be in trouble in that. White will have to play very accurately that ending. But she played. I mean, she's playing that ending. Okay, with 21 minutes on the clock. With 8 minutes on the clock, she will play correctly, but still. And yeah,
And,
this was the interesting middle game. How about
so
that?
how do we assess this position? Is it equal or is it...
No, I think black should have played rook into g3. It should, yeah, now the c6, but c6 weakness is also not serious. Rook h6 again. Actually, white has to try to bring the bishop in the game. Yeah, maybe black is just playing rook h6 and rook g6.
But white is the one making progress. I think black cannot make any progress in current position.
Yeah, unless, but when you play rook f6, rook into g3 is a progress.
So he will play she will play rook h6 here, rook f6, rook h6, rook g6, and can we play h4? Or can we play...
No, once you play h4, I think then you want to play h4 followed by... here actually h4 is a possibility, but after h4...
oh, sorry. Can we... Actually, I would like to play bishop f4.
Bishop f4 at that stage. Bishop f4... No, the problem in bishop f4 is... aren't you allowing bishop into e5 in that?
Oh, wow. So the idea is bishop e5, rook g6 and bishop f4,
f4 check, yeah.
And if we take... Sorry, let's just show it. Rook g6 back. So imagine bishop f4, this position. Now bishop e5 takes and rook f6. And this would be...
Still probably a draw, but black has better chance. I think black is black drawing just by playing rook h6, rook g6. I mean, when you move the rook, I play rook g6. And if you keep the rook, so white should try to bring the king with. But is black okay? Black is threatening king e6 now, no?
Yes. So black has, I would like say we can assess this position as equal and move on to the.
Probably, yeah. I don't know. King e6, rook g5 also should be. No, h4. Yeah, we can say it's going to be a draw. I think, but
Uh,
black is trying to create something. Yeah, this. I think this game looks like a.
yeah. Let's have a look at. I think maybe it's just equal, and we will come back to it. Let's go and have a look at Nana versus Nino before we go back to Lagno's game. So Nana and Nino both have 6 minutes on the clock. Not much has been.
But bishop h3 is a threat now, no? Sort of. I think bishop h3 and now e4. He played. Okay, queen c3 was played last. So bishop h3, f3. Okay, queen d4, check queen into queen. Okay.
Bishop h3 will be played, I guess. Then f3, queen d4,
But
and we
queen
can play bishop.
also
d-
queen into queen is possible if you are winning the c4 pawn, no?
c5 pawn.
C4 or c5. If you take cd4, I win the c4 pawn. If you take rook d4, I win the c5 pawn or the yeah. I mean, so
Ah,
yeah. So
it's not possible because.
but somehow black has better space and it's more comfortable. Can black try something rash? I don't know. G5 should be risky at any time.
Definitely. So
Unless there's
this
a
is.
forced back rank. But how to make use of the a8 rook? I think that's a problem. If the a8 rook comes to activity, then black will be in a very strong position. White's back rank is weak, so something should be tried. Bishop f5 again f3. White is going to play f3 whatever happens. But is white trying to do anything? I think white is probably just waiting f3 and if at all we see a result, it could be more or less in Lagno's game.
Yes, I think there is here. I think the game is still wide open. So
Yeah, I think,
lots of possibilities for
and the
both
nature of the
sides.
position is such that losing a pawn will probably not losing result into loss. So a lot of scope is there to play on the game and just try to make sure that your opponent is exhausted before you are.
Yes, and also less time, so anything can happen.
Yeah, both of
So we
them.
can say it's a complicated
Yes,
game,
probably.
and I mean not a complicated, but like a dynamic game which can go either side.
Yeah, I think so. One more minor piece would have changed a lot of things.
Yes. So now let's go back to Lagno's
Yes.
game, which is the most critical position which we analyzed so
Rook
far.
a7, Rook a7 played. Okay.
So let's just have a look. What did
Rook a6
her
was played. Yeah.
opponent play? Rook e2 we left it at.
Yeah. FG.
Fg, and she played rook a6.
Yeah.
So rook d8, king at 7,
Rook e8, threatening Rook f7.
rook e8 idea. Oh wow, this is,
So I think Rook a7 is now forced.
and also this. So rook a7 is forced, and now is there a way to make progress?
GH5, some progress in GH5 because you have prevented Rook. But B2 is going again. Yeah.
And b2, and then we take on a2 and
No, never
form our
been.
own battery.
Yeah. And after GH5, the problem is you
King
could.
is super stuck.
And yeah, but again, Rook f7 will not be possible if you play GH5. So GH5, Rook b2, a4 or something. But a4 again, there is Rook into a4, Rook f7, Rook g4.
Oh wow.
Will
let's
White
just
ever
show
be
it.
able to attack g2, g7? Will White ever be able to attack g7? I think no.
I felt as if I was watching one of those broadcasts, like they say on TV. It's a question, as if it's a question. GH, rook b2.
Knight into c5 will not do anything. Rook into b2 will come. So Rook into b2 actually threatens Rook into a2.
Yeah, actually, it seems like black is suffering, but she has
Yeah,
enough
I think that
resources.
there is no reason actually because the rook in 7th rank and not really. I mean, rook d8 and rook e8 was a very dubious plan. She should have taken on g7. I think that time, a few moves back. Here it looks like not much happening for white.
Is g5 a good idea or is it very bad because we also have rook b2?
Yeah, and also I don't like g5 in the sense that what does it plan? First of all, with your move, it doesn't plan anything. And secondly, even after pawn into pawn, knight into g5 check, you don't have a powerful
Oh,
square for the knight. Okay, something played?
oh yeah, she has taken gh5,
Yeah, and rook into b2
rook
probably.
b2 on
Yeah,
the board.
okay, okay.
So
So no problems for black, I think now.
yeah, black is fine. Even though the king has nowhere to go,
Yeah.
even then black is fine because she has enough resources against white's king.
Yeah,
So
and
had
that a4 is rook into a4 again, rook f7. It's no, but then there is a mate, a knight. I don't know. Rook. Let's say a4. If rook into a4, rook f7.
oh, the clock is stuck like
Oh no, no,
1 minute.
it's not
Let me
working. Yeah, okay. So,
let
yeah,
me bring
okay.
it back.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So uh,
White should be careful about not losing now actually because
not sure why the clock doesn't work. We need it. It's all about the clock right now.
yes, now one
Wow, Nino, we are now at Nino
at the
versus
Nino's game
Nano.
is 1 minute left. Okay.
Only 1 minute left for Nino. She had such a huge time advantage in the opening.
Okay. She has no. I think she okay. She is coming with rook b3 and queen d4 check and something. Black is trying for some initiative. Now even queen d4 check is a threat because b2 is weak. Is bishop e5 forced to here?
Bishop e5. Mm.
But even f6 comes into picture. Bishop into f6
But
is
how
not that.
do we tackle rook b3? Don't we lose the bishop
Ah,
after
okay.
rook
There.
b3?
No, directly. Sorry. Yeah. This.
So
No.
bishop e5 was good. I think we have to play something like king f2.
Yeah, but
Rook,
king f2, rook
rook
b3,
b3 and queen e5.
queen e5. But then one move is queen d4 check also there.
And we take
Pawn into queen.
pawn into queen,
Okay, rook
c4,
c4, rook into b2,
and rook d1
rook,
at least. Or rook a4.
rook a4, d3. I was
Yeah,
worrying, but
yeah.
d3, rook e1. Yeah, I think it's going to be
d3,
rook e1 you have, no?
rook
So
e1. Wow.
you're just guarding everything. So yeah, it's a rook b8. I think she's trying to do something concrete. King f2, yes. Perhaps no other move. No, there's no. Actually, what is white threatening? What is black threatening? Is black threatening f6? Too slow, but
Black is threatening rook b3.
rook b3, queen e5.
Uh,
It's not very effective, no? No, that queen d1 check and that is the yeah we
no,
missed
no,
yeah
queen
queen
d1
d1 check
check.
and rook f1
Rook
mate no yeah
f1 mate. Oh,
but
we
yeah
have.
so that's why king f2 but queen e5 queen d1 check king f2 queen into a1 there is no white no threats by white so yeah
Let's just show
so
this line.
yeah so if black's turn to play rook b3 is a strong move and queen e5 then queen d1 check
Wow.
so
So
king
this
f2 is a prophylactic move which prevents that. But black is gaining something, I think, because now black will play rook b3 after supporting the c4 pawn, perhaps.
Yeah, I think black is on to something,
Yeah.
but king f2 might
King
be
f2,
the move
I want
that
to,
solves all
yeah,
of
no,
it.
I want to come back bishop e6. So my queen is supported with the bishop. Then I plan to play rook b3 and c3. That's something which I can try.
So black is trying, but black also has less time. But Nana also
Yeah.
down to 3 minutes 54
Yeah, okay.
seconds. It is really heating up this game.
Yes.
On
No,
the
I think, in fact, no, they're playing very fighting chess.
yes,
Very inspiring, not to agree to draw in equal positions also. And they're not trying to simplify. The most important thing is if one player starts playing for a draw, I think it's not difficult to force a draw. But they're both trying to win in both all the games.
yes,
And that was very creditable. They are in playing in the spirit of a sport. It's very important.
and we let's also have a look at Lagno's game,
Yeah,
whether it
Lagno's
has
game.
progressed. So
Okay, she has taken a safe way out.
GH5 was played in that position.
Yeah, and rook b2
Rook b2
and rook f2.
f2.
Okay, so white is playing a safe way out.
So rook f2 will be taken, king f2, and can we?
Actually, we can play rook into a2 and come back rook a7, so there is no chance of losing. Even the pawn ending is draw, so even if you lose both the pawns.
King f3 and e4.
I do e4 check and take on. I mean, yes, king g3 or something strange move you have to play. But actually, now I can move the bishop, no? Bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
Now there is no reason to lose this game.
Bishop f6, rook
Knight,
f8. Bishop g5.
I think so. But also, still there is some trouble. Knight c5 and knight e4 can be a plan.
But it is scary to play this position as black.
Yeah, king g3, bishop f6, rook f8 is awkward. So
Because
rook a7.
only white can win.
White plays knight c5 and knight e4. And still white doesn't threaten anything. Actually, black can keep the rook in second rank. White plays king g4, king f5. White can gain a bit, but concrete then knight f6 sometimes.
I find it very uncomfortable as black.
For black, black should. Black is not happy to play such a position. Black will not be happy to play such a position, although it could be a nice position.
King g3 is on the board.
Let's see if they actually reach the second time control or
No,
take a decision or get a decision. Sometimes it's possible to.
And she goes back.
Yeah, rook a7 and then knight c5 looks like the only move.
Rook a7 and now Lagno is thinking.
Knight c5. Yeah, probably knight c5. Black is still not very comfortable after knight c5. Bishop f6, then you still have rook f8. Bishop e7, rook f7 check, king g8. Okay. Let's see. Knight into c5, bishop f6. Because if black is able to, after knight e4, king g7 or something. Still awkward. Rook e6. You have to play rook f7. So black is holding everything because 2 versus 1 will be a draw. Black has not solved the problem of the bishop, which perhaps she could have done by taking e into d4 instead of rook into d4. Knight into c5 taken. How does black coordinate pieces now?
So basically this is tough for black, I would say. Can we also have a quick look at Goryachkina's game?
Yes, I think let's.
It seems like something has changed in their position. The
Okay, the
F7
f7
pawn has been
oh,
lost.
okay.
So let's go to that game quickly. We were watching the game when we reached this position with b3 and black replied with b5. White played rook f5, rook h6, rook f6, rook g6. So we were discussing that black will keep playing rook h6, rook g6. Again they repeated once, and then white played bishop f4 and black replied with king e6 and rook f7 has been taken.
Yeah, and both bishop, actually king. How is king into f7? Bishop into h6, bishop e5 check. White has outside passed pawn, but if the black king can come and attack these pawns, a2 pawn, the game would be over. Other option is simple rook ending after bishop e5. Why should black be worse with king coming to d4? Bishop e5. Actually, what happens to bishop e5?
Yeah, we have like two options here: king f7 and go for this end game. But
yeah,
it
this
looks,
I don't know.
Sorry, g3 maybe.
Yeah,
and,
but no, h4 I don't think I should be playing. But
because f bishop f4, yeah.
But I want to see if black king attacks the a2 first or white king comes.
Yes, let's just show this to our viewers.
Yes, indeed.
The h pawn will be a outside pass pawn, so the king will be stuck in defending it, while the white king can go and collect all of white's.
Yeah, the extra pawn on the queen side, as Dr. Emmanuel Lasker felt, it's of no significance. So this is a typical position Dr. Emmanuel Lasker played with white and won many games. That could be a plan. So yeah, king f7 is a bit risky.
As a result, we can almost rule out king f7 because it
Probably,
is
yeah.
going into these bishop endgames which are so much more pleasant for white.
Yes, unless black is getting the king to f5 and e4, which is not coming because of g4.
Yes. So basically what Praveenji is saying is that after bishop f6, we will play g3, black will play king g6, but we have bishop f4 again,
And then
and here
g4,
we have g4.
g4. So no realistic chance of winning the a2 pawn, which means white will bring the king to e4, give up, play bishop e3, king e4 and bishop e3. Simplest, I think.
Yes, bishop e3
Yeah,
or
simplest.
bishop e5 and exchange the
But
bishop.
black will keep the bishop on g7 or somewhere. So
We take it, no?
no, you won't be able to exchange. I mean, yeah. By the time you come to e4, black keeps the bishop on g7.
So king f7 not the best idea in this position. The other move
Yes,
is
bishop e5.
bishop e5.
And what does white moves the king probably, or
So
rook
let's
f8, rook
take
f8. The king f, no, king f7, no, bishop e5, king f7.
sorry, bishop e5, king f7. I'm really sorry about that, and we lose the
Yeah,
exchange.
yeah.
So bishop e5 is not possible. We have to move the rook. It's the
Rook
only move.
f8 or yeah, rook f8 is the only move.
But now can we? Now if we go here, we have rook f5.
Forcing the rook ending. So black will probably take on f4. Not here, in the previous position.
Okay. Even here maybe.
No, but king e5 is a good tempo black will get. No?
So here and then why to keep our king on e7 when
Yes,
we can
yeah,
keep
king
it on
e5.
e6? So h4
King
maybe.
e5, rook h4 is a bit awkward. No? You get into a bad pawn ending. Or you have to allow
H4,
connected pass pawns.
wow.
You have
Very
to
nice.
move the rook and allow connect. No, but yeah, so it's I think one-sided probably. b4, g4. This is risky. You have to first play h4.
h4 preventing any kind of rook h4 or
Yeah.
g4, and then we go for the king e5 idea, and it looks
Yeah, white will put the rook on g4. So black is tied down, but white also doesn't have much. After g3 break, it will be obvious a draw. Black will abandon the h4 pawn and try to win the a2 pawn. That's also a chance. It should end in a draw, but it's not so easy for either side. Maybe white's play is easier.
oh yes, maybe white's play is easier. Let's also have a quick look at Nana's game.
Yes.
Because both of the players are down to 1 minute,
Okay,
and they are in
wonderful,
a
yeah.
prime middle game position.
Okay, and black is making strategic improvement. Black has slowly created some strategic options like winning. But okay, whose move that is black?
It's white. Oh my god, what happened here? King g2, rook b5 was played, and rook d2,
A rook is lost.
rook d2.
A rook is lost, no? I mean, just
Just a rook. It's just
no.
a
You have to
blunder.
play. You have to if you play. You have to play silly move like queen into d2. So it's just lost now. Yeah.
Oh my god, rook b5 was a huge blunder under time pressure by Nino. She could have played lots of other moves like queen d1 was possible, or even queen. Maybe there was some other
No,
moves.
c5 pawn is in some trouble, so she got worried about that. It's not so easy because now she's losing a pawn, no?
Maybe it was possible to also play rook e8.
And I take on c5, queen c5 or something.
Yeah, maybe it was not easy already. You had to play queen d1 here.
Yeah,
attacking
she played too ambitiously. Now she's losing a pawn, but what she played, I think she's losing a rook. So
Yeah, this is on the board, and it's actually
okay.
completely worse for black. Black has a rook and a bishop for a queen, but a very weak king. Let's point out that
I
as
think
well.
rook e7 threatening rook e8 mate.
Rook e7, and you must go back
Rook d8.
And can we I think white will be able to consolidate. She can also play rook a7 and pick
Now,
up the a4
yeah,
pawn.
direct rook a7 also is possible. Rook a7, and then black can never take on b2, I think, because of the threats.
Because of 8.
Right. So
Oh, this is such a huge blunder
But
by
it actu-
Nino in time pressure. On the other hand, Lagno's game has also
1 minute.
liquidated to a
Okay,
lot
yeah.
of to an almost equal end game now. It
Yes.
was equal even when we left it, but now it seems like even more so. King g3, rook a7 was played,
Yeah.
knight c5, rook
Okay,
f7.
safe. Yeah, okay. She gives up the pawn and activates the bishop. And now I think
And
one
rook
of the
g5,
easiest
king
way,
f3, and bishop f4 could be a.
also without bishop f4. But bishop f4 is the simplest way. I think we can expect this game to end immediately.
It has
It
ended.
is ended,
They have
yeah.
agreed
To
to a draw because it's a completely
drawn
equal
ending.
endgame.
Yeah, I think for viewers, white loses back the pawn after black exchanges the knight, and it's a fairly obvious draw even without the black pawn.
Because these pawns stop each other from
Yeah,
queening.
but even without the black pawn, the
Yes.
pawn cannot push the king and advance.
Yes. So let's stick to our remaining games. Let's first see what did Goryachkina do against.
Yes.
So she.
Here also, I think there can be only one result: white win or.
She took on f7.
Okay, I mean she's
I
willing to.
can't believe.
She's playing that ending.
Oh, even here we can see a result for white.
Yes,
Then.
I think because white is getting the bishop f4 and g4 structure, it's a win now.
She has not yet played g3. g3 is our analysis.
But otherwise, h4 may really lead to a draw.
Yes.
Black's playing h4. Well, bishop will come to g3.
So white will definitely play g3 here. And we can expect a result for white in
Yes,
this game.
indeed, in this game as well. So, okay. What is under her sleeve, we don't know. But yes, Zhu had shown some. I think she's quite young and she has shown very consistent play against her experienced and formidable opponent.
Actually, both of them are quite young. Even Goryachkina is only, I think she's only 24.
Okay.
Let's have a look at.
But
Nino's-
Goryachkina is a very highly rated player compared to.
Yes,
Yeah.
much more experienced. She was
Yes,
two
much more
times world junior champion and world championship challenger as well.
Yeah, also
She
under
has-
10, under 14, under 18, she had won all. So, yeah.
She has even won the Grand Prix series, the
Yeah.
previous one.
Yeah.
And then she qualified for the candidates.
Candidates,
And
yeah,
she
so-
won the candidates as well.
Yeah,
And that's
so-
how she qualified for the world championship match against Ju and Jun, which she lost only in the tie breaks. The rapid tie breaks, it was tied the match in the classical time control, and she lost the rapid 1.5. So huge result for
Yeah.
Zhu if she gets the full point in.
Yes.
We will see how it goes.
And I think is there, I mean, she has not, I mean, I saw Zhu doesn't have such great exposure at international level. She's probably the most inexperienced player at this level. Okay, she took the pawn and gave the e2 pawn. I never liked the idea of giving, why should one give up the e2 pawn?
She took on c5.
Why should one give up the e2 and b2 pawns? Then it could be a fortress.
Yeah, it seems so.
See, and your king is in the back rank. If black gets c3, black is winning. So you have to stop c3 all the time.
Oh wow! With
No,
less time, this game is. Let's see. Let's consider a move like rook
Rook
a7
A7,
instead.
yeah.
Rook d8
Yes,
would have been played.
Yeah, now it's gone.
And
Okay, rook a4, there is rook b8. So
what if we could take on a4
rook a4,
now?
rook fb8, rook d b8, rook d b8, b8.
Rook d b8. And now if we play rook a5,
Rook b2.
2 and rook c5. Now it's not a
Yeah, the
fortress.
rooks can't move. The problem is rooks can't move so easily.
And the c pawn also is stopped, and we have our a passer as well.
Hmm.
So we have, I think this would have won
Yeah.
for white.
Because black will take some time to disentangle the rooks. If the rook could come to the 7th rank, there was some chance. But the rooks are both attacked by the queen. And to disentangle that requires some movement. Moving both the rooks in the b file. If first move a rook from the b in the b file, then move the other rook. Yeah, that was a good option, I think.
Yeah, this was a great option. Instead, white went for rook c5, which was not at all necessary.
Yes, I think giving both e2 and b2 pawns will probably lead to a fortress. And I don't like the king. At least anytime you allow c3, you are going to lose the rook.
Now it seems that black is okay, and actually white has a lot of targets to worry about because all of black's pawns are protected.
Yeah, the white queen is just preventing the black king's filtration and stopping c3 as a result. But white has no plan. To take on a4 will lose after c3. Anytime you win this a4, queen, even after if you get queen c6 and queen into a4, you'll allow c3 and black will win.
So we can never do that. We can never become very greedy and go after the a4 pawn, and we simply have to sit and hold, which is unfortunate because white had such a huge chance.
But actually black played very ambitiously in this game. It was white had a good chance, no doubt, but it was black who made all the active moves and sharp moves. So maybe Lux favors the brave.
Yes.
She has been the brave one in the game, and that could be the reason why her opponent was. At one stage, white seemed to be worse, and white got the opportunity to win a pawn, and then suddenly a nice combination was set. But you know, the presence of mind, I think Nino has shown after losing the queen. You know, it would be a panic reaction for a second, I'm sure, because you didn't see rook d2, and yet she has finished the time control, and she has come to no. The time control is still. Have they completed 40 moves?
39 moves.
30, okay, but I think 1 or 2 moves doesn't make much difference. A fortress we can expect. G4 will never come. And black has no plan actually. Black has a3 is guarded. So rook c2 and c3 is too far-fetched.
Can we? Yes. So I think this is like sort of a fortress. Can we quickly go and have a
Yes,
look
I
at
think that's the game
Jiner?
which is really going to be a decider, a sort of resulting game of the day.
Yes.
Instead of this one. Yeah, Vaishali's game was, of course, we don't know about that game. It's only that the opponent overslept and.
No, I don't think that's the case. We will find out. G3 and then G3 is on the board, by the way.
Okay, well, that's.
G3 is on the board.
And how much time did she take for that move? Can we see the time?
No, it's yeah. She has taken only few seconds, 30 seconds for the move.
So great sense of endgame, can you not say? Because you know, like she knows that she shouldn't allow h4 and bishop g3. Then it becomes very complicated. So she's.
They have also completed the time control.
Okay.
G3 is the 41st move.
And even if there are 2 moves to make, she could play bishop f4 and g4, and then she would have all the time to bring the king to e4. And yeah, now it's a game where fortress doesn't seem to be possible, and only advantage is that there is a wrong rook pawn, so c pawn has to be preserved very well. The white a pawn may not be useful in a bishop ending, even if white is a bishop up. So c4 pawn has to be preserved to a great extent. So okay, well, Chinese youngster, I must say, not very young though. One of the interesting things I noticed was 2 players, Dzagnidze and Batsiashvili, they are born on the same day. Did you know that?
Sorry, who is born on the same date?
Dzagnidze and Batsiashvili were born on 1st January 1987, both of them. Yeah, so that's
Nice.
also we have another set. I think we have another set born on the same day. 2 players.
I have a chat saying my mic is not good. Is it better now? Because I brought it closer to. Is it better now? If someone in the chat can tell me.
Probably, they will let them chat down. Yeah, mic does make.
And if our producer can please check about my mic. And now G3 on the board and Goryachkina taking her time. Meanwhile, Nana's game we can expect to. Oh, so many changes already.
And black is.
Oh my God, what happened?
No, white is playing or taking too much risk, I think, here,
We
because
left it.
she has given all the pawns in order to win the a pawn.
Sorry, what happened? Let's just have a look. King
Sure,
F1,
yeah.
Rook B2. We left it
Yeah,
somewhere here.
Yeah, here, exactly
saying
at this spot.
It's sort of an equal position.
Yes.
So I think the problem is that black doesn't have white doesn't have lot of, like white can just play king e1 here, for example.
Even king g1. If white is not in a danger, but the last position was, few pawns are going, and
And c3?
black is trying to because the B line is controlled.
It's a
There's no
little
chance of a perpetual
dangerous.
check. Hmm.
So let's say I don't do anything here. Oh, but then the a3 pawn hangs.
Hmm.
So I cannot afford to do
No, I mean,
nothing.
no, I think king G3 and king F4 is a plan, but it's very risky because,
Maybe this plan, like opening up the king
yeah,
and trying
opening on the,
to.
yeah. That looks logical because C2 is not coming and rook B2 check, and C2 will take its own time. But that has to be done anyway. Rook B2 check and C2, then white plays H into G6. Because you need to support C2 and then go rook B1.
Sorry, let's just see how is the game going, because king e1, rook b3 has been played.
Hmm.
Sorry, rook b3, king e1 was not played. They played
Direct G4? It's a
yes, king
possibility.
e1, rook b3 and g4 instead of king f2.
Okay.
So rook f3 was played,
Hmm.
g into h5 and rook f5. Now unfortunately there is no check on
Yeah,
c8.
yeah, okay.
So queen has to go to c6, rook takes h5, and now
Queen
queen
A4 is forced.
a4 was played,
Rook
rook
F4.
h4.
Yeah, rook H4. Black is, I think, winning here.
I think black has just too many pawns.
Also, the best thing for black is anytime black use the bishop also for the a pawn, still there is no risk. So it's a zero risk position with black, but it's not going to be easy to advance the pawns because queen is a very strong piece. So
Yes.
it's queen c6 and a4, a5. Only thing is black is in a can't lose position.
Yeah, I think black is super comfortable, and also they
Yeah.
have crossed the time control.
Okay.
So it's the 41st move already.
Yeah, so black probably plays king g7 and g5 and prepares for the. White can't allow c3 in this position in general, so queen c6 looks like a move.
Yes, it feels as if Nana is unhappy with her position from her body language as well, even if we don't see the game.
Yeah, I think this is a uncomfortable position for sure, and probably, I mean, if correctly played, black should be able to win this position. That's quite a surprise result, I must say, if it result takes place. Now probably they are settled down and both of them made mistakes to in the time trouble. But I think the psychological comeback by Batsiashvili is great. Nino has been, I mean, after losing the queen, she has played all the best moves, and that's something which is very important. It's not what you I mean, the accuracy is important, but sometimes you do make mistakes. How you recover from the accuracy is more important. I think it's the character that plays the bad position, how the character is trained to play in bad positions, that does matter a lot. Let's. It's going to be a interesting day in that case, and quite a few resulting games. I mean, if three games are resulting games out of five, then it's going to be a very fighting tournament, as we can see. First round, I expect them to be a sort of little try to play little safer, but they didn't. All the games were really played at the best. It's a lot awaiting. We are.
So, yes, and we are at Zujiner's position. I will just update the position over here.
Okay.
H4 was played.
Even worse, I think a simplified.
No, can we get their camera, please? Because it seems it's not updating on our.
Mhm.
Yeah. H4, King G6 has been played, and Bishop F4. This is the position on the live board now. We saw this, yes, Bishop H8 and G4.
No, here bishop into f4 and king f5, king g3, king e4, king h4, and king into f4, king into h5, king f5, h4, b4, king h6, king f6. How many moves does white have? That's an interesting ending there. Bishop into f4, pawn into f4, king f5 or direct king f5. Take and king f5. King g3, king e4, king h4, king into f4, king into h5, king f5. White has too many moves to get out of that. There's no chance that black can succeed in keeping the white king at h5. So, because white will have so many moves, h4 and then king h6 and then h5. Black will run short of moves. Black has two moves on the queen side, b4 and a5. White has many more. So, bishop into f4 is ruled out. Moving the bishop is generally ruled out because of g4. So, king f5. And I think, yeah, king f5, bishop into e5. And king into e5, king g2.
Yes, I think there is a problem with my mic. Can producer please check?
So, we need to look at the position
and I was wondering, sir, if we can make a quick summary of the game so that it's easier for everyone who has joined now,
yes,
who can
indeed.
follow this game. So we are following Jiner versus Goryachkina, and Jiner opened the game with e4 and they quickly entered the Berlin defense of the Royal
I'd seen Goryachkina playing French defense more than this overall, but yes, she has played Berlin. A good opening to play against youngsters comparatively, although, I mean, white is comparatively lesser experienced, I must say.
So this opening with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6 is known as the Berlin
defense of the Spanish opening, yeah.
A very popular opening at the very top level. And then they entered the endgame, the famous Berlin endgame, with queens being exchanged on the 8th move itself. Now the black's king has lost the right of castling and he has doubled pawns on the C file, so his pawn structure is slightly worse compared to white, at least on the queen side. But what does he gain in return?
Yes, what does she have as a compensation? So as a compensation, white has weakness all over the white squares, and black has chances of attacking c2 sometimes or weakening on the king side. If black bishop comes to f5, that could be a very strong piece unless white has a recourse of knight d4. So black's activity here, I think, and white's light colored bishop compensates for black's loss of castling and the weakness of the double pawn.
Yes, pair of bishops can create havoc in endgames, and controlling the advantage of having a pair of bishops is that both your bishops can control all squares, whereas white's dark square bishop can only control the dark squares. So she will always face a problem on the light squares, as Praveen ji pointed out. Then we reached a position where Goryachkina was trying to exchange a pair of knights with sorry, let's go back a little bit, with knight h4 over here. So she was trying to exchange some pieces and create more space for her pieces.
Yes, and the bishops could be strong. Bishop could come to f5. But yeah. So
but Jiner declined and she went to d4 with her knight, centralized it.
Yes. And here there is an attempt to, here black probably suggested a draw. I wouldn't say suggested a draw, but black was willing to repeat at that side. It looked like that. But white made it very clear that white was going to try till the last moment because of the advantage in pawn structure. And at the end of we see she has actually created a passed pawn on the king side without allowing black to create a passed pawn on the queen side. So I think game has gone quite as per her plan.
Right, and after that she came up with this wonderful plan with g5 and rook to h6, where she's able to control a few key squares like the e6 idea, and she also went bishop d8 on the next move, a very, very strong prophylactic move.
Yes, planning to guard everything in case of sacrifice e6 followed by bishop into c7, and secondly white is preparing to black is preparing to play c5 without losing a tempo after knight b5.
Yeah, so the c7 pawn, even though it's not attacked at all at the moment, it is being guarded willingly. The bishop goes back willingly. Just look at the pieces. black's pieces, but they actually, it's actually a very strong move preparing against white's threats.
Yes.
And then they entered and a very open position after white was able to play f4 in
Yes.
this position, and black did not reply with g4.
Yeah, because of some pawn into pawn and bishop g3 might have led to some awkward position.
And so after gf4 and bishop takes, rook g6, king h2, a6, knight comes to c3. Now the knight has squares on d5 and e4.
Yes. And objectively, if white is able to create a passed pawn on the king side, black may not be able to survive if there is no counterplay. So what white is looking at is nothing, no counterplay comes, and eventually I create a passed pawn, and that could be strong. It requires a lot of accurate play because the opponent has a lot of counterplay, and that was very well tackled, I must say, by white.
Yes, at this point they exchanged the knight for the bishop, so black has lost his her pair of bishop advantage and still retains the disadvantage of having the double pawns.
Yes, in this pawn structure, black can never get a passed pawn on the queen side despite the extra pawn, and white can create a passed pawn on the king side, which means when a pawn ending comes, white will give up the outside passed pawn and bring the king in and win all the 3 or 4 black pawns. And black wouldn't be able to guard them because the white passed pawn on the king side would queen. It's exactly the same way it has done what Emanuel Lasker did over 100 years back. I think same thing is being replicated here.
So then at some point black was able to exchange one pair of rooks, but she played c6, and even though it doesn't create a very big weakness because there are no knights on the board anymore to jump to d6, black no more has the plan to go to c6 with the king.
To c6 or even rook b6 sometimes. The activity is reduced because of the pawns. Pawns can't go back.
Yes.
So black is reduced to defending, yet it looks like a draw with correct play.
And here at this point, white played a very, very precise move with rook f1. It was important that she played it here. Otherwise, black would have played king e7 on the next move, and rook f1 would be met with king e6.
Yes. I think rook f1 must be, whatever is the result of the game, rook f1 is the move of the day. Because it's played at a time when it has to be played, and when the situation doesn't compel that. Sometimes some great moves are forced moves and they can be played by players easily because there's nothing else. But here, quite a few lot of different options, quite a few moves. I was thinking of something like rook e4 and rook h4, but this seems to be much more effective way than the artificial way of putting rook on h4.
Oh, wow. Yes, this is a wonderful suggestion as well, which was possible. With rook e4 and rook h4, but rook f1 was played, and then for a lot of moves the players kept going around the same position, with rook f6 being met with rook g6.
Yes.
I think here it was very critical, to be honest, while we were discussing the h4 for h4 to be played, and we could have entered this endgame with bishop e5, bishop b2, and here a very precise move, bishop f6.
Yes, exchanging the bishops, and that's now.
And this would have ended in a draw.
Yes, easy draw in the rook ending. Both rook f4 and rook a2 are good enough to make a draw.
But Goryachkina instead opted to keep the bishops, so she did not go for h4, and she was forced to go into a passive defense. And Jiner extremely patient. She plays moves like b3 here. Not at all committal.
Yes.
I just want to point it out to our viewers that rook f6 is not possible here because ef6 would be a check.
And you can't take the pawn, yeah.
Is impossible because of bishop c7. And if you go king d7, then this would be a lost pawn endgame because of king g3 or even g4.
G4, yeah. So
and black would be in lot of trouble.
Yes, just
so
lost.
As a result, black can never take rook f6, and white has all the time in her disposal. So they kept repeating the position, and here white played bishop f4, king e6
Yes, I think king e6
was
was,
probably imprecise, yeah.
but rook h7 probably. Yeah.
But now rook h7, rook f6.
Yeah, it looks very awkward.
This
Yeah. And c6 is, no, b5 was, I think white waited for black to play b5 so that rook f6 is more active. I think with pawn on b7, probably it was easier to make a draw because you could even give the second rank and still it wasn't really weak. The c6 would be guarded with b7 pawn. After b5, I think black's defense sort of started becoming difficult.
So can we say it's a mistake?
Yeah, b5, but actually it's also psychological reaction because you play b3, your opponent tries to play b5 and try to create counterplay against c4, but who attacks c4?
Yeah, and you're
Yes.
also under time
Yeah.
pressure. So that's what happened. b5, another very, very committal move by
Yes,
black.
and now
And as a result, white was able to get this idea with bishop f4. Rook cannot go back due to rook f6 attacking c6. So black goes to g6. Black goes to e6 with her king attacking the rook on f5 and rook f7 shot. And here it was extremely important to
exchange the bishops and yeah.
yes, exchange the bishops and go for exchange the bishops with rook f8
Yes,
and go for this endgame.
which should be a draw generally. Yeah, rook endings, there's a better chance of uh, drawing in a rook ending because a passed pawn is not deadly because rook is such a strong piece that it can take care of the pawn. It can defend against the passed pawn and simultaneously capture the enemy pawns, creating own passed pawn. But bishop doesn't have that power. So if bishop is stopping a passed pawn, then bishop will not be able to attack the opponent's pawns. And that's one of the drawbacks as we see. Outside passed pawn becomes fatal in a bishop ending or a knight ending, but never in a rook ending. Rook is one of the most powerful pieces. Sometimes I feel that in endgame, rook is equivalent to two minor pieces. I've seen many endgames where rook has defeated two minor pieces, one by Capablanca and many others.
Yes, absolutely.
And the Carlsen Anand, once Anand defeated Carlsen also. So
But this was the 39th move, so she had to take a very, very critical decision, black, on the 39th move, two moves before she could cross the time control, and she made the mistake of taking the rook.
I think Zhu has shown a wisdom of playing this on on the 39th move because she could have played it a couple of moves before similar moves. Rook f7 was a possibility and b5 was not played, and also she could have done it after 40 moves. She plays at a time where opponent with 1 minute on the clock has to take a decision, take this or take that. And I think a very good strategic, psychologically strategic battle as well.
So basically this whole maneuver with rook f1, rook f5 and rook f7.
Yes,
Wonderful.
rook f7 at that moment.
Wonderfully planned and executed by white, and definitely great game by white so far.
Yes, I think.
And it seems like she will get the whole point.
Yes, I
in
think
this
the way
game.
she has played, and now the things are much simplified. I mean, it was very difficult to play the previous moves.
And also let us point out that here h4, which seems very natural, would run into bishop f4, pawn takes, king takes, and we analyzed this position. We had a look at this position and explained that this is completely losing for black because of the outside pass pawn, which you had mentioned many moves ago.
Yes.
White managed to create it now.
And let's just go back a couple of moves before the bishop
And,
exchange. Let's go back before a bishop exchange.
Yeah,
just
I'll
to-
just
just move
complete
back. Yeah,
this.
okay, sure.
And then the reason why this is losing for black is that black will be forced to control this pawn from queening with his king, which is the only piece left.
Yes.
And white is free to go and gobble up all of black's pawns on the queen side, which are extremely loose and ready to die any point. So that's why this doesn't work out well for black. Let's go to
Had
the
it been a rook ending with bishop on e5 and bishop on f4, if instead of that if the rooks, then it was an obvious draw.
So yes, this position you wanted to have a
Yeah,
look at.
after bishop f4.
Bishop
say,
f4.
Yeah, h3 check, king g3. Say for example, it has the rooks instead of the bishops. And by playing king g6, black would have made an easy draw.
Yes.
If the rooks on e5 and f4. So again, rook a very strong piece. And the bishop unable to do anything against the a2, b3, c4 pawns.
All of them are on light
Yeah.
squared.
Black shouldn't exchange the bishop, but
Not
white
attack
brings
any
the
of
king.
them.
Yeah, but white's plan is very clear. White brings the king to e4 and bishop to e3. So
Yeah, wonderfully played. So g3, king g6 was on the board. Bishop f4, bishop g7,
yeah,
king
okay.
g2, king to f5, controlling
Yeah.
e4.
So king f3
But
and g4
she did
check.
not play g4, but she can always
Yeah,
play
king
g4
f3 and g4
anytime.
is the same. I think it's
Bishop f8 and now
g4.
g4. H takes, king goes to e6, king e4,
Yeah.
bishop e7. White plays bishop h6 here.
Okay.
Actually,
I thought it was simpler to play bishop e3 and simply g5 g6, and by the time then I get king e5 and king e6 and king d7.
so even now it's
Yeah,
possible.
the chance is never gone.
Yes.
The advantage is the chance is never gone.
Because in bishop endgame, we can always gain
Yes.
tempos.
And only danger is that if black is able to give the bishop for the c pawn, then it could be a draw.
So if the king moves from here, we have king e5.
Yes. And we give g6 check. It's already some zugzwang will
Yes,
come. Yeah.
it's already a zugzwang.
No,
but
actually I could play king f5 first. King f5 instead of king. And then g6 check.
yes, or even if we give up this pawn,
Yeah.
and this is also winning.
Yeah.
But king f5 is even more precise.
Hmm.
And with g6, it would be completely losing because the king enters and takes up all the pawns.
We can show a nice trick. Why should black go king f7? Because if black plays b4 here and we try say g6, and king f6 can be met with bishop g5 check.
Oh wow, very nice. Unfortunately, this bishop is on e7, so we cannot take because and if we take the bishop, we play g7 and the dark squared bishop can never control the light squares. This is the unfortunate part of being a bishop, that you can never control the squares of the other color.
So not a forced variation, but a nice trick to show to the viewers. So
Yes, superb. So these are some
glimpses of the
gists
game, so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we will see how it continues, but it seems like Jiner has got it in her bag. Let's have a look at how Nana is doing against Nino. Yeah, this looks very tough for white now because
Yeah, black's plan is clear. Black is going to play c3, bishop b3 and c2.
yes, not even bishop f5. Why weaken the f7 square?
So I prefer to lose the bishop and I get a new queen. So bishop b3 will be guarded with rook h3.
Yes, black's plan is very simple and there is just no way. Actually, it's even black to play now. So black can simply play c3 at this moment. It's supported with the rook on h3. Pawn comes to a5.
Bishop b3. Is there any tactical refutation?
Oh, we even play c2 here because
we can play tactically c2.
H.
But you can't play rook h1 check till you have played move the king, and your king has no asylum. So you can play. You mean c1 check and rook h1? Yeah. So c3, king d1 should be played then. c3, a5, c2.
Oh, here already we can play. Let's just show it to our chat. c3, a5, c2, and here queen c2 is losing to rook h1, king d2 and rook h2, and this pawn will be easily controlled by the bishop, and then we queen our remaining
and
two
not
pawns.
only that, instead of queen c2, if white plays a6,
if white plays
then
a6,
we should not play rook h1 check because queen h1 is a check, but we play c1 check first.
Yes, because it's a check.
No, we just play c1 check.
So we make a new queen. Hello. And
and queen for queen, no injustice.
Queen for our rook and prevent the queening easily.
Which means that c3 has to be met with king d1, correct?
Yes, I think a4 she's played c3, a5 is on the board. This game is going to get over
in
2-3
moves. I think c2 and c1 she will resign.
Yes, this is a really, you know how chess can change in one move. This game is an example of that.
Yeah, but I think black played more bravely. I think that's the way, because black took all the decisions when she had weak pawns and she didn't want to play passively. At one stage she was losing a pawn, and actually white was better probably. A blunder was, but black blundered the queen, and then she has again come back. That's very important. So okay, lot of resulting games then. on the first day. So let's wait for some time. Let's see the result. I think this game will look at this game itself. Yeah, I think they're very good at not showing not showing the emotions probably. But see the precise technique. She just kept everything on a protected square. Bishop on e6 guarded with pawn on f7. Rook h3 guarded with bishop e6, c3 and c2. White should have played king. Oh, king d1 had a problem with bishop b3 check anyway. So yeah, it was equally bad. A bad result from the point of view that she was a queen up, but perhaps only for a move or two she was winning. There is no realistic chance of winning with that time control, and that excitement might have led to the. But a great game. Sometimes when a person is in losing position and finds out the best resources, I think that's something more difficult than playing a winning position. Here they're still playing. And black hasn't played c2 yet.
A5, C2 has not been played, but I think she's just double checking, you know.
Yeah.
You know, when you're near a win, you want to make sure that you are seen everything and you're not being impulsive.
Yes, that's true.
She also has 26 minutes, so maybe she's simply enjoying her position.
If white pawn was one square ahead, then c2 could have been replied with a7. So
c2 is on the board.
Okay, then I think
c2 is on the board. King d2 has been played, and bishop went to f5.
Yes, now I think rook will go to this file. So yeah, bishop f5.
Bishop went to f5.
And now
there's
a threat of rook h2 check followed by rook going to 8th rank somewhere. So a6.
Queen c4 is the most obvious move.
Queen, but after queen c4, king g8, you have no check and you have to plan for a check. So you play a5. I just play rook h1. Queen c4.
No, rook d1 is also possible. Rook d3 is also possible.
Rook d3 and d1 is, once I guard the pawn, rook d3, d1. In fact, I can give up the f7 pawn, but I don't want to do that. I just play king g8 and a6.
So let's say I play queen c7 here.
Yeah, queen c7 looks more logical.
A6 has been played.
So
A6 has been played.
So rook d3 check.
So rook d3 check and rook d1
resigns.
No, she wants to make a7. That's the point.
And rook b1 check. Okay.
So a7 and so we still have to make some cautious moves here. We cannot
one prophylactic move we need to play.
So maybe rook d3 and rook d7.
Rook d7. Yeah, but then we don't threaten rook d1 anyway. No? So rook d1 check is probably fine, and rook b1 check. What do you do for rook? Yeah, rook d3 check, rook d1 check, rook b1 check.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah,
A6.
Rook d3 check, rook d3 check.
King e2 will be played because king c1 runs into rook d1.
Yeah.
So rook d3, king e2 is forced.
Yeah, and now do I threaten a bishop? Now rook a3 prevents also. Rook a3 and rook a1.
Yes, rook d3 has been played. King e2. We see it on the live board in the camera. Rook d3, king e2. And
rook d7 or rook a3. Rook a3 is a bit loose, and rook d7 cuts the king. So the idea is to play simply rook a7 and even rook d6 does exist, but it doesn't add anything to. Even rook d6 is actually rook d6 and rook into a6 is a simple plan also. No?
Yes, rook d7, rook a7 and rook a6.
Yeah, but when you play rook a7, your opponent is going to play king d2. So why don't you do it now with rook d6?
And keep the queens, but you are a piece up.
Yeah. Or okay, maybe rook d7 is more precise because you will anyway win the queen for the rook here. Rook d7. Yeah, rook d6 looks adequate also. Queen into queen c7, c1 queen. And there can't be a perpetual check.
Right. There are many ways to win, but let's see which one Nino chooses. I'll have a quick look at our other games. Till then, is it going on?
Yeah, I think another variation probably is simply rook d7 is safest. You can think after rook d7 you can think what to do. Okay, So technical game, white played king f4. Uh, okay, the other game, okay. Let's go to the,
So king e2. I think we can stick to this game because it
yeah,
will get over any
yeah,
time unless there
yeah,
is a blunder.
yeah.
So
And the other game, I think although it's winning, probably black is not going to resign till white king comes and wins all the pawns. So,
yes.
yeah. Also playing against the comparatively less experienced opponent gives more reason to play the game. But sudden changes in the position and yeah, rook d7 is a good way of playing. I was hoping to get a tempo with rook d6 and queen c7, then rook d7, but I think that was too greedy. Yeah, I think almost every move wins here. But if white gets a pawn to a7, there is some realistic chance. Even with rook on a7, I think it's losing. Pawn with pawn on a7, it's still losing, I think. Good game by black, I think. Except that one blunder, which mattered a lot. Queen was lost. And luckily, sometimes you're lucky also because after a blunder, if your position is not all that bad, that's what happened here. Black blundered the queen, but the position was not all that bad. And white needed to play very precisely. That is the reason why. Okay, so she is now thinking.
So what are some options? Rook d6 you
Yeah, rook
suggested.
d6 and rook d7.
And queen c7 will be met with rook d7.
Actually, yeah, rook d7. So I get the same position with one tempo, and then I have a
Yes.
chance to think of what to do.
Yes.
Yeah, but perhaps it doesn't really matter. The tempos don't matter. Rook d7, what do you do? You have no impressive move or no improvement possible. Now the
Yes.
next question is how do I, after rook d7, what do I do? Because if I go rook a7, you go king d2. So after rook d7, what do I actually do immediately? If you move the queen, I can do, I mean, it's quite easy. So white, rook d7, white has to play king e3, and then that's riskier.
Yes. And meanwhile, Goryachkina's game, I think Nino is still thinking. We can quickly go and check. So at some point,
Yeah,
white
black.
played g5, yes?
Yeah, black tried to put the king on.
So we had discussed this, that king has to go back, and she played
But king f5 is what we said. King e5 should equally good also. Yeah, but
king e5, yes. No, sorry. Let's. I just want
yeah,
to
I
be
think,
sure that we
yeah,
are on the game.
yeah, perhaps
G5, king e5. King
g5.
e5.
What g5 played? I think g5 was not played probably in the game so far.
No. So sorry. That was a analysis line, and this is the game position. So they basically, she played g4. It was taken. King went back to e6. King came to the center with e4. Pawn, bishop to e7. Bishop is just, she's waiting.
Yeah.
White is also waiting. Bishop comes to d6. Bishop g7. Bishop e7. King f4. King f7. Bishop e5. King g6.
Okay, so black got a chance to stop the king, but white probably can play something like bishop b8 and king will. Okay, what she wants to do for bishop b8 is bishop f6, and if bishop d6, then bishop d4, and at least I don't allow your king to e6, which I think white missed a chance probably when the king was on e4, king on f4, and bishop e5 was not so good because now king e5 is not coming. In this position, if black could play king e5, game would be over. Bishop e5 should still win.
Actually, here king f4 itself is not required.
Yeah, not required. Just put the bishop on e3 also first.
But I mean, as you suggested with the bishop on e3 and pawn on g5, bishop f8 would have been played 100%.
Probably, yeah.
But she probably didn't see how she's making progress after this move.
Yeah, but this position itself should be a zugzwang. So I have three moves with bishop g1 and bishop f2. Oh no, you win. Yeah, bishop f2 if I play, what do you do? Bishop f2 here.
Bishop e7.
And now g6.
But even after g6, I have bishop f8.
Yeah, so now...
Oh, yeah, it's slowly
No, bishop
making
f8,
progress.
bishop f8, yeah, okay, bishop f8.
Okay, maybe not bishop e6. Bishop d6 can I play?
Okay, so for g6 and g7 I have to come via g5. Actually I can play bishop h4, then you go bishop e7. Okay, that's a zugzwang. So g6 you want to play king f6, and g7 is not possible. So okay, so there is some trouble in this. Yeah, it's bishop has to fight. Bishop h4 is not correct. So bishop g1 if I play here, now you can go bishop e7, yeah? Bishop g1, yeah, bishop e7. So g6, basically you don't do anything. I need to get bishop h4 after g6. So g6, you have king f5, and my king is not getting in. Yeah, can we go a move back and let's find a clear-cut plan? Just a move back from
Yes.
this analysis. Yeah, maybe it's, yeah. So if I play bishop f4 here, what would you do?
Yes, bishop f4. So I have to be careful not to put my bishop on e7. Otherwise, you get g6. So, but here can I
Bishop
play
g7,
bishop
g6, I don't know. G6
Again,
now,
you get
g6, yeah,
g6.
because the pawn ending is now
Oh, yeah,
irrelevant.
you're in a zugzwang. So I have to play. Yeah, actually.
This was a simpler plan, but what she plays is also winning. Let's come back to the actual game. Oh, she allowed king g5 also. Okay.
So instead of this was I think a zugzwang in case of getting g6. Even though after that also there'll be a lot of hard work to do. After
Yeah, bishop g5 probably, and you go bishop g7. I don't know. It's bishop e5, and then just put g7, g7, and then king f5. G7, king f7, king f5, king f5. And I'm going to play g8 next.
But b4.
No, b4 we lose all the pawns. No, g8.
G8, yes,
Yeah.
and we just win this.
Yeah.
So
no,
we
you have to play.
just
You have to play bc and play that position.
yeah, but
BC.
that's also
Yeah, the only thing is that the c pawn is very precious. Yeah, bishop d2 and
maybe even a4, yeah.
yeah, a4 is fine. And yeah,
Just
now
g8.
g8. Yeah.
And this would win because the king is going to collect.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to win the bishop for the wrong rook pawn. I'm going to collect the bishop for the a pawn and not for the c pawn.
Yes, it's important that we don't. We collect the bishop for the a pawn by queening.
But black king will never reach a8 anyway, so I think that was a more effective plan. I think.
Yes. So yeah, this was a good plan, and let's go and look at the live board. King g6 has been played.
Yeah, I mean she's playing king g5 and king g6 and posing a question. How do you improve? So I think eventually that same plan has to be carried out. Bishop to e3. But now with bishop to e3, okay, now with king has already reached g6, so it may not be easy to push g6. So how does white king enter now? It's a bit tricky because when you play king e4, I got bishop d6. Okay, I think if I play king e4 now and king g5 you're playing, so it's better to put king on bishop on. So first move I play bishop f4, not king e4 here.
Right.
Yeah, what I want to do is bishop f4. Then I want to play king e4, so black plays some move. King f6.
Can I play bishop f6 or
bishop f6? I don't know. I play king e4. King e4.
But I go back.
Yeah. So now I have king e5.
No, I won't go back. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, but I play bishop e3 next.
Yes. So I have to go back at some
Yeah.
point. Okay, I understand. So this is the point. So bishop f6 is not possible. Can I play
king f6 or king f7? I go king e4.
King e6.
No, I have to go with that plan.
g5.
g5.
So again the same plan.
Yeah.
So she has to push g5.
She has to find that plan eventually, and which she will find. I think a lot of time on the clock, and yes, no worries about no time trouble. Yeah. So how much time she's left with? Lot of time, I believe.
She has 23 minutes.
And she will get 30 seconds every time.
So she has played bishop f4. Let's
Okay. Yeah.
refresh the board.
Yeah.
1 second.
Okay.
She has played bishop f4. Bishop f6 was played and king e4. This is the
Okay.
position on the board. So the plan you suggested.
Yeah.
And now I think, yeah, as you mentioned, black is, white is threatening bishop e3, bishop e7 and king e5.
Yeah. And even if you play bishop d8, I still play bishop e3. I don't go king e5 encouraging bishop c7 check. So
Yes.
I just go bishop e3. And if you go bishop e7 here, I just go king e5. So
Yes. So this is very difficult for black, and white has able to manage to break through.
without losing the g pawn. The king will now walk in without losing the g pawn, yeah? So
Bishop f4, she played king f6. I am sorry.
Okay. She knows that she has to win the g pawn at least.
King f6.
So king e4 and
king
the
e4,
yeah.
king e6,
And
g5.
Now, yes. Okay. So now
No, g5 is our analysis. So
Okay.
this is the position on the board.
Okay. So we are back to that plan of g5, g6.
Yes, and
Yeah.
g5 has now been played.
Okay. Fine. Yes,
No.
it's. I think you get such a position, it's always good because there can be two results and no repetition is likely to take place. So
No, but I don't see it on the camera board, so maybe it's not yet been played. We can say that this is the live board
yeah, okay.
because on the camera I'm not able to.
Yes, with correct play, white should win, and I don't see a possibility of black actually getting a fortress.
Is
So-
the camera a little behind because we are able to get these moves, or maybe we made them?
Yeah.
I'm now a little confused. Yes, king e4 is the position on the board.
Okay.
I can see the camera.
So hardly anything that can be.
And I'll go and have a look at Nana's board. 1 second. Yes, she's still thinking after king e2. So that game is still going on. Let's do a quick recap of
Yes.
Nana's board as well
Yes.
before it finishes.
Yes.
So Nana's game, Nana was playing her countrymate Nino, Batsiashvili. Both of them grandmasters, have been a part of the Georgian women's team for many
Yes.
years, and teammates, good friends, I'm sure.
Yes.
So Nana opened with d4 and her opponent replied with d5, and it was the Catalan.
Yes, I had seen her more Nimzo-Indian games, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah.
So it was probably not the most expected
Yeah.
position.
Yes, and that is the reason why white probably went for Catalan.
And she also took so much time in the opening. After b6, rook d1, bishop b7, knight b d2 and c5 was a move
Yes.
we did not expect.
A very aggressive move, and I think a very well timed move because knight is no longer able to come to c3 to attack the pawns. So a very accurate move. I think it must have been till this position. It's obviously home preparation, and black has found that black is in a position to play this.
So black is fine with playing with hanging pawns after cd, ed, take and take. She was happy to play this. White instead took on c5 but did not take on d5. She played knight b3, knight b7, and then we reached a position
With the hanging
where
pawns, yeah.
one pair of knights got exchanged and black had pushed the b3 knight to d2 with a5, a4. And here it was an important position where black had this idea of rook a7 prophylaxis against knight c4,
Yeah,
which we
yeah.
liked. But instead, we also saw another line which actually happened on the board
Yes, queen
with
b6.
queen b6. And now onwards, it's a forced variation after knight c4.
If white doesn't play knight c4, then white has nothing. So
Let's say it was the most logical variation. So knight c4, most logical move, take, and here bishop g2. White had to be careful not to take back with the king, or else she loses the rook with queen c6 check. And so rook e7 was played, and they reached a opposite colored middle game with the white king being weaker than her counterpart, but black's pawns being weaker than white's.
Yes, and to win a game in a technical manner is not possible here. if it's going to be a completely technical game, white has some chances, I would say. Black has no chances at all. But black's chances are more or less tactical. And black is trying to play for kingside attack or winning the b2 pawn or creating a c-passed pawn, the queenside majority. a3 is a probable break for black in this position. And I think white prevented that.
Yes, so a3 was a break we were looking at, so white prevented it with a3. Now black could have played
Yes, I think that was the simplest way to equalize.
queen b3 and equalize, but black decided to be more
Yes,
aggressive.
if black is if black is winning, then obviously we have to say that it was a wise decision.
Yes.
Not to go for a slightly worse ending, but to go for a slightly worse middle game, where the queens could make a difference.
And actually maybe it was the right decision, because we have been talking about the white's king being
Safety,
weaker than the black.
exactly.
So she stays in the middle game with bishop e6, and over here bishop f4 position. This was, I think, an important position where she did not she played rook queen d5. Here white had a choice to go bishop c3,
Yes.
keep the d4 square and the b2 square.
Indeed. Then I think one piece is tied down, but the rest of the pieces are free to act, and some action can start.
And also it would have probably also fizzled out in a draw because of this
Yes.
move repetition.
I'm sure she avoided this because of the draw.
Yes, maybe she didn't like the rook being so stuck.
Yeah, also, yeah.
So bishop f4 was played instead, but now Nino started to take over a little bit with rook f d8, queen c3, bishop h3, targeting the white king. Now queen g2 is threatened, so f3 was played.
Yeah, I think some tactical backrank threats were also there, so this had to be absolutely forced.
And here rook ab8 was a really good move.
Yes, black wants to remove the white queen from c3, and then black wants to play queen d1 check and rook d1 check, king f2 and rook f1 mate. With black rook on b3 and white queen not on c3. That would be a nice checkmate pattern.
Yeah, because the e3 square is controlled with the rook on b3.
Yes,
yeah, wonderful checkmate pattern. So she plays king f2 as prophylaxis.
Yeah, so now rook b3, you can move the queen
to e5. So h5 was played, very aggressive play by black. Rook c1, bishop e6, rook c2, rook b3, queen e5, queen d4. Both of them are fighting tooth and nail, I would say.
24 check was a good move, and black thought that black had to save the c5 pawn, and there black blundered actually.
Here queen d1
Yes, it was quite a
would
serious
have been a decent move, because we are attacking the rook on c2, and after rook c1 we can go back to d4.
Yes, and if c5 is taken, then we get back b2, then black is better then.
Maybe queen b2 or rook queen b2.
I think also exchange queens and rook e2 is also strong. No?
So we had these choices, but black instead blundered here. Huge blunder. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Here black had to play.
No, one move before. The rook was on b. Yeah.
Here black had to play queen d1, and instead black blundered with rook b5.
Yeah.
Very less time on the clock, by the way.
For both of them, yeah.
For both of them. And here after rook d2, the queen is trapped in the center of the board.
Yeah.
Queen e5 runs into rook d8
but
check.
even if the queen was not trapped, I think the d8 rook is hanging. So it's not a matter of... it's just a simple sort of...
tactical error.
Tactical error. And
so now black won.
Black lost the queen for rook and a piece.
Yes.
And I think rook a7, all those moves could have been very dangerous.
With idea to play rook e8 and queen h5. So black would have to, let's say, go back. And then we could have played king f2, protect our e2 pawn.
Yes,
and we can slowly pick up, we could slowly pick up black's pawns after having protected our pawns.
In the game, white felt it was very easy because white gave all the pawns, thinking that the a pawn, I don't know, it was to give the e2 pawn, actually it eliminates all the winning chances. Suddenly when you give the e2 pawn, you are no longer better.
Yes, instead white played rook c5 here. It was the 33rd move, so they both were under time pressure still.
Yeah, to make 5-6 moves was not easy.
And it was a very big mistake. As you can see, the eval bar also dropped.
Yes.
And after giving up 2 pawns, and also mainly this pawn becomes a passer.
and the bad position of the king. If the king was outside, at least it was safe.
Yes.
But here the white has to stop c3 because after c3, c2 and c1 becomes routine because of the king in back rank.
Yeah, became very, very tough for white. And here, as you can see, black has made a huge, very nice fortress with all her pawns on the light squares as the same color as the bishop.
And in order to give a check, if white moves the queen, then generally the c pawn, the advance of c pawn can be very dangerous.
Yes, this is extremely difficult for white already, and maybe she had to try something like g4, hg, fg, and if black takes...
I think, yeah, then...
Okay, maybe this is also... Actually, I was thinking you can
queen
take, but we
C4,
can...
Queen c4 is lost,
we just
so,
blunder.
but perhaps we... yeah.
So actually, this is also very, very
no,
tough.
bishop g4, queen d4 was, I think I was considering. Queen d4, bishop e2 check. I thought there could be a perpetual check in queen d4.
Engine shows a incredible move here, queen g5.
Okay.
And with the idea that after bishop f5, you can simply play h5.
Okay, so you want to play queen f6 and h6 if given a
and
chance.
Try to make some perpetual against the black king.
If c3 here, then probably black...
but we can even play h6, yeah?
h6 and then queen f6, there is... Yeah, so there's a chance of losing as well. So c2.
c2, take, queen h4. King g7 is impossible because of queen d4. But this is a very engine-like move.
Yes, I think it's a
and king
very
g7 is still impossible, and
And
there is
black does have a chance of not playing c2, so it's not a sort of one single variation. Every time a correct move will have to be played.
So this was a very, very difficult to find draw. Actually, already after this rook c5 position, black's this rook c5 was a huge blunder by white.
Because after rook c5, it's only a black win or a draw that's possible. Although materially white is queen up, white has zero chance of winning and extremely likelihood of losing the position because the c pawn is really very strong.
So after rook c5, black took over the game. And Nana got into a very difficult position with her king and all the pawns rolling for black. Rook b3, now all the pawns will be lost. Rook f3. And after rook f5, you even pick up the h5 pawn because there is no queen c8 check because the bishop covers it.
h5 and h4, both.
Yes, so all the pawns were lost and it became a very, very difficult position. Finally, we have reached... this position on the board. So we left it here.
Yeah, okay.
And black already managed to reach c2 with her pawn. We were considering rook d7, which was played.
Rook d7 and rook d6 were our choices. Rook d6 followed by rook d7. So rook d7.
Queen h1 check, king g8 and queen c6 is the position on the board.
Okay, so black just wants white to... white just wants black to make some move which could be inaccurate. Rook a7 runs into king d2, so that is not an improvement.
So rook a7 with the idea to take rook a6 on the next move and then make a queen and be a bishop and two pawns up. But this will run into king d2. We don't allow you to take.
We need to repeat at that time. So we get the same position after this. So this position, I think rook d7, white wants black to play. So even for king g7, black would just give a check. So in my opinion, somewhere you have to give some other checks probably. And
I think black needs to wait a little bit.
Yeah, in this position, if white's turn to play, white has actually
like
some
if
problems.
Like if we can gain a move, let's say this move. We will anyway play this on the next move. So we move the queen.
Yeah, where does the queen move? Because
queen a8 maybe.
Queen a8 check. Okay, king g7. Then there is no check.
Queen c6 back.
Okay. Now is there... Okay, so you have prevented my... yeah, but now are you allowing rook d7
so
check?
It's not very easy.
No, rook d7 check and... yeah, king g8 is always queen a8 check, no? So king e2 now. So we get the same position.
No, the king is on g7. So now we can push g5.
Yeah, g5, and once you play f6 and king, yeah, queen c5, king g6. I think we just play f6 now.
Yeah. And now this, it seems
Actually,
as if it's
actually we
easy
can
to
move the
push
g-pawn
this
itself.
pawn.
Yeah, we can just move the g-pawn itself. So king on g7 was not required at that direct g5. It's happening with queen
I
c6.
think,
Queen f6 was.
yeah, let's try that.
Yeah, with rook on d7. With rook on d7 and king on e2. g5 had some. Yeah, just a move.
Over
back.
here.
g5, queen g5.
But this bishop might get
Lose,
into trouble.
But
So queen c5.
yeah, that's right. And the king bishop is not, and the queen g5 guards c1. That's the problem.
No, queen.
Yeah, so here, but queen f5 is not a threat. So I thought just king g7 here, queen f5
Queen
and queen d7. Okay, queen f5.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still winning, but
No,
this is a draw
this
now.
would be draw.
Yes, because the a pawn. If black wins the a pawn, black wins. So that she is trying to create a. Only chance is g5 queen f6, and we should not be playing.
So g5 is a very loose move probably.
Yes. It should be close to king g7. But king g7 there is queen. Actually, king g7 queen c3 check f6 is not so bad. I think.
F6 is
we
possible.
Can play f6 and g5.
F6. But we queen c3 and f6. Yeah. Yes.
And we just
possible.
No, the queen c5 only move. So
g5 is not possible.
Okay.
Here queen c6 would run into g5.
G5, yeah. But white is tactically preventing g5. The bishop has less squares. We can actually force with bd3 check followed by g5, but then both pieces are loose. I'm a bit worried about a7.
King f2 is not king d2 is
not possible.
Possible actually.
No, objectively bishop a6 is also winning. So that position, even for king f2, bishop a6, if not losing a piece, it should win.
But now
it's a difficult. If you give c2 pawn, it's difficult.
Oh, and now another problem is a7 we cannot take.
Yes.
Because it's a check.
Yeah. So
with pawn on f7, this was not the case.
Yes, you would have to play rook d8, but so I think better to get g5 without f6, and that's going to take some effort, I think.
So there are some issues. It's not as easy as we thought.
Yeah, queen is a very strong piece, and probably also at this time of the day when players are already tired, I must say, it's not easy to find that.
Yes.
Has the other game progressed?
Definitely. Let's go and have a look at the other game. Let me just show the live position in Nana's game right now. It's with sorry, I think I see the pawn on g5. Has she played g5? Black has played g5. Black has played g5.
Directly, but then
yes.
Queen f6.
This could go either way. We'll come back.
Yeah, but Queen f6, I think we still.
Let's come back to this game
true,
after having a look.
Yes, because now it's really complex.
And this we have reached this position. So pawn has reached g6 in Jiner's game. So we left it over here.
So is g7 not winning? I mean, looks quite.
Did we leave it over here?
Yeah, king was on e4 and black had played king f6.
King e4, king e6 was played. Bishop d2 was played.
Okay. Not g5, g6. Okay.
Bishop d2 was played. And then next move was bishop to d6.
Okay.
Bishop c3, bishop c7. So she's taking time. She doesn't want to commit. I think she's a very patient person.
Yeah, but she wants to put g7 and then g8 queen check. Yeah, so g7, king f7, king f5. That's what she wants to play.
Oh, but then bishop d4.
Bishop d4 is coming. Yeah, I think she has. No, but she should play bishop e5 again, no? Then. Okay, but bishop d4.
Bishop e5 here.
Yeah, so.
Because as we saw here, bishop d4 would be
suddenly,
really
suddenly a draw, probably.
Annoying. Or maybe take first. And take. And now we cannot take because then you take and
black
you
wins.
Support. Yeah. It's just so sad. So we have to play this and then
No,
you
but
come
we
back.
are not getting the entry itself. Why
Yeah,
should we
there is
play
no
G8? Yeah.
yeah, there is no
Yeah.
entry. So this would have be a huge miss, and that's why we must play after G7, King F7. We must put our bishop on E5 so that
Yes.
it's supported with our king. And after bishop D4, we play King F5, and now we always
Nee,
get
now,
entry.
yeah, now bishop d4 is not possible with king on e4, so your opponent has
Sorry.
to wait.
Yes.
And for king f5, bishop d4, we just, yeah, so bishop, yeah, and king f5, and now bishop d4, and now we have ample choice. We just give.
Now also it's not easy.
No, I want to play a4 first and then g8 check and king e6. I'm going to play g8 check and
A4.
king e6. Or even direct g8 is possible, but I didn't calculate. I also always want. In fact, no, I wanted to place g7 also before bishop e5.
Let's check this. I think this should also be winning.
Yes. Why should I keep the bishop on e5? Now I just move the bishop.
Now we move the bishop to
Yeah.
wherever.
Yeah. Also,
Or
I think
maybe
you could win a couple of tempos if you don't play g7 also. You put bishop on e5 first, play a4 first. Just a couple of move back. I think in endgame, one doesn't have to hurry. Why play g7? Just a move back. Play bishop e5, play a4, play bishop e5, then play g7.
Yes. A4. Let's make all useful moves and then play. Yeah, that's possible. But I was just like, what if we need a tempo later? But we can always gain tempo with the bishop. That's the
Actually,
advantage of.
we are not going to get a pawn ending where there will be pawn in front. Tempo is not going to matter because our king will be on d7 while our opponent's king will be far away. So I think it's perhaps.
True. Yes. So that's a wonderful way. Like basically, we won't even reach a king pawn endgame where we need to calculate about tempos. So
true.
that's why there is no need to worry, and let's
Yeah.
make useful moves. That's a wonderful advice actually. And then yes, this is actually also very much in White's favor, this game. And let's see.
No, there's a chance that if somebody is left only with 2 minutes and has to play 30 seconds, then there is a chance that the game could lead to a blunder. But the only blunder White can do here in this position is play g7 and bishop and king f5 together. And then you need to make 2 mistakes. G7 is not a blunder, so you need to play g7 followed by king f7, king f5. With these 2 blunders, it becomes a draw.
She has played king f4, by the way.
Yeah, why this move? What is she doing?
And what did black play? Black took on c4 and white is thinking.
Yeah, and bd4 and king f6, is she allowing?
Oh
The pawn is
no,
going?
king f4 was unnecessary.
No, king f6 wins the pawn now after bd4.
Yes.
bc was not necessary, but bc is safe. Okay.
Maybe she missed bishop e5.
No, I think she
Oh.
missed bd4 and king f6, I feel.
Oh my god. So this is also heading to a draw because king f4 will take.
Yeah,
Now
now bishop
take.
d4.
Now bishop d4. Bishop d2 is forced. You cannot take this. Let's
No,
just
take
show.
and c5. Take and c5 is a possibility,
Oh.
but king f, yeah.
Maybe this is what she wants to go.
But opponent, this is a draw, no?
Yes,
After
because
king
there
f6,
is
there's
no
no
entry.
Yeah. And king c4 might end up losing the game.
Actually, even king f5.
Yeah,
Not
okay. King
why
f,
king
yeah,
f6.
yeah, that's true.
King f5 and it's just there's just no entry. a4 will be met by a5 and
Now
it's lost.
Black is winning now, yeah.
So
No, you have to go to b4
king
and take that ace.
c4.
Yeah, king
So
c4.
yeah, white has to go and take the a pawn.
And probably a4 first and then king a5, no? Or, yeah, direct king
Or
a4.
maybe even direct.
Direct is working
Yes.
also, yeah. But I would play a4 and then.
Just just to be technically correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So
So sudden blunder, okay. I think she has missed king f6 winning that pawn.
oh yeah, it's a huge miss actually for Jiner. It could have been a full point,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
now it looks like Goryachkina has shown her magic and swindled her
Yeah.
way to a draw.
But I think compared to the effective way of the play in the earlier hours, now they started making some mistakes. I mean, maybe a fatigue and the pressure. I don't know.
So the tiredness has set in.
No, this is a very basic mistake that bishop on c3 is the very bad square for the bishop.
Right. I think there has been some Yes, in the later hours of the game, players do tend to make more mistakes
Yeah.
because the game is so tiring and it drains you. And I also don't see players like having any snacks between the round.
Oh yeah,
I
they
mean,
have.
I have not noticed them
Yeah,
eat
yeah, actually.
anything. Maybe they get up while when they are going to eat something.
Yeah.
That's possible.
I think
But
eating on the board is not permissible by the latest FIDE rules.
okay.
I heard somewhere that you can't carry your snacks and drinks at the. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Certainly, it's banned in smaller tournaments, but that could the reason could be more of administrative than disturbing the opponent.
Yes. So Jiner is still thinking. No, she has taken
No, she
BC
has to take BC.
and black to play.
Bishop D4. I think
Bishop
nothing.
d4 will definitely be
Yeah,
played.
when if black played BC4, then Bishop D4 is going to be played.
Wow. So we might see only one result, but even that's not clear.
Yeah,
Let's
that.
just
Oh,
go to that
Queen
game
F6
now.
was a move. Queen C5 doesn't look like a correct move because of the Bishop G. Okay, Bishop G6. Yeah, even Bishop G6 is winning here, is it? No?
1 minute. Let's show what White played. Uh,
White played Queen C5 instead of Queen F6.
8. Sorry, let's just go to
Yeah, okay.
40.
So Queen C5.
50th move G5 was played.
Mhm.
50th move G5 was played. So White played Queen C5, Rook E7, King D2, Rook D7, King E2.
Is Bishop G6 fine here?
Queen's G5.
Yeah, Queen G5, Rook D1. That's what I was thinking. Then you have A7, no? A7, and that's nothing. You could win that. So
Rook A1.
Rook A1 probably
Queen D8.
Queen
King
D8.
H7 and Queen H4. We saw this draw because the king can never come on this diagonal because of Queen D4 check.
Yeah, so whether it is Rook A1 or any other square, I think that becomes the same. So yeah, that's.
Oh, this is important. So let's just show the viewers. King E2, Bishop G6. This is the line we are discussing. Just example of what could happen. A7, Rook A1, and now Queen D8 check. King can never come to G7 because of Queen T4 check. King H7 and White has Queen H4 check. Nothing to do. We have to go back to G8. Again, G7 is not possible because of Queen D4 and take the Rook. So this will be a draw. And that's why actually black has to be careful. Black has to be careful not to allow a draw in this position. White has tried really well, I must say. Lot of credit to Nana for finding all these wonderful concepts of, she gave the Queen H1 check, for example, even over even over here after King D2, let's just show that position. She gave this check first, and after King G7, she went Queen C6, and then King E2. She found this King D2 idea, and there was also a moment where she gave Queen H1 check.
Yes,
just
Queen H1. Yeah, because of King G7 and G5, with this position, Black is simply winning with King G6. So she didn't allow King G7 and G5. Maybe Black could have tried to. Here the problem was playing King G7, prophylactic King G7 would have led to some problems with Queen C3 check. Although it was worth a try, but yeah, because F6 would be weakening then.
So but Queen C3, King H7. Now there is no King. Queen H3.
Yeah, then next move G5. Yeah, that was possible also. King G7, Queen C3, King H7, and Queen C6, G5 looked like a proper way to play.
So Black had to be a little...
But with King 1 H7, there was a possibility of Queen F6 and such confusing moves. If you make a new queen, then Queen F5 check. So
53rd move, Rook E7 has been played.
That's, I think, only repetition of moves. That's probably...
What? No. I think I don't think they have repeated.
But has the position come 3 times? I don't know.
Oh, it's difficult to understand which move they are on. G5. Okay, we have this position on the board. that much is true. Rook d7 has been played. This is the position on the board because I see
Has it come before?
the clock running. So
Okay.
this is
So
the
we-
live
can
position.
we see from the g5 time, has it been repeated? Because g5 was played quite some
Sorry,
time back.
one second. Let's just make sure that we are on the live board. Yes. But why is the clock? Yeah. Rook d7. So it has come. I can tell you how many times it has
After,
come.
yeah, after g5. After first time g5. Queen c5.
King e2 has been played. Oh, a draw has been agreed in Jiner and Goryachkina after bishop
Yes,
d4.
yes, I think,
Oh, huge miss for Jiner. We explained
Yes.
how she could have won instead of king f4. She had to play bishop e5 here. No, she
yes,
had to play g7 here.
Even bishop e5.
Even bishop e5.
Yeah.
Bishop e5 and
Then
play
G-
a
then
more
G7,
precise
then G7,
move.
Yeah, then g7. No, I mean it's fine. Yeah, probably if you played bishop e5, black would have resigned because when you played g7, black got some. Oh no, didn't even play that. No? She
And
played
then king f5, we give the pawn away for free, but we get
all the
it's
pawns,
all the
pawns.
queen side pawns for free as well. So that is
And
the
we'll be left with 2 pawns after that, not 1 pawn. So bishop can't give it.
so huge miss. King f4 was a huge blunder. It allowed bc4, and bishop d4, and now this pawn endgame was a draw. So
Yes.
black played white played bishop e1,
And the pawn is lost.
king f6,
Yes.
and now the pawn cannot be saved.
Yes. And
g7 and a draw was agreed. Okay.
the problem is that now white is a tempo down. So after king into g7, king f5, king f7 stops
The
the white
entry.
king reaching e6.
Black gets opposition on time.
Yeah, and it's not basically if the black king was beyond ef7, it was also very good to draw. But now king was remaining stuck at g7 or g8. And now this entry has been prevented. It was necessary to get king to f5 before giving up the pawn. But she didn't give up the pawn. She lost the pawn. Actually, what happened is she actually lost the pawn.
And also, I want to share that Nana's game has also ended in a draw. They have repeated the moves after.
I think it must have been claimed. I felt while live, no, the same position came for 2-3 times. I felt that way.
Yes. So basically, black played g5 in this position. Queen
Not the
c5.
best move. Yeah, now she didn't find a win.
So
I
this is
think
the first moment we reach this position.
Yes.
Then rook e7, king d2, rook d7, king e2, second moment. And after rook e7, king d2, rook d7, it's the third moment.
Yes, so rook d7 should not have been played, but what else was possible? Here, because there is a threat of queen into f5.
So let's just first share the results with
Yes,
our
I think a
viewers.
sort of.
There have been 4 draws and 1 loss by forfeit. So Lagno Kateryna drew against Polina Shuvalova,
Yes.
both of them playing for FIDE in this tournament. Both of them from the same country, so they were paired in the first round itself. The second clash was between Humpy and Harika. Sorry, let's just show their final position here.
Yeah, that was a very well fought game as well.
Yes, rook h5 on the board, and this was the last move.
I think this was the most accurate game with regard to the mistakes. I think no mistakes almost in this game.
In Lagno's game.
Oh no, also I think Lagno's, more than Lagno's, I think Humpy and Harika also. Quite,
Okay.
I mean, no mistakes at all. At no stage somebody was in a bad position.
Actually, they agreed for a draw over here. Bishop
okay.
f4 was the moves we
yeah.
showed our viewers. So this was
Yeah,
the
but
position
I think
on
quite a accurately played game. Although from White's point of view, not a great opening. But yeah, quite. Yeah, this game was also reasonably simple. But yes, Black had some difficult movements, and she found some very great moves like knight b4, knight c2, and knight d4. A great plan was found earlier in the game. And the Black knight on a6 too.
from Black. Yes,
Yes.
they found this. Basically, it was a King's Indian defense, and White went for the h4
Yeah, and then suddenly it became like Benko Gambit.
idea, and it became like Benko after c5, d5, and b5. And here, after like black played very energetically.
Yeah, but I think e6 was probably excess of energy. I think, in my opinion, black was already in a good position without e6. That's what I feel.
So, and after this, white even pushed h5. Both the players very aggressive and energetic.
Yeah, I think this is quite time where white made a mistake. I think white should have developed here. This position, I feel, is not satisfactory for black because
Knight f3 or knight h3 would have.
Knight f3 probably simple, threatening e5, what she did in the game. And it is difficult for black to justify. The kingside attack has to be abandoned. The idea of kingside attack has to be abandoned as soon as black breaks e6.
And gh5, very, very accurate move. You also pointed out.
Yeah, it's known to Soviet school, and I was lucky to have some interaction with some of the all-time greats. I mean, I had lectures by Mark Taimanov and Yuri Averbach. So, to learn from them sometimes was good. India had India always had good political ties, and there was a time when USSR was there. The Indian teams were sometimes trained by the best of the Soviet players.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, some of the ideas we just got ourselves from them rather than finding out. We just got it ready-made from them, and we just try to share them with public.
So after h5, gh, de, white went for an endgame, thinking that the bad pawn structure that black has in return for the extra material would be enough to make her suffer. But black had wonderful resource after knight a6.
Yes, here
supporting the pawn and coming to c2 with her knight.
Yeah, because but black's pieces are badly placed, and black needs to do something about the c5 weakness, and she did it in a very nice way, because to keep the knight on a6 was in the way, and she found a way to shield the pawn rather than support the pawn. The knight came to d4, and it shielded the attack of the e3 bishop. So energetic play here, and not many mistakes, no mistakes rather, but a few inaccuracies. And this was the riskiest game, I must say. They really took a lot of risks. So
yes, then the knight came to b4, and then it came to c2 as well, and then to d4.
Yes.
And we thought it was a wonderfully placed knight, but white found the move bishop c4,
yes.
which was creating a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And then how did the game continue? Knight g4 and knight e4. So white did not support the bishop, but placed all of her pieces in the best squares. And after rook a5, knight fg5, h6, bishop takes, rook takes, bishop takes the pawn, takes, and rook e4, f3.
Yes, a nice combination, but black found all the correct moves.
Yeah, both the sides played actually very well.
Yeah, at one stage, probably if white had not played knight g5, white was better. Knight g5, h6, I think simplified to a complex position. This we can say that white must be slightly better here. So I don't know, it's difficult to improve, because when you don't have center control, you can't have activity of pieces. White's problem is there's less of center control. White has good outposts, c4 and e4 outposts, but overall center control is not there. So attacking is not so easy here.
Right. So f3 and rook e2, another accurate move here. Knight e3 would have been also cool, but rook e2, with the idea that after rook b2 and rook a2, white also has weaknesses around his king. And this was almost a forced combination after rook a6, rook d8, king h7, rook e8, supporting the knight, and rook a7, very, very accurate move again.
I think only move probably.
Guarding the
there was a threat of rook f7, so it was a very...
So after this, gh5 and rook b2, it became a very equal endgame, and then they finally reached this position where black simply gave up the pawn in order to activate the bishop. Otherwise, she was reduced to passivity.
Yeah, I think wise decision, although probably a passive position might have resulted into a draw as well, but wise decision, I think, and well played game. What I like about this tournament, the first round, is wherever there was a choice of a simple move leading to equality, and whether there's a complex move leading to equality, the players chose to play the complex move to equality. So that's something I really like, because then there's an option. They have shown good optimism.
Wow. And there is one more game. We of course also saw that Humpy drew against Harika, and we also so let's just read out the results. Humpy drew against Harika on board 2, and let's summarize this game as well. It was a Grunfeld.
Yes, I think it was mostly preparation because I have seen the position, the b5 sacrifice. As we'll go, this is a
So this is a Grunfeld defense by Harika, and they reached bishop d2
yeah.
variation.
It's move. Actually, this was not a very popular move till Carlsen played it. I think a year or 2 years back. I think in 21 probably. So it suddenly became a very active move, common move.
And at one point, black played the c5 break, which is a typical break in the Grunfeld. White gets the center and black challenges it with his pieces and side pawns. So d5, e6, bishop c4, takes on c3, pawn takes, and b5. This is
Yes, this is a known gambit, and in the Olympiad also we saw, because after ed5, bishop d5, the piece position is very bad, and the king side also is weak. So here, the white pawn on d5 stops the activity of white's pieces.
so black here played knight d7 and then came to b6, and later she was able to also exchange this bishop.
Yes.
So as a result, they reached this position where there was lot of pressure on the d pawn.
Yeah.
It is an extra pawn for white, but it cannot be maintained.
Yes, and it's being lost. Perhaps till this stage it could have been preparation, because it's an obvious variation, b5, and if you start, I believe that up to exchange of the bishop was preparation by black. But
And here queen e3 was a really nice move.
yes, good,
So
good trap.
not allowing knight d5 immediately because of knight takes, queen takes, and we come back with the knight supporting our d1 rook.
Yes.
So queen f5 accurate move,
Yeah, only move I think there.
only move, and we actually saw this whole line
Yeah,
with
now knight
c3
d5 cannot be stopped.
protecting the knight and threatening queen c5.
Yeah.
So you take queen c5, we take the knight, takes the rook, rook takes, and pawn takes, and even though black is a pawn down, this endgame is
Yeah, it's,
easily holdable. And they exchange the queen side pawns as well after rook d2 and rook a2.
Yeah, nothing much happened after this, and even the extra pawn had to be given. But although it didn't make any sense, the extra pawn is being lost after f5, king g7.
Yes.
Yeah, so
And it was agreed
yes,
to a
yes,
draw.
yeah.
So the third board, we saw that we already saw the game. We summarized it. Jiner drew with Goryachkina on the and the fourth board, Nana Dzagnidze drew with Nino, and the fifth one, Vaishali, won by forfeit against Elisabeth Paehtz. So those are the results for today. So how was the day for you?
Well, I think it was very exciting. The matches were very exciting. I'm very pleased with the way the players played, and particularly whenever they made a mistake, they immediately bounced back to look for a recourse, and that's the quality of a champion. I must say that it's always people make mistakes, but how quickly they recover and come back to what is now the best. I think get out of what could have been the best, and now what is going to be. That is, I think, the character that is playing, and all the, I think, very impressive. And Zoo, of course, it was a surprise that she played so accurately, and she played very aggressively, and after that a tactical miss. So, but I think she's going to, the youngest players and the comparatively low rated players are also going to be a great threat for the title. I think it's going to be a very wide open title, this tournament.
Definitely, and we are super happy that all of you in the chat could join us. Everyone watching the stream could join us for today's games. We are excited about this tournament. Everyone fighting so hard for every game. And do join us tomorrow as well, and in the coming days as well. You can write to us and let us know if you want. If you have any feedback, we have really enjoyed covering the games for today.
Yes. And you know schedule, there are no rest days. So every day keep your 3 to 8 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. free. If you are
Slot free.
as per the IST, the slot should be Indian Standard Time, 8 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Absolutely. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us with these wonderful girls fighting it out for the Women Grand Prix Championship at New Delhi, being held from the 26th of March to the 6th of April. We are your hosts, Soumya Swaminathan and Grandmaster Praveen Thipsay, signing off for today. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.